Hello and welcome to the European Poker Tour. Well, not the European Poker Tour, my house, but we will soon be joining the action live in Prague. There's good news, there's bad news. The bad news is we're a little late. I'm a little late, I suppose. It started half an hour ago, so we've missed the first half an hour of action. But you know what they say, better late than never. And that was the good news. Is it's already started and we're about to watch right now. How's everybody doing? Welcome in. I'm just checking everything's working. We should be live on no delay. Shall we join the action? What do you reckon? It's not a very nice board for queens, is it? It's not a very nice board for queens at all. That said, it's not a very nice. It's not a very nice board for the King 4 of Hearts anymore. Player under the gun here, Gilinski, does decide to check back and show down a losing hand. Well, welcome in everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to Prague. This is your
runout I was looking for.
No.
main event. Indeed, it was not the run out
I'm scared.
either player was looking for. We have got for you a €5,000
At
buy-in.
least you realized you have to have a king to call.
Sorry?
At least you realized you have to have a king to call pre-flop, yeah?
Yeah.
You understood the strategy.
And we have got day 2 coverage. This is day 2 of the main event. Days 1A and 1B having taken place
Good lunch.
Monday and Tuesday.
I just want to slide it like you. See if I can be as good.
We are left with a field that will be playing into the money today as I believe it.
Yeah, how much more, by the way?
As for how many are in the remaining field, or however many are remaining in the field, we will get to that all in due course. On your screens, none other than the great Senkel, one of the biggest winning players in WCUP history. A mixed game specialist from Norway, raising a6 offsuit on the button and seeing it defend by Gilinski of the Jack-6 suit. We are playing a heads-up pot, 7 deuce 7. We'll get some blind levels for you as well. What is the blind level? It says here it's a forced bet at the start of each hand to ensure that there's something or an incentive for the players to compete in the pot. It's also 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. As Senkel c-bets and takes it down. So yeah, this is day 2. We'll play down to the money today. We are going to be playing 1 level, 2 level, 3 level, 4, 5 levels. The first of which here, 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. So welcome in everybody. Make yourself known in the chat. This is the Spraggy watch along. And this is hand 13 of the day. You will not miss a hand apart from the hands that you've already missed. We'll have full coverage right now until Sunday where we crown a winner. So you've got your Wednesdays, your Thursdays, your Fridays, your Saturdays, your Sundays, all the way through. Vieira with the 9s. And Lepore with ace king suited, looking to make himself le rich. Reaching for chips. From the hijack versus early position, we're going to see a 3-bet.
And go kings and Tallinn again?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Go hard for the team competition?
Okay.
Go hard for the team competition now? Not this time.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
I don't know. I don't know yet.
Me
No
neither.
plans.
It's fun though.
Yeah.
An action on Vieira, who we are led to believe his name is actually Moreira.
Just like
I believe this is
going
Diogo
around like a
Moreira.
robot. following.
Yeah.
+1 with the
Ooh.
pocket nines.
Play 2 or 3.
So we're nice and deep here. Chooses not to
Yeah.
not to 4-bet. I think that's a little thin. My heads up to a flop. Which doesn't get much worse for 2 nines. We do have a little miserable end of the bottom straight draw and a 9 of spades working in the back door. The pawn not going to be overly enthusiastic about his ace-king either. Does go for a check back. Makes the nuts on the turn. Gives Morera a little taste of something. Morera's still going to have a lot of concern about ace-x in Lepore's range, where x could equal king, sure, queen, sure, jack, sure. Even something like ace-5, ace-7, ace-8, 3-betting pre-flop. I do imagine there might be a little bit of stubbornness on the turn. Though it's fairly tough to access bluffs here. Yeah, nice fold. And importantly, your hand is very static, right? If you're dead now, you're dead on the river. It's not like calling with 2-pair where you can make a boat or a flush draw. You can, get there against an ace. So an astute fold of the straight on the turn. Very nice. I haven't even had my morning coffee yet because I thought we were starting at... I thought the countdown was at 12 and live action would start at past. But as it turned out, players started playing at 11 a.m. UK time. And then owing to the delay, their action started on stream at 11:30. So I was an hour out. That's on me. Nepal lays it down with a7 in early. Tobias folds. That's also no working until coffee. That's the law. I could do with the coffee. I'll fix the coffee. Kirko with the raise.
What's your stack?
What do we know about Kirko? Kimo Kirko from Finland. Starting down the very short stack. So EPT day 2, you can buy in directly on day 2 for 30,000 chips. Looks like that's what Kirko's done, unless he had a very strenuous day yesterday and bagged starting stack. So he's starting the hand here with about 20 big blinds. Galinsky with Queen Jack offsuit on the button. Are we going to see a small 3-bet size here? We are. Clicks it to 7,500. Just going to lean on some of the weaker opens in Kirko's range. Decides that his hand doesn't have enough playability, even in position, to want to see a flop, which I don't mind. I don't mind at all. And there you go, a laydown from Kirko with the ace-9 of diamonds. And there's the power of that. Little question that was asked, should we say. A little question that was asked. Time to test out a new feature here on Spraggy's EPT with Spraggy. It works, John, but not as we know it. Like sentient AI, we have alignment issues, but I'll move it across. Pokeron Mountain says, why is the channel slowed down in posts? Are you playing less poker? I just had a little baby boy. We've a little newborn baby with us. But we had a couple uploads. We've had quite a lot of live streaming, and we're gonna have 5 days in a row here of live streaming from Prague. Thank you for your question. Anime Smackshot says, Spraggy, what is your recommended bankroll? As big as you can get it, really. Billions and billions and billions in an ideal world. But it should probably have a couple of 100 buy-ins for MTTs. It depends on your desires. If you just play for fun, just don't lose anything you can't afford to lose. But a couple of 100 buy-ins for MTTs if you're looking to be a serious grinder or grind up a roll. Vile Regression says, are you going to have any company over the 5 days? Oh, we shall. I'm hoping to see the return of EPT call-ins. We're going to have some guest commentators. We're going to have a two-person watch along at points. For sure, we've already got a very special guest lined up. Indeed. But today, we're riding solo. It's just me and you and these lot. Playing for millions of euro in the prize pool. Masterson with the 10s. Another miserable board for the pocket pair in hand before the flop. We've also got to shout out some subs. We got We6 dropping in with 39 months. Thank you very much, We6. Legend that you are. Welcome to the European Poker Tour. Lepore with the 10-9 suit and the +1 picks up a pair. On these monotone boards, monotone flops, all the same suit. Both players just have to be a little bit aware or cautious in general about their opponent having flop to flush, especially when the ace of spades is not in either of their hands. So that'll typically mean a slowing down of the action. Which does mean that for Masterson, his 10s, even versus 2 checks, not necessarily feeling that good. You might see some pot control around kings. You're certainly going to see some checking back of queens. And the same is true for Lepore, who doesn't have a hand that he'd want to value bet. Happy to show down, shows down a loser. Thank you very much. That's a good thing about European Poker Tour from home. Coffee can arrive on cue. Browntown says, will we have Bowie sat awkwardly in bed? It would be the dream. Unfortunately, I'm led to believe that Mr. Andy Wilson has busied himself with playing poker in December. So we will not be the beneficiary of his expertise. Which is very sad. But we will find alternatives. We will find other candidates. I've got myself a thumbnail for my YouTube now as well. It's all coming up us today, chat. The live and interactive. Watch along with Spraggy. Tobias with the ace king. Did you know that Lechner's is an anagram of Senkor, his online name? It's not just poker analysis you'll get here.
85.
Davide Kitai. Long-time EPT regular. Live poker regular, online poker regular. Drops it in with a 3-bet to 8,500. You'll see he's playing 47,000 chips. So we're about 30 or so big blinds deep. Chooses to drop this one into his 3-betting range. But action on the well-equipped Tobias with ace-king will be going nowhere. That's a lot of hand.
Okay.
And there's his very reasonable option to rip it in. Davide Kitai with a fold. Davide Kitai, very obviously an excellent player. Lots of very, very good results. Very strong player at this table. Definitely not afraid, especially in the live streets, Mr. Kitai, to find the boundaries, work near the line. Ah! Peace and love, peace and love. Sebastian Huber, our streaming compadre, recently defeated 19 to 18 in a Spraggy Bounty Challenge. We've got James Aikenhead, who once made a very deep run at the WSOP main event. Nicholas Chuti, another regular on the circuit, made his way to Prague just before Christmas time. That is Dimitar Danchev. Cool indeed. His name is Cool on Stars. And a former EPT champion, of course. Smidge! Padraig O'Neill, who I recently slow-rolled also in a PokerStars showdown. Do you remember that one? He won an EPT main event. I beat him in a PokerStars showdown 6-max streamed sit and go. So it's fair to say that I had the last laugh. Aha! Who wants to win a main event anyway? That was the real quiz. 6 legs, 8 legs, 6 legs, 8 legs. For those of you new to the stream, this watch along will also mainly be filled by niche UK sitcom references. And by niche, I mean 2 of the most popular sitcoms in UK television history. So as I was saying before the player intros, from my experience of playing with Davide Katai in recent EPT main events, and watching him play EPTs over the years, he can step outside the lines of what you might expect. He's not afraid to take some very exploitative lines, and go with his read. Get out there in the streets. Raising here with the pocket threes. Nothing abnormal about that. Masterson with a call on the button with ace-jack. Tobias completing in the big blind. 3 ways to a flop. 8-6 offsuit for Tobias. 3 in the window is a great start for Davide Katai. Tobias checks his big blind. And here we go. Katai out of position against Masterson. Just checking his hand here is a product of wanting to check a decent amount of hands in his range. So many of his ace highs, king highs, queen highs don't want to put more money in on a 9-high board. So I think Davide Katai's range will be one that still has aces, kings, queens, sets in it. So Tobias very astutely choosing not to bet his 8 just yet. Having faced a check back from Masterson, I think this is the point where Katai will want to start building the pot himself. You hear me talk about this on stream a lot, right? Like, once we see a check back in position, we would assume that our opponent is quite capped. So is unlikely now to start blasting money in with a good hand. And if they don't have many good hands, it's unlikely they start blasting money in with a bluff because they know this story won't make sense. So Davide Katai just trying to build the pot himself. Does so with a bet of 5,500. I think Tobias will want to be stubborn with a pair. Just because he's going to have such a wide range. He's got so many hands that are very clean folds. King 7, Jack 5 suited. These sorts of holdings. And Davide very much going to be capable of starting to bluff with something like a Jack 10, a Queen 10, a 6, 7 on the turn. Ace is an interesting, potentially tricky card. We're not sure how much Katai is going to want to bet his ace highs on the turn. So is it really a card that hits him very often? I think he's probably more likely to be bluffing from jack highs and queen highs on the turn than he is ace highs. So actually, Tobias might consider this to not really be that much of a scare card. He's still beating the jack 10s, the queen 10s. Davide Katai, as I mentioned, someone we know that, he can get out of line if he starts bluffing with a king 10 or a king 7. I don't think this would be a completely ridiculous look up from Tobias. He's certainly reaching for chips. He's gone for a large sizing at the river here as well, Davide Katai, which might rule him out of the 10s, jacks, queens, kings, thinner value bet category. If we want to value bet a wider range, we go for a smaller size so that our opponent has to call more often. So if we wanted to value bet a 9, we might go in, you know, for the smaller size. Or if we wanted to value bet tens through kings, we might go in a smaller size. But this bigger bet is really Davide Katai saying, you know, I have a set, I have 2 pair, or I made an ace at the river, a good ace at the river. And the good ace at the river is pretty unlikely given the turn bet. So when you see this polarization in the sizing, it's nuts or air. If your opponent is overdoing the air, then 8-6 becomes an attractive bluff catch. Sometimes. Not this time. Tobias lays it down, but he's not happy about it. I think it's just because Katai repping a kind of narrow, kind of unlikely range.
Yeah.
Tough to make a set, but he did make one. Did you know that the first 2 stops of EPT 2026 have already been announced? That's right, European Poker Tour returning, of course. And 2 stops are a staple of the tour. We've got Paris in February 18th to March 1st. And of course, as ever, Monte Carlo, April 30th to May 10th. I haven't missed a Monte Carlo in about 6 years, 5 years, 6 years. I don't know whether I'll be attending either of those as we look out across the Hilton Prague. Not sure on my plans yet for 2026. But love both the stops. Love Paris, love Prague. Let's see if this works. Or am my alignment still off? What about this? Hang on a minute. What about this?
6-5 raise, 3,000. 6 fold.
Something like that. Slipknot the third.
7
Son of Slipknot and Slipknot before him. They don't have 30 seconds to make a move. They have unlimited time at the moment to make a move. Until a player calls the clock. I believe time banks come in to play later in the tournament.
8 fold.
Maybe the start of day 3. We'll see time banks. But at the moment, the world is their oyster. Colin Greenfield, what's up, says, does Sam Trickett still play? I haven't seen him in years. I'm not sure. He was definitely playing a lot of cash games for a long time. And there is, I'm pretty sure there still is, Trickett's room up at Duster Dawn in Nottingham. But I don't know whether he still plays in those games, or whether he plays private games. I'm unsure. I don't have a good answer to that question, sorry, Colin. But there was certainly a period of time where he was going on a big tear, wasn't he? Winning here, there, and everywhere.
5 fold. 6 fold. Six, 7 fold. 8
This
fold.
is hand 20 of the day.
10 fold.
What up, fandoms?
6-1 raise, 3,000.
Tobias with the raise with King 5 suited. Spraggy with a sip of the coffee. Galinsky with Jack 4 off in the big blind. These guys are nice and deep. We like some deep stack poker. The luxury of the EPT main schedule, affording us plenty of glances at it. Doesn't want to do battle with the Jack 4. Coffee's unbelievable, really, isn't it? Coffee's unbelievable, really. I mean, it's not that unbelievable. Coffee, you know, as an idea, it's just water on beans. But it's unbelievably good. Like live poker. Unbelievably good. I'm excited. I'm excited for the 5 days ahead. Decordo says, Spraggy coverage again. Coverage again. Coverage again. Ole, ole. There'll be no more singing, but there is coverage again. Yes, I love these streams. Me too. I really do.
Raise. 6-7 raise, 3,000. 8 fold.
As previously mentioned, Vieira with the raise. We are led to believe that his name is actually Diogo Moreira. Bumping it up with the ace-8 offsuit. Talk about deep stacks. 224,000 chips here. Behind the ace-8. Laporte with 2 10s flying in versus early position. In early position-ish. Mid-position-ish. Tobias with a king 10 suited. That is a squeezable hand, my friends. It's also a callable hand. Tobias, third player in. Ace-6 offsuit in the bin on the button. And so far, 3 contenders. This is a potentially squeezable hand as well. And the benefits of doing so might be to fold out a hand like the one that Vieira has, the ace-8 offsuit, if we were to squeeze. We haven't squeezed, we've called. And the first look at Mur in the big blind. This is Fabio Mur from Austria, who is priced in with his Jack-7 offsuit, which means as many as 5 players to the flop. The deck will decide, and it's a good start for anyone holding an ace. It's a great start for anyone who's also got a 3 with it. Galinsky the best in this 5-way bingo. Check, check. Vieira the pre-flop aggressor. I do think primarily going to want to check, you know, bloating the pot into 4 players, not an attractive proposition. The pot naturally bigger because we've got 5 players as well, which is naturally going to create bigger sizings as we're betting a percentage of the pot. An ace-8 not really a hand that's prepared to play for heaps. The 9 does bring a little something into view for Tobias. Galinsky with an interesting situation here in the small blind. I do think, actually, a lot of his hands still want to play check, just because, in general, Vieira is still going to have some very good hands that have to check in early position, which means that everybody else is going to have good hands checking. I think this bet looks very, very strong. Obviously, we're betting into 4 players, but we're also betting into Vieira, who has all of the good hands still in his range, right? He will check on the flop with ace-king. He will check on the flop with ace-jack. He will check on the flop with ace-10, even ace-queen, pocket queens. So the fact that Galinsky feels able to make this bet should be an alarm bell. I wouldn't be surprised. Vieira's hand is already going to feel quite miserable. Even if we look at Solverland, I think his hand won't be worth very much at all. It is a small bet, obviously, 5.5k into 16. He's sticking around for 1, but I think he won't be too enthused about the situation. Tobias getting a good price, but with just a gut shot, and the diamonds spoiling one of the jacks. He's out of town, so heads up to a river. 3 players thinned. And kind of a cruel river for Vieira. Cruel in the sense that he's now chopping with ace-10 and ace-jack, which was some of the potential value hands that were beating him before. So what feels like an innocuous, maybe even a good river for his ace-8 is quite clearly a bit of a disaster. You also think about the way Galinsky 3-bets pre-flop. He probably 3-bets as 4th player in with ace-queen and ace-king. Maybe even with pocket 9s. So Galinsky doesn't really have that many better hands than ace-8. Ace-3 being one of them, pocket 3s being another. But he doesn't have ace-king, he doesn't have ace-queen. So this river card is so good for Vieira. I'd like to see Galinsky go for really big size. And he does. He goes for pot. I think you could potentially be even greedier. And a very weird situation now for Vieira, because although he doesn't really have that many better hands, it's also very tricky to bluff, potentially. Because you bet into 4 players on the turn and got called. The likelihood is that your opponent has an ace. So would you really want to be bluffing on this river card particularly often? I don't think so. He probably doesn't have ace-9 offsuit in the small blind pre-flop as well. So we'll have ace-9 of hearts, which is one combination. Two combinations of ace-3 suited. And then one combination of 4 of a kind. And other than that, Vieira should be sitting pretty. I wonder if he's got any ideas of turning his hand into a bluff. I don't think so. But if he feels like Galinsky is taking this sizing with an ace-10, ace-jack, maybe trying to move him off a bluff, I don't think that sizing's really big enough to fold your opponent off a bluff. So I don't really think there's much merit to bluffing ourselves. Wow, good fold. It's a really good fold. Because your opponent is representing about 5 combinations that beat you, which isn't a lot.
Very cool, very cool.
To be able to fold facing such a narrow range of value. Very, very, very sharp. Like, really sharp. Igor Yarashevsky. Looking sharp as well. Ready for action today out in our field. Alexander Shevkov. Sipping his coffee. Coffee's great. Cheers, mate. Oh, no, it's a tea bag. Tea's great, too. I'll allow it. Oliver Weiss. Another regular here at the European Poker Tour. I can see who's coming up as well. Anton Wigg. A man we've played with a lot from Sweden. All you EPT regular viewers will know Anton. Plays a lot, wins a lot. And Alexander Shilko, winner, of course, of the PokerStars Players Championship in the Bahamas. And Maria Lampropoulos, winner of many, many events, has won millions over the years. I think I can remember her winning at Dusk Till Dawn. Maybe it was a Party Poker Millions event. She won for over $1 million, which obviously I'm not allowed to mention. Get him off the air. Tobias, 8-9 suited. Good hand for raise. Galinsky, 3-bet on the button. Ace-5 off. Good hand for 3-bet. Moore in the small blind. Good hand anywhere. The Cowboys. Kings in Prague, my friends. The king of Cowboys will be Moore in the small blind. Thinking about his sizing. We'll see a 4-bet. He's putting more money in the middle. He wants more money in the middle. He wants to create a bigger pot. Does that say artist on his hoodie? Will we see a little bit of flair? Name an Austrian artist. Other than Fabio Moore, of course. Name an Austrian artist. Edvard Munch. 4-bet to 27,500. Edvard Munch. Norwegian. Best ad. Does anybody want to play back? I don't think so. Galinsky with ace-5 offsuit. Not robust enough hand to call in position. Doesn't want to get spewing off with another raise before the flop. Fabio Moore will take it down. Be disappointed with his lack of action. By the Lord, what's up, mate? When I am Prague, I didn't want to travel with a newborn baby. He's 6 weeks old, 6.5 weeks old. So Miles and I would normally be in Prague. Miles, of course, made a great run at the final table in Prague a couple of years back. But first Prague that we've skipped in 4 or 5 years because of little Bernie. But rather than miss out entirely, we decided to bring you some watch along. We're watching along all the action, mate. What have we got here? Gustav Glimt, someone's claimed. The Real has claimed Gustav Glimt as an Austrian artist. Gustav Glimt. By the way, I've just realized that that was not my implication at all. The other one. Tobias, less said the bat. Tobias with a raise with ace jack. Herrera in the big blind. 10-8 offsuit. Defendable. ace 5 deuce. Pretty uninspiring for Morera. Oh, we got a name change. D-pole.
C1 bet 2,500 and
Tobias with a bet, Tobias with a win. All right. YouTube, it's your time to shine. The success of streams, videos on YouTube, often determined by the amount of interaction that you get at, when the video goes live, when the video goes up. So for the first time, we will now attempt to set the first likes per minute record. We'll do it in a sec. We'll watch this hand, and I need you to be ready on YouTube. We're going to set our first ever likes per minute record for your YouTubers. Electra says, hello, is there going to be a watch-long scent roll tourney again? I don't know. I don't believe so, but I'll see what I can do. We'll work on something. We'll work on something. Jason Emerson says, bro, I don't want to watch you watch poker. I can't help but think you're in the wrong channel then. Because we are broadcasting live commentary from the European Poker Tour in Prague for the next 5 days. So you've certainly clicked on the wrong link on the YouTube. If you didn't want to watch the channel, you can change it. Welcome in, Jason. Stick around. Give us 5 minutes. You might enjoy it. You might have a good time. Heaven forbid. Oh, look at that. BBC One, Gardener's World. 101. I don't want to watch Gardener's World. I think I'll email Alan Titchmarsh. Galinsky with the raise. Mo with the 3-bet. Coming in strong again. We are deep here. 1,500 is the big blind. So we're about 100 big blinds deep. Dicky Brain in the chat. Hello, mate. Bro, I don't want you to watch Jason, who is not wanting you to watch poker. Bro, I don't want to read your chat messages about you not wanting to watch Jason, who is not wanting to watch me watch poker. And nobody wants to listen to me say that I don't want to read Dr. Richard Cranium's messages about not wanting to watch Jason, who's not wanting to watch me play poker. Galinsky takes the flop with the 5s. Mur in position. 3-bet pre-flop. Flop is 997. And Mur with the king of spades in hand. 2 overs. Backdoor straight draw. So now my job as a commentator to try and make king queen high sound like it's something. It's the nut king. And it has reasonable backdoor equity. When we're 100 blinds deep, we want to start thinking about which of our hands can play for 3 streets. Who has the greater amount of 9s in their range? Who has the better overpairs in their range? Who has more hands like 10-8, Jack-10 that can make a straight? Who has more suited hands? And I think, you know, Mur, as the 3-better pre-flop, is going to have a fair share of 9s. Is going to have a fair share of suited hands. Is of course going to have, you know, 10s through aces. So continuation bet here. Perfectly reasonable. And Galinsky stubborn versus a small size with a pair of 5s. On a board that is likely to only get worse for him. The deuce of spades not too bad. We do expect him to play a check in flow. I don't think it's a turn that is going to shift the equity sufficiently in his favor that he might want to lead. His opponent probably making just as many flushes as he is, so we see a check. What are the benefits for Mur here of betting? Let's think about the benefits of a bet. We get to fold out ace high. You know, Galinsky going to peel the flop with something like ace 10, ace jack. Certainly of clubs with the backdoor flush draw. So if Mur was to barrel here, he will fold out some ace high. He may even fold out a hand like pocket 5s. right? Certainly fives without a spade, if that indeed peels the flop. But I think there is a lot of merit to betting here for Mur. He's not that worried about getting check raised, because when we're 100 big blinds deep, getting check raised on the turn, you know, he's probably going to be facing a fair amount of flushes, maybe some full houses. Choose to start putting more money in now. So it's not like he's bet folding a super strong equity position with the king of spades. It's not like he's frustrated to have to bet fold it. So I think there's a lot of merit to a double barrel here. And that's exactly what Mo goes with. Blue chips 5k, yellow chips 1k. Looks like 22 to me. And I suppose this is the point Galinsky faces his first really tough decision. Pre-flop, we're deep. We try and mine a 5. Okay. Flop. 997, all the big cards miss. Sure. We've got a 5 of spades. We call again. But now we see this pressure on the turn coming in, and his hand has shriveled quite aggressively, right? It's quite a diminished offering for him. He does stick around, I think, crucially with this spade in hand. I think fives without a spade would be way out of town. He does pick up that flush at the river, but of course we can see that Mur picks up a better one. It's somewhat difficult for Galinsky to get to the river with the naked ace of spades. Perhaps he peels ace 10 through ace queen pre-flop offsuit, but I don't think he peels ace 9 offsuit, ace 8 offsuit. So he has ace 10 off, ace jack off, ace queen off. He probably 4-bets ace king. I think Mur will like his chances of a value bet getting paid by worse. 82,000 in the middle. And really a value bet that would target the exact sort of holding that Galinsky has. 5s with a spade. 8s with a spade. Maybe even something like pocket 10s won't want a 4-bet pre at this depth. I don't think it should. Maybe even pocket jacks. So you could have 10s or jacks with a spade as well. I'd anticipate fairly large sizing in position. Because we're not really looking to value bet thin, right? We're value betting the ace of spades and the king of spades and full houses. And not much else. So we're going for bigger size just because, you know, we don't want to take a small size that's trying to get called by a 7 because we have pocket 10s and we're just trying to get a milker in, right? We've either got the ace of spades or king of spades who are full house, or we're bluffing with something like jack 10 of diamonds. The barreled with a straight draw. And is trying to fold out, you know, either a 7 or a pocket 8s with no spade, or a pocket 8s even with a spade maybe, right? We would be bluffing something like this. So 56,000 is the bet from Mur. That is a 3-bet pre-flop, a bet the flop, a bet the turn, a bet the river. A tough spot. Lays it down. Mur with the winning hand eventually.
Big boy poker.
Big boy poker. Someone said. Not me. So here's your day 2 feature table chip counts. Barrera. Table chip leader with 213k. Kirko, and Imagine is your day 2 buying in start of day 2 player with 30k. Davide Katai 57k. But fairly deep stack stuff going on here. We've got a lot of room to see that sort of hand. 3-bet pre and 3 streets. A reminder, the blinds are 1,000 and 1,500. You can see that reminder in the top left-hand side of your screen. As I was saying,
Fold.
the success of all content on the internet is a result of its quality, which I hope we can bring. And also the amount of times people click buttons to interact with it. So for the first time this EPT Spraggy Watch Long season, we will be playing likes per minute, where everyone on YouTube attempts to set a record for the number of times you can like the video within a minute. Don't touch anything just yet, because we'll need you. We're going to run it for 60 seconds.
Poker is difficult.
Sorry?
Poker is difficult.
Sometimes it is.
And as soon as it comes up on screen, smash that like button, set yourself a record for likes per minute, and we'll see if we can break it through the week, okay? Ready? And here
Life's so
we
hard, yeah?
go. Smash that like button. When you click like, it will appear in my box, I hope, if it works.
Oh no, it's betting big again.
We're flying so far, guys. You're doing very well. 2. 2 is the high score.
Expect that, sorry.
2 is the high score.
Whatever.
Yeah.
2 likes. Don't make me go offline.
Maybe just red aces, bam, bluff river.
You're on... Oh, 20
You
likes.
see on TV?
We're on course for 40 likes in a minute.
TV?
I guess.
44 likes! It's huge. Can we get to 100?
Which channel?
If you're watching the stream on YouTube and you haven't hit like yet, you must
YouTube.
try.
Wow.
You must get to 100 for our first
It's a great place
trip
to be
out.
today.
Don't even know how many people we got watching. Do we have 100 people
All the
watching? Is
action.
it possible? Is it even possible? 57. It's a new record because it's the first attempt. Of course it's a new record. Okay, you've set 57 likes per minute. It's slow and steady. But for now it wins the race. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed, chat. I think you've got better in you than that. Galinsky with the raise, Mur with a call. Masterson on the button with a 10-8 suited. See, I would not be able to resist thinking about having a squeeze. Thinking about bumping it up. Not for the first time today. We've seen a spot where we could have seen a squeeze and we see a call. A little bit of dipping into the passive line by our players.
This way it's more fun to watch than being like, stay out of the mess.
Yeah.
Enjoy the show.
Yeah.
Tune in on YouTube.
Do tune in on YouTube to buy us. Twitch.tv/Spraggy, youtube.com/Spraggy.
It was a
Thank you.
long show last one.
Yeah,
8 minutes.
8 minutes, yeah. Yeah, I felt a little bit bad for taking so long on the river versus David on the whatever, but yeah, that time was longer, but it was also slightly bigger pot, I guess.
That's an apology from Senko there for keeping your live poker action. Thinking of the viewers at home, saying sorry for taking his time at the river. We like that, Senko. Thank you very much. We like fast and
Every sentence takes a little bit longer.
vibrant action.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Both players with a check. Masterson on the button with that flush draw. You see a lot of this, folks, right? Out of position players checking.
You don't want to look
You know,
on TV.
Galinsky with the raise has a queen. But thinking not just about how his hand wants to play, thinking about how his range wants to play. He wants to start with a lot of checks because he misses a lot with ace highs. Under pairs don't want to bet, etc.
Yeah.
I really wanted to be that.
I'm sure it's that.
Well, if you ever bluff with aces, you're going to make the highlights. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
So we'll just see now whether Galinsky at this stack depth wants to play check raise or check call. I certainly think if we're 30, 40 big blinds deep, that Galinsky now plays the check raise with the intention of trying to get all the money in. As you can see, 71,000 chips in Masterson's stack. 100,000 effective for Galinsky against Mur. So when you'll start thinking about 70 to 80 big blinds deep, King Queen isn't now really a hand that wants to check raise and start getting all of the money in. So we're not quite at the threshold, 80 big blinds deep, where we want to create a huge pot. So we just see the call and Mur calling as well. Huge turn for Masterson. He'll be very excited at the moment about the ace of clubs. Unfortunately, from our perspective, we can see that both players will be very unhappy. Both of his opponents very unhappy with the ace of clubs. Worst card in the deck for both of them. And the worst thing that's happened to my cat is that the door was closed and he's been... You're not even stuck in here. Look, the door's very clearly open. Bonus EPT cat action. All after EPT cat. as the action is checked over to Masterson. He's trying to build value on his hand. EPT viewers, the door was open the whole time. The door is open to both of these players to continue with a very somewhat miserable hand. We'll talk a lot this week about static equities, dynamic equities. Static equity, easy for me to say, is a hand that is not going to improve again versus your opponent's value. In this case, King Queen or Queen 10 with no club. If you're losing, you will stay losing. Right? If your opponent has a flush, there's no way out of jail. If your opponent has an ace, there's very little ways out of jail. So your equity is static. It's not going to change. It is where it is against your opponent's hand. Whereas if you had a hand here like Jack 10 with a club, you could make a straight, you could make a flush. If your opponent has an ace, you've got lots of outs against it. Your equity is going to shift. So sometimes we would prefer to call with a non-made hand that can improve against your opponent rather than a better hand like a queen. I think that situation there is probably one of those where our queens are pretty dead. A queen with no clubs is a pretty dead hand, right? So both players just throw it away. Jay Schwartz says, good morning from the east coast of the USA. Up early on the east coast. Welcome in. Welcome in, Jay Schwartz. This is, of course, a fully interactive watch-along. We're not on the television. This is not the BBC or Channel 4 or any other television channel. This is Spraggy TV. This is your pirate radio EPT stream.
8 raise 3,000.
Price UK says, I wish I was back in Prague. It's a beautiful city. It really is. I love it this time of year as well when we normally go. It's almost always got snow on the ground this time of year. Very wintry.
No king.
Aesthetic. Very historical. Beautiful architecture. Cozy bars.
Okay,
Goulash.
maybe a king.
Ah, you stop believing in the kings? I'm never gonna stop.
Hopefully we'll be back in Prague next year. I'm missing it this year. We're living vicariously through these guys and sharing it with you lot. Hand 28. 1,000, 1,500.
5 plus.
Swig of coffee for EPT Prague. And up those tricky reds. And up Davidi Katai with ace queen offsuit. 60,000 chips.
Raise 3,000.
What's that, chat? You do the maths. I'm bad at maths. 40 big blinds.
Plus.
Thereabouts. 37, 38-ish.
10 plus 1 plus. 2 plus.
Only the big blind remains. Ace 7 offsuit. I wouldn't mind a 3-bet. Whoa!
Very good.
That is a tight fold, not defending an ace. Versus +1.
There. Ah, okay. I
A
knew
little
I
bit
can
snug
do
in a
it.
big blind. A little bit snug. Tom Jones asks a question that is not unusual. He's
You
streaming
have more
online
grabs
tonight,
than
Spraggy.
blast.
I'm not, no.
Another
We
king.
will be streaming all day long. You've
Six
got
for
how
each.
many hours of action here coming up? Hour and a
Longer
half
arms, You
levels.
call it maybe, not hands.
And we're doing 5
Well, I
levels
guess those might be a longer
with
too.
breaks. We're scheduled to be off air at around 10 p.m. European time, which is what, 11 p.m.? Wait, I'm working 11 hours today? I'm working 11 hours today. 9 hours today?
6, 8 raise 3,000.
I didn't agree to this.
10 plus 1 plus.
I didn't agree to this.
4 plus.
Misha, thank you for the kind words. I enjoy it a lot. Nicola Louise Kerrigan says, work, quote unquote.
So you're around 100?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This isn't work? This doesn't qualify? Damn, let's see if it was. Now I'm just having fun. Masterson with a raise. Moore with a pair. We saw a tight fold before. We don't see one now. Heads up to a flop.
Five check.
I do think this is a board where Masterson could just bet range. Every hand that he has raised with, he bets again. His opponent with a lot of hands in the big blind, he's just going to miss a lot.
6, 8, bet 2,500.
Just looking to take down the chips in the middle. 2.5k is the bet. Don't hate a small sizing as well. In spots where you want to bet often and bet range, typically betting small sizings, right?
And 5 full.
Moore sticking around with a pair, of course. Backdoor straight draw working for him as well. Ooh, backdoor set draw working for him. That'll do it.
5 check.
I think how Masterson wants to value bet here and work backwards. Does he make a flush? Yes. Does he have some kings that want to bet? Yes. So it would afford him some bluffing. Opts against with the queen jack, check, check, and picks up a naughty little queen at the river. And you think Murd would be in value mode at this point. I do think once he faces check back on the turn, it's a lot less attractive to go for a check raise. Because even if your opponent was trapping with a king, it's very unlikely that he goes for a big size in a bet call. If he has a hand like king 10 or king 8 or king 9 checking back turn, it's unlikely he goes for a big size and then a call off at the river. So we might just be better off making a big size ourselves. And I think that Masterson would want to play some big bets with a flush, big bets with a set, maybe even some big bets with king jack. And then also have a block size, potentially. So some of his hands he would bet small. Maybe he wants to try and, you know, block if he himself makes a queen, or even a hand like pocket 8s or 9s, he might put in a block. So we'll see where he goes. I would imagine it's big bet with a hand as strong as a set. It is. It's an overbet, 18,000. Which I think is really nice. His opponent is going to, you know, forcibly have to call some of his range, else he'd be bluffed with impunity. And of course, Masterson retains some kings that we can just get max against.
And 8 plus.
Masterson moves out of town with the queen, however, but I like the overbet at the river from
Right, guys. At the end of this break, you guys are going to be playing back on the table 36. We'll move any chips, so please just bring your personal belongings with you. And it'll be table 36.
Mr. Wizzo Wizzo in the foreground. I believe that this will be our feature table when we get back. This is great timing to answer Gary Hill on YouTube's question. This is going to be the feature table upon our return from break.
Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety.
All in.
Go.
No, it's okay. He can call.
That is an all in a call with no cards in the hand. That doesn't count. Ola Shamian,
10 plus.
Mr. Wizzo Wizzo, Dimitar Danchev, Mr. Cool,
6, 1 raise.
and Patrick Yaros.
6 plus.
Ola Shamian with $21.3 million in live earnings. And a man that I once beat heads up to win the 1K Super Tuesday. 1K Thrill. One of them. We play with Wizzo Wizzo a lot. We play with Ola a lot online. Or have done historically. And Cool as well, of course. Mr. Dimitar Danchev. Played with him a lot. And Reese. What's up, Reese? Thank you very much for the super chat. Said quietly, our Brisbane Lions went back-to-back champs this year. Those tricky, tricky Lions. Love that, Reese. Remember when I went to get my Lions jersey last time and nearly broke my foot? I might rock a Lions jersey tomorrow on stream, or maybe after the break we'll get the Brisbane Lions jersey going to celebrate the two-time back-to-back champions. Thank you very much for stopping by, mate. That's magic. Miri Albania, what's up? Hello, mate. How are you? Is this being played in Prague Casino, the small room? No, it's in the Hilton Prague, the big tall one with the atrium. Wonderfully big open atrium in the middle of Hilton Prague Casino. And they always have the PokerStars logo projected on the floor, so when you come down in the lifts of PokerStars, beautiful. Wonderful. Mellors, thank you for the sub as well, mate. Dropping in for 21 months. Zeef, dropping in for 88 months. Let's go on Denmark. We got a Danish player at the table. We got Danish players in the field, Zeef, or what? Thank you for the sub. Doc Soup as well for the 40th month. Happy 40. Happy 40 to you, mate. Thank you, thank you. Galinsky with ace queen suited in the calf. Raising it up, 3,500. More on the button with ace 8. Options include fold, call, or 3-bet. Oscar Masterson is Danish. Thank you, Henrik. There we go. Fold. Fine. Sure. Sure. In the bin. David says, delighted you're doing coverage again, bud. Makes the event so much better. Thanks for doing it. You're welcome. I'm contractually obliged. I've no way out. Despite murmurings in the chat, it's my job. It's work. I had to. I said, I really don't want to do it. You know how much I hate poker. You know how much I hate streaming. But alas. Here we are on the outer table, and we're on the river. It's Oloshemian versus Dimitar Danchev. It's a clash of the titans. The board reading 7, 8, 8, 3, queen. Holler bet 12.5k. And Dimitar has jammed at the river. 7, 8, 8, 3, queen. So Ola bet 12.5k, 12k. Is there a red under there? 12.5. And it looks like Dimitar's all in for about, what's that, 35,000? So it's not too much more. 20,000 more. Jam at the river. Diamond, diamond, heart, diamond, spade. So flush did make it on the turn. Ola with heaps, by the way. Wizzo, Wizzo. With the big stack. Of course, it's an EPT main event. And he does fold the river. What do we got here? Shows a 7 after the old show 1. Fun fact. If your opponent offers to show 1 and then says you can pick either one, they're almost always the same card. That is the cause of the indifference between which one to show. In a fun cash game, maybe not, but typically in tournaments where people don't show too much. Or maybe these guys are playing that you have to show. Sometimes table will do that for fun. Wouldn't surprise me, but normally, not necessarily here, but normally if people say choose one, it's because they're the samesies. As we rejoin our feature table action, and our Danish competitor. Here are Zeeth, Henrik, Masterson with a king 9 in the big blind, flops trips, and Tobias with a c-bet. 2,500 looks like Tobias has raised with an ace and a blank. All will be revealed. And the king 9 check raising the flop. Tobias with the quickest folds in the history of folds, maybe ever. Gagliona says, Spraggy, when you commentary, I want to sleep every time. ... They actually fell asleep at the end here on the keyboards. Maybe I should package up the commentary and sell it as an audiobook for sleep. You know those long YouTube videos, like 10 hours of facts for sleep? 10 hours of Spraggy EPT commentary for sleep. You'll be out like a light. Be like watching an Aaron Baroni stream. Thank you. There's no way we're on break. Already? Okay, one last hand. One last hand. Kirko with a raise. 7k. Jagliona says, little more energy, bro. It's level 1 of day 2. Kirko with a raise. Masterson in the small blind with ace queen. Whatever next? Could we see a 3-bet? Might we see an all-in? 5 days of broadcasting. The energy must be at 100 for the duration. 10 hours a day. Masterson, 10,500. Action back to Kirko. Potential tournament life on the line. Starts the hand with just 20 bigs. Is it time to move? A stare down from Masterson. Intimidating behavior from the Danish player in the small blind. Hoodie up. Kirko out of Finland. All the way to Prague. Is it his time this Christmas? Not a muscle being moved. No facial twitch to betray Masterson's holding. Kirko in the bin. You want that for 10 hours straight for 5 days? About hands. You know, poker is it's a long and winding road sometimes. We're just drinking it in, man. We're just enjoying it. We're cutting to a break shot here. Someone crawling under a table to fix the LED lamps. Beautiful shot over Prague. There is the one of the many squares. And there are your chip counts from the feature table. Diogo Moreira leaves with 104 big blinds. Fabio Mur with the king queen that he tripled off leaves with 100 big blinds. And Kimmo Kirko laid down the sevens and keeps 13 big blinds for level 2 of day 2. We are anticipating heading towards the money today. Being in the money today, the bubble will burst. We've already played days 1A and 1B. And this is day 2 of your main event, €5,000 buy-in. What happens on break? We go on break. We got old hands. Do you want to play old hands, or do you want to play spin and goes?
The blinds are 12,000, 24,000.
Do you want to watch EPT Barcelona from the 90s?
Ante. Oh. And I referenced, Joe, that when we got towards the tail end of season 4, that's when the whole issue with
That's Davide Katai
became a thing, and this event was no exception.
Ripping it with nines,
very clear
like it's 1999.
this being an absolute grind, trying to get down from 9 to 8, which of course is where play would end for the night, with the final 8 returning.
Hub, hub, hub. Spin and go, hub, hub, hub.
Final table.
Hub, hub, hub. It's spin and go, hub, hub, hub on break. What do we got? 15 minutes to play some $100 spins. Croaks is going to correct my pronunciation of Moor. What are we doing? Moor? 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 Educate me. Let's play some spins on break, shall we? More. More like more. More like more. Like more. Fabio Moore. Thank you. Now, what we do have to do here . First of all, we've got to log into PokerStars. You guys know this site, right? Online card room site. Let's log in here. You will notice that we are back in the greatest hub on the internet. It is, of course, the Spin and Go hub. The Spin and Go Championship is returning for Paris. There are going to be many ways to qualify. I have not qualified yet. I don't know whether I will, but I will play some Spin and Goes today. Our record today is not this. It will refresh once we get into our first one. But our record since we started at EPT Malta is $4,200 spins played, in for $4,200, out for $4,700 for a net profit of $500. We do have that rogue $3 spin in there, which we won, I guess? No, lost. No, we won it. It's because we're up another 3. Anyway, I digress. Let's play a $100 spin on break, shall we? 100 United States dollars. Spin and Go challenge for the snowball. Casino snowball challenge, poker snowball challenge. I've already opted into the snowball challenge, haven't I? Have you guys opted into the snowball challenge? Do opt into the snowball challenge if you're playing. 2 million in giveaways over this month between poker and casino. I think it's 800k in poker. For the first week, I got an $11 ticket, but a lot of people in the Discord got 109 tickets. At least 2 people who posted in the Discord got a 109 ticket and an 11 ticket. So if you're playing on Stars, opt in. There's a lot of prize draws in the Snowball Challenge. I digress, but do make sure you're opted in if you're playing. Here we go. A Spin and Go is a fast-paced 3-player tournament. Once 3 players are registered, a random draw decides the prize pool. Yes, I know. And here we go. We're back in the greatest hub on the internet. And we're playing for 300 United States dollars. I've got to make sure that this animation, you can't see my cards when they fly in. Did you see it? So I have to turn the animated bit off, right? So it doesn't like fly in like that. Animation. Card animation off. They're all in first hand. It's king, queen against king, queen. Hey, streamer, funny thing is that Kirko means king in Finnish. Ah, okay. Was that better? You didn't see anything, right? Oh, no, I can't remember how to... How do I reveal my hand now? I forgot what my hotkey is. I've got ace, queen. I've got ace, queen. We need help. We need help. Minus 100. Minus 100. It would behoove us to find out what the hotkey was. To reveal the hand. Otherwise we'll play blind like that. We did lose $100 though. It's not a great start to the break, is it? It says here, equals. Show spin and go card blocker. PNG2. We'll play again. But let's work this out first. Do. Hotkeys. In the Spin and Go hub. That work? I'm well equipped to play another one. Oh, we need this open as well so that we track the Spin and Goes. Thank you, Mrs. Ugler. Thank you. Does that mean that it missed the first one? Wouldn't that be a shame if we don't get it, if our first one doesn't count? Wouldn't that be a shame? If at first you don't succeed. $1 million, $1 million, $1 million. Not quite. 200. This is to get even. This is a call, right? Ace deuce, 15 bigs. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Mate, we can't start the week off buried. Minus 200. No more breaks. EPT will now be playing through with no breaks. It's going to cost me $500 an hour. $1 million. $1 million. That's the quickest 200 I've lost. In a little while. 300. Okay, this is to get even. We're in the hot seat. We're right where we need to be. We'll get it corrected. Games played 1. Total balance 5. This is a lie. This is a lie at the moment. Oh my goodness, we will snap. We've got pocket jacks. Can I get a hold? Can I get a hold? We are heads up for $300, my friends. We are heads up for 300 United States dollars right here on PokerStars. No, we're not. The guy's still got chips. I lied. Oh, yeah, he's trying to get read on me because I'm playing live. Shit. I forgot we were live. Weird, are you watching right now? Trying to get reads on me? Or what? Cool. I don't know, man. How much ace-x flats pre in these spins? I guess you're going to flat some ace-x, right? I got this hand. You flat a lot of aces pre-flop at 15 blinds versus button steal in this thing. Oh, mate, he check raised 8-6 and made the 8 on the turn. Isn't that sick? I don't think he has much ace-x. He obviously agrees that he can jam an 8 on the turn for value. That's really vile, actually. That's really upsetting. You know that? That's really upsetting. We're not heads up for $300. Not yet. Can I get a hold? King deuce against jack deuce. Spade! There's no justice. King deuce against jack deuce makes a jack. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. We gotta work hard for it from here. We do. We gotta fold. What disaster this 8-6 off against my 6s is. What disaster. King queen against 6-9. The 6-9 with a spin back in. Biggest spin in spin and go history. We're folding the button. It's not a good hand. Queen 5. No. King deuce is the biggest card. I'm third of 3 now. I said we were heads up once upon a time. What a crazy lie that turned out to be. Have we got a call here for 5 bigs, 5-4 suited? I think so. 40%. I don't think we can pass it up. Number goes up. Chop it. My goodness, what a chop. Goodness me. I got a big hand here. Go on the jacks. We're so back. We've never... 3. Oh, don't call it. Don't call it. We've never been more back. Longest spin and go in the history of the industry, or what? Longest 3-handed ever? I'm all in. Have they got a pair? We got to win this flip. We have to. Come on. Heads up. Now we're heads up for $300. And we're chip leader. Don't call it a comeback. I was going to jam too. I don't know if I should. Check 7 ahead. We need boosts in the chat now more than ever. Now more than ever. Thought he was going to time out, then I thought he was giving up. Okay, that's the actual scores on the doors. That's the actual scores on the doors. King high. Good. Love a king high. I do love a king high. Flip for $300. Spade. We're a favorite. Not now. Come on. Come on. We're a favorite on the flop. We can't get there. No 9, no jack, no 10, no spade, no nothing. And he gets kings next hand. No, it's a disaster. 7. No. Oh, mate. Jack 10 against 5s for $300. And the flip goes the wrong way. Minus 300. It's not a good start to EPT Prague. It's not a good start to EPT Prague. Okay, okay. We're back. Same lineup. Chao Paulo. Weird. Nearly revealed my hand then. Oh god. First hand. Pair on the button. Counterfeit. Hey, we're grinding all week, baby. We're grinding all week, baby. Same lineup. When are we back in action? Soon, I hope. Soon, I hope. The $100 spin and go player pool is going to be absolutely delighted with me this week. So generous. Oh, I won a showers badge here. We've made another achievement. I have Jack 10. I check back. River. Nice little milker on the turn though. Chip lead for us. So the new achievement, the showers, is losing the first hand of a spin and go. That's the achievement. Achievement unlocked. Achievement unlocked. I wear my badge with shame. Good little hand, good little hand. Got to raise call the king 7. Just dead on the flop though? No sweat even? Alright, I see. Okay, sure. Take it all. All the aces. We've just started, 300 each. Back to square one. What's the max $100 spin can be? $1 million. Are $100 spins beatable pre-rate back? I don't know. You know what? I don't know. I don't know enough about the spin and go economy. I'd imagine for some people, you know, very, very sharp spin and go strategy. For me, I'm probably not beating these guys at spins. I'm probably making too many marginal EV mistakes. And by marginal, who knows? Maybe they're big. How long we got? When does EPT resume? Can't see that, it's too small. Some amount of time. We can't possibly lose $500 on break. That would be not a great start to our spin and go grind. Wouldn't it? It wouldn't be good. I was going to win $500 on break. That was my plan. That was my goal, my lofty ambition. Was to come away a winner. Look at Weird chipping up, winning all the chips on the bottom. Take your time. Take your time. Rolling blind with the Spraggy. A7. Hold. I don't want to see it. I don't need to see it. Not today. Oh my god. A 6 on the river. We lose to Queen 6? We'd have been heads up with a chip lead, but a 6 on the river? Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. That might be the nail in the proverbial coffin. We're rejoining EPT Prague as well. It might be a minus $500 break. I hope it doesn't get much worse. It's pretty bottom run, isn't it? Blinds are up. I ain't got many of them. 3? 3 of them? Do your thing, 6-4. Oh, just dead on the flop for me. No sweat for me. Worst break ever. And we're back in the room for your main event. We will have other tournaments running in Prague. I don't know what else is running today. Throughout the course of the broadcast, we will try and catch up with people, players in other tournaments, winning money elsewhere. The EPT, not just the main, but a whole festival across 2 weeks, including the Open and the EPT. You know, regional first, then EPT second, but 2 weeks typically.
It is. I know. It's not cold. It's great.
And here we are back on the feature. That is Mr. Olasherian. Wizza.
Really?
Somebody's watching me.
Cool. If you feel somebody's watching you, probably medicine. It's the correct way to go. She agrees.
What medicine?
I don't know, some kind. Yeah. Just go see him, have an appointment with some professional and ask for something. Also, the fact that someone is paranoid doesn't mean that no one is watching him, actually. Someone can still be watching.
Thank you for expertise. Great job.
I have a lot of experience.
Great job.
Someone's watching.
What are we talking about here? Psychosis, by the sounds of it? By the sounds of it. All right, we're just waiting to get back into
Last
play.
time I said at this table, I made a lot of money. I really want to make as much money this time.
I believe the guy talking there is Gabby Litchett. So here's the confirmed prize pools. The winner will take home over €1 million. Final table is guaranteed 94,150 for the top 9. Total prize pool coming in towards the €6 million mark. You can hear Toby Stone in the background just announcing the prize pool and the confirmed pairs to everybody in the room to applause.
That's all the prizes will be up on our screens very shortly. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy the rest of your day.
How many runners does that mean we got then, folks?
Main event players and dealers will returning to small blind 1,000, big blind and ante 2,000. 1K, 2K, dealers restart play, please.
1,224 entries in EPT Prague. This is the start of level 12 on day 2. 360 players remain. And as you can hear Glenn announcing in the background, Glenn, one of our wonderful floors at PokerStars, 1K, 2K with a 2K ante. One of my favorite blind levels because it's very easy to
That one you mean?
divide stacks by 2, isn't it? Hopefully.
I remember Blanco Negro losing aces to aces in that one.
Oh yeah, I remember the second.
And being very sad about it.
So it will be 183 players in the money. 360 left, 183 get paid. Starting second is 30,000.
Couple of rest of
I mean,
life.
he was
Couple of rest of life.
he was like he was a legend back then, like online. I mean,
I feel like these guys are going to be a very chatty
he still
table.
played, but he probably never.
Gabby Livshits
really
likes
lit
a
up.
likes a
You know what I
chat.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
like, I mean, stop being like a mega pro, whatever, like a celeb pro, whatever.
For the like why? No sense. There's no sense.
Okay, I lost aces for like 5 million ICM or something. What did you do recently?
Exactly, when somebody tells him a bad beat, he's gonna roll his eye. Oh.
Yeah. You wanna hear bad beats, bro? You wanna hear, you wanna know real shit? It's a bad beat story.
We are 3 ways to the flop for the first hand then. Adani in the big blind. Choosing to bet the flop having checked through.
Enrico.
Conce with the call, 10-8 of diamonds. His hand is best. Adani with the gut shot. Bricks out. Will probably feel like he can represent a lot of strong hands from the big blind. Has very good coverage of 2 pairs. Player in the big blind is going to have your jack 3 suited, your 7 3 suited, your jack 8s, your jack 7s. His 5 6 gets there. So he's choosing to bluff again with the queen 9. I don't dislike it. And Conce quickly releases the 10 and the 8. Great start to this feature table for Adani. Little double barrel bluff. Little 2 streets. And just making sure everybody is indeed mic'd up. So we've got Patrick Yaros at the F feature table as well. It's Gabby Livshits in the green. That, of course, is Mr. Wizzo Wizzo. You've got Takumi Adani in a black hoodie here, bluffing the first hand and getting it through, and
I have to fold.
folding versus the hijack open.
My friend, you don't have to show that like, you don't have a hand, you know.
Be careful when you look at your hand, because I almost saw something.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Anyway, I know you're scared, you know.
Yeah,
Like if you, it's not help that you show 7 deuce folding. It's okay. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety.
How many times do you think Patrick's going to sing Anxiety today?
they are gonna get a copyright strike on YouTube because
Thank
we are
you.
singing that song. They are gonna close the stream.
If he gets me banned, you just said you're going to get a copyright strike. If he gets me banned singing that song, don't encourage him. He might try and get shut down. Don't know how Patrick Yaros feels about Spraggy TV.
The real question is, why I play 5-day tournament?
Conce with the 10s.
Drinking is not allowed here. Really? Yeah.
Ah, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Breathing either.
Got you. It's okay, my friend.
Just kidding.
And live shits with the defend of the 6-5. King 6-4 is the flop.
Come on,
Cons from early position definitely could just go for
No.
a range C bet
Allah
hit.
is nice guy. I know he's gonna stop it. I will tell him as well.
Does choose to bet his hand. I don't think Gabby will be folding, of course. 3,000 is the bet. I don't think we're in a spot where we want to use this one as a bluff or any ideas of a check raise. Seems like a hand that naturally would like to call. Let's see how Mr. Liveshits feels about it. Sure. Off to a turn card. Ace of hearts. Very interesting turn. Obviously a flush completer. But when it's the ace of hearts on board, it does mean that the player in early position doesn't have that many flushes. Since, you know, the suited hands they open are ace x suited and king x suited a lot of the time. So with the king and the ace both accounted for, I think Gabby will feel like he, you know, has a flush more often. The 10 of hearts does bring some flushes back into play for Conch. We can see that he makes a set. Be interesting to see how Gabby feels about his hand, whether he wants to bluff from this region now. He will peel the flop with something like 5-7, maybe 7-8. Yeah, but does decide to go for a bet with the 6-5. Bluffs it for 8,000. Gets quickly picked off by a set. No heart in sight for either of these players. And the 2 10s will take it down. But I think a pretty astute bluff here from Gabby Liveshits. Just realizing that, you know, he doesn't have enough showdown value. He's at the bottom of his range. He's going to want to find a bluff to balance out when he has a good heart that wants to bet. But in turn, a nice pickup from Conch, who perhaps in turn realizes he doesn't have that many flushes. Picks it off with the 10s. Bluff called. Bluff called. So Conch again coming in for some action. This is Attila Conch from Hungary. Couple of 7s. Adani in the cutoff with a couple of 3s.
How was the previous table you had? Action?
Well, 3s are in the bin. No set mine.
I won most spots, so it was nice for me.
But Dimitar Danchev defends with a king and a something.
Not bad.
If it's a 10 or a 9, he's laughing. If it's anything else, he's cooked.
But not long time. We only play 50 minutes.
3,000. Conch again with the underpair to the flop, deciding to bet versus a big blind. 3,000.
Over there. My friend is blinding off his stack over there. They have such a nice game on cash.
Dimitar decides to peel.
He plays other game?
I do think at this depth we'll see a lot of check raising of king 10.
Non-stop from yesterday.
He's gonna come later,
So
or?
if we're playing guess the hand, I think I would rule out king 10. We might see king 9. I think we're of course going to see a peel from king jack and king queen. Danchev checks the turn in flow. Check to a river. I think that's a very good card for Dimitar. If I think about the ways he calls king X on the flop, it's going to be king jack. It's going to be king queen.
You just stuck, you know.
It might be king 9. It might be king 5 off. But I think in general this run out's quite good for his kings. Like he's not going to have king 7
Yeah.
with a diamond, right?
Good day off. I needed to rest.
He does check. So I believe we're more likely looking at a king and a 9. If we're checking, I think king queen could block. I think king jack could block. He might go for the greedy check raise with king jack since he has the super nut straight.
All day.
Let's see if Conch wants to turn his 7s into a bluff. He does. I think this is a very nice find from Conch. We're just trying to fold out a 9, fold out a 10, even fold out an 8. You know, if your opponent has a hand like 7-8, peeling the flop with the open ender, we're turning those 7s into a bluff. 15,000 is about a pot-sized bet. And that makes every hand that isn't a jack very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
No.
Because Conch can very credibly have
150 after 10 minutes. And then
Ace Jack,
would win more.
King Jack taking a free card himself,
That's a good tournament.
Jack 10, Jack 9, bet flop, take a free one, sure. So Conch has a lot of Jack X in his range still. Realizes that his 7s aren't good. And I believe that Dimitar probably just folded a King 9.
Second day you play final. It's perfect for me.
I think it's good.
I like a bit deeper structure, but
So twice in 2 hands we've seen a player take a pair and turn it into a bluff.
There we have many more like other events. So
yeah.
Correctly
to
recognizing,
have like one fast.
but they don't have the showdown value where, you know, some players might feel like, oh, I have a pair, I'll show it down, maybe I win.
Registration longer in
But
this
twice we see players here at the feature table turn a pair into a bluff with good results.
Everyone.
And long may it
happy to
continue, I
fire
say.
One more, I guess.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
You know?
Yeah, they get like 2, maybe 180.
You can raise 4,000.
Yash with the 4s. Ola with the 10s. And we will see a lot of this, quite standard, just calling rather than 3-betting the 10s. We're 80 big blinds deep. So some uncomfortable situations if we 3-bet, narrow the range and get 4-bet. You see the 10s just sliding in for a call a lot more in 2025. Do we have any Romanian pronunciation experts in the chat? Nijo? Nejo? Couple of 7s. King 9-3. Everybody a little bit upset. Yaush, the pre-flop aggressor. Ola with the call versus EP. And 7s joining the bandwagon in the cutoff. Everybody checks 2 a turn. Everybody even more upset. 2 chances to hit a set, and everybody is 0-2. And unlike the previous hands, where there's some incentive to turn a pair into a bluff, I think everybody here quite content to just move towards showdown. Ola maybe versus another check from Yarosh might feel like he has a value proposition. Yeah, he does. Just quite an honest decision so far from Wizzo. Checking back flop, going for value on the turn. Both players fold. Ola will pick one up. Looks like he's having an incredible start. 305,000 chips.
You can stand up, you know.
The Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly. If a tumbleweed is rolling on the table, would be priceless.
Indeed.
You see, me and Patrick said the same hairdresser. Like,
yeah?
Yes, we go to the same hairdresser in Israel.
I don't agree, my friend.
Get them together and put them to fight, so to see who is better, who got a better hairdresser.
But now it's kind of long. I didn't have time because I have to grind every day.
A really working man.
Shout out to Maor from Yavne. Maybe it gets to him.
Maybe I can go to him.
Yeah, maybe you should. Yeah. He's a magician.
He needs to be for this thing.
Like if he 3-bet now, it's kind of, I don't know. I say 3% on the stream. Just relax, enjoy the moment.
Heads up to a flop. Danchev with the open on the button. Conch with a call of ace-10. And Dimitar flops very well indeed with the flush draw. I think can allow himself some betting. Has good equity. Gets to fold some king highs. Gets to fold maybe some ace highs with a bet.
Will there be shot clock in this tournament?
Maybe after the ITM?
Day 3.
Day 3?
Day 3 is a shot clock.
Yeah,
Yep.
They should put it from the start.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. They
Dimitar
made
with
a
about
fold,
23 big
so
blinds.
We are gonna get it for sure.
Okay.
I think so.
Bets 5,000 chips. And Conch with a kind of awkward hand. We never really want to call here when we don't have a heart.
I'm not 100%
And I think
sure.
just
Because
ace
I
high, a
also
little
like
bit
there
too
to be,
strong.
like,
Isn't going to
one
make
minute
too
where
many
you don't
pairs,
have
right? A lot of the pairs versus 25 big blinds on the button
But I
are
also
going to
see the
3-bet and
reason
get it
for
in
it.
pre-flop. So you
Yeah.
have to be stubborn with your ace
But
highs.
in the main event, it's different though because you can take time here. and there,
Danchev
like,
takes the lead on the
not
turn
be
with a pair of
stressed
sevens.
about
Double
it, and
flush draw
someone can
board.
call the clock as well.
Has coverage of one of
After
them.
2 minutes or something.
I
I
did an
see your
offer
point.
about this, like say like you have like normal time banks, and then like you can have like one time bank, which is like an
Like
extend,
a half an
extended-
hour.
Not half an hour, but say like extend, like instead of like 30 seconds.
And wow, it goes
so
to the
like
check
2
check.
minutes time.
Really
But you can only use
unlikely pick off on the river.
Would be
The
nice.
ace of
then, like,
clubs.
okay, say you were like first.
A very clean out for
massive
Conch.
decision, then you can use it.
And Dimitar, an experienced professional, will realize that
Prefer 5,
with a
6,
lot of the
7
pairs
street.
Personally, as well.
not in the
but
small blind
for
range,
the-
it's a very
but
ace high
not
dense
everyone
call, so
will
he's not going to
approve
try and
this,
bet on the
so-
ace. He rolls his eyes as well. He might. Best hand on the turn, had the insurance of the flush draw, but an offsuit ace, very unlucky.
5 seconds per decision would
I
be
do think that perhaps there's an argument for Conch to
even putting
maybe
the
find a
chips
lead
in
at the
5
river.
seconds is a tough thing.
No, but honestly, the first higher tournaments I played,
maybe
I-
some argument
I
for
spent
that.
all the time
It goes
mixing.
check check. He'll pick one up. Dimitar,
You
Danchev
know, it wasn't that.
gets shorter.
But then I was prepared for that.
Well, you have a tournament where it's all gone in a few hands, and others you don't use any. Depends on how you run.
First levels you shouldn't use any actually, I think. Like,
So this is the pronunciation.
17.
This is the phonetic spelling that, unfortunately, I'm very. Nigoi. Nigoi.
Call.
Collar is all in with the sevens. We know this much. Poker is a language I can speak. Ace jack suited, calling in the +2. Oh, Dimitar waking up with it. Shortened in the last hand with the ace at the river. We've got a 17,000 chip shove. That's 8.5 big blinds. Ace jack suited with the call in early position. And Dimitar with 20 bigs, yeah. He has to commit the rest of his chips for 41,000. We've got 2 players all in. And Yarosh wakes up with ace queen suited behind. It's a really interesting spot, right? Because the threshold for these guys stacking off.
okay.
We're looking at 8.5 big blinds, a call, and then 20 big blinds all in.
Nobody can see this.
Nobody can see it. We can all see it. It's a little bit tight, but I get it, right?
41 each.
And the interesting spot now for, Igoi is he won't love his hand. Sort of, but the E at the end is pronounced like the E in red. Igoa? Igoa? Ijoa? Red. Ijoa. He's not going to like his hand versus this action, but the price is quite good. And if he's up against hands like these, he's going to be in... he's going to be
World of Pain.
in okay shape. But obviously we're going to see a lot of ace queens, a lot of ace kings. I wonder how often Dimitar is jamming a hand like 8s, 9s. You know, how often does he find the flip? Don't think he has a hand like, king, queen. Don't think he has ace 10. So ace jack suited is fairly miserable, unless it's this exact configuration.
Okay, let's give a bad beat.
Let's give a bad beat, he says. He's going to love what he's seeing. He's going to love what he's seeing. Ace jack suited against the 10s, against the 7s. We, of course, did see one ace in the bin.
Give me my cards back, please.
Yarosh wants his ace queen suited back.
Bottom of the barrel.
Pocket queens.
Yeah, the price is just too good. He had to call off 24,000 to win a pot of 56,000, so...
Something with queen.
Don't forget in poker, it's not about getting it in with the best hand. It's about getting it in with enough equity given your price. Collar shaking his head, he's very upset. You know what they say on these EPTs? 7's always coming. It's a lie, of course. It's king,
Okay,
king,
definitely give me
10.
my cards back.
King, king, queen, excuse me. And no hope for Nijoa.
It was bot.
Because the 10 will now give Danchev a full house. No hope on the straight draw, at least. A deuce is inconsequential. A jack or an ace would see a double elimination. At the moment, Collar is the only player headed for the showers.
It's a classic.
Wow.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
I don't
There
want
is
my
no
cards
lie.
back. It's okay.
You heard it?
Yeah.
No, I win the side books. I win
The 7
First bucket.
is always coming. It is a 7. Goodness me.
On flop, I say I feel 7 coming.
I made
We see 0 eliminations.
not very.
3 players all in. Everybody
You
remains.
have Queen Jack or what?
The status quo prevails. Dimitar Danchev with another very frustrating river card. We saw the ace in the hand moments ago when he had the jack 7 of hearts. And now a 7 is the dagger.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
You know what they
Not
say,
the best,
right?
not the worst.
Yeah,
It's always coming.
Please
seven.
keep it on spot.
Not the best. Not the worst.
Yeah.
It's always coming 7. You got to believe in something. That's true, Robsy. You got to believe in something. And around here, we believe the 7 is always coming, and there it is. Survival for Collar. He's not just surviving, he's thriving. That's the joy of it. Nearly busted out, but instead tripling up. What a game, what a life. Blinds, 1K, 2K. Welcome in if you're just joining us. This is the Spraggy TV watch-along. We've got a field of 335 players remaining from 1,224. We are paying out 183 players, and today's broadcast will see us play, I think, into that money. We're playing 5 levels of an hour and a half. This is your second level of the day. And Conscious raising in the cutoff with Jack 10 offsuit. Collar with some newfound wealth. 25 big blinds deep. Ace 5 to a flop. Ace in the window. Great start.
It was priced in. It was priced in.
100%.
We got Larry Susan in the chat. So what up, Larry Susan?
Insert the meme guy with the numbers in front of him. You know.
Much love to you.
Space
Crook
too.
says, Spraggy, I called in sick today for work for the first time in 4 years. I don't care enough. They're all little slugs with no personality.
Fold. This suits.
That's a sackable offence by the sounds of it.
100%. 100%.
Crooks, feel better.
If you feel I'm randomizing,
He
just
didn't
like
take the
move
day
up
off to watch EPT streams. He's sick.
Easier call.
Clubs are the.
He wouldn't.
the suit, yeah.
Clubs used to be. I'm not sure.
Contra with a C-bet, 7,000 chips. It's a big size on Ace-9-6.
Underperforming. Clubs are underperforming.
It's kind of a meaty C-bet, isn't
No,
it?
clubs are underrated, you know. You make this flash, nobody see. Nobody can see.
I do think when you take the sizing,
100% spades.
you're dissuading some of the 6x even from continuing. Certainly dissuading a lot of the king high floats. You're going to narrow your opponent's range around ace-x, around 9x. Bowie in the chat describes it as a girthy bet.
Something about it.
My favorite
Hard to disagree.
6-bet hand for bluff.
Sure.
Collar immediately uncomfortable with his ace. Giving off a few tells as well. You know, if he does decide, I think he will decide and should decide to continue. But giving off a little bit of a tell about the strength of his hand, he does look unhappy with it.
Poker used to be different a long time ago.
But I mean, it is just a C-bet from the cutoff versus the big blind.
You use 9 offs and stuff. Like, you know.
Wow.
I know.
Talk about this bet size dissuading a 6 from continuing. He's dissuaded an ace from continuing.
And then there was 3 players like Calvin in the same final table, and everyone was like clicking with 9 deuce. Unreal.
What they did, like they 3-betting, 9
I mean,
betting, 5-betting, didn't matter.
Cards really did it. Like it actually felt like they were like competing in who has the more random hand to do this.
The
like,
5-bet.
Yeah. Like,
Maybe they had a pro bet. No.
like
But
ace,
it was
like
probably-
A7 off. That's
No, it
not
was
good.
just the meta. In
Yeah,
that time.
that was just
Raise.
5 raise.
It's a while ago.
6 5. 6 7 5.
Folding an ace, very tight fold, very tight laydown. I think you might see this a lot though, right? I think this is just found all those chips.
It's coming
just
back.
found a triple up. Faces a big size,
Bringing
wants
it
to
back.
stay out of a tough decision.
Fuck.
Just folds.
1 5. 3 5.
Obviously, we don't want to really be defending ace 5 and then folding versus a c-bet from the cutoff. But hey, if you're getting bad vibes, you don't like it, get
In
out
my
of town,
first
man.
EPT main, I called 4-bet,
Sometimes.
6-bet folded versus Rubinho and some hand.
Robinho.
Yeah, and a hand.
3
I
ways
would,
to a
like,
flop.
And also, like, not the best client to do this against. And I would never call 4-bet this hand. Like, I mean, it's a clear fold now. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, and back then it felt like a
Funny
good.
because in the first EPT I ever played, that guy went crazy and
Yeah.
crushed everyone like 5-bet.
That's the one he won?
In 4-bet pot.
The one he won, or no?
He was final table in the end in Berlin. I don't know. He didn't win.
No, I think he won London or something.
Yeah, he was final 2 tables, so final table.
5 check.
But yeah, it was fun. I was like, what is this guy doing? Like, this is crazy.
Well, despite the
years
flush
ago.
draw and the 2 overs of conch, we are seeing this check down.
Yeah.
Every player with the ace high, Conch's kicker is going to play,
Then I busted really stupid.
and he opts for a showdown. Everybody does showdown. Conch will showdown the winning ace high. I think these guys, Gabby and Ola, just talking about the meta of 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, which is kind of coming back in a little bit. A lot of pre-flop aggression, certainly in the online streets at the moment. Lots of small 3-betting, which in turn is inviting a lot of small 4-betting because you want to bluff more against it. So kind of what is old is new again.
Very nice to have deep run in my city, end of the year.
To win something, Santa took $1 million. Up.
This is your, you sure?
Sorry. that's
Ah, okay.
If I don't like it, we switch. Now the computer is gonna be confused.
6 plus 6 7
Sorry, but
8 plus 10 plus 6 1 plus.
I'm just trying to catch a lot of the table chat here. I don't want to talk over these guys too much. But if they get too boring, I will just commentate more. But interesting chat.
We should play with showing cards. Whoever win the pot has to show.
One card or both?
Both. Ooh. Anyway, we don't have to spend time later checking,
That's a pretty big flop
good
for
for
the
everyone.
10-7 of diamonds, isn't it? It's a pretty darn good flop. Goes check, check, blind versus blind. Turn is a queen. One swing at the straight flush, bricked. Adani first to out with the 5s. Happy to try and steer his hand closer to showdown. Obviously blind v blind, range is very wide, 5s. Plenty reasonable enough to try and show down a winner against some king high, jack high, whatever. The board straightens out. Nijoa does hit. Maybe not in the way that he might have enjoyed hitting, but makes 2 pair. I think he has a very clear value bet now. 6,000 in the middle. And Adani in this line going to be wanting to call with a lot of his pairs. If he has a 7, if he has a 6, probably has to flick it in. Given how he plays other parts of his range, given how weak he's going to be, given how much weakness he's showed, and Nijoa, the door is open for him to bluff with a jack 4, a jack 5, a king 3, an ace deuce even, he might turn into a bluff now. To try and fold out a 6, right? So he goes for 6k, it's pot. I think he can bet pot. because I don't think that Adani checks too many better hands than the 10 and the 7. Adani does let the 5s go. Somebody in the chat asked actually, are they allowed to talk during a hand? Absolutely, yeah. Jaywit. Players can talk whilst the pot is ongoing. Obviously, they can't talk about anything that they might have folded or anything about the hand. I think there's some sort of courtesy of, let's say the pot gets really big as we just head out into the field. Ricardo Pinto is a gold pass winner, my friends. So he is playing having cashed in a gold pass, which you can win on PokerStars, of course. That is Dylan McGowan, who is a €5.50 online qualifier. So you know every time I sit here and say satellites are running for €5.50, Dylan played one. And now he's playing the EPT in Prague main event. Umberto Ruggeri came 3rd in 2023 and 11th last year. That's some pedigree in Prague. And there is the back of Ognan Dimov, who you may know as Coco Jambo online. And we see in the back of him, with a coat on, walking out of the room, because good news for everybody else, one of the fiercest competitors in the field, Ognan Dimov, has been eliminated. But yeah, I think there's some courtesy if you're at a table, and the pot gets to a certain size, and you know you don't really want to be talking across people who are playing a big pot, or maybe once it gets to a certain size, you don't talk at all. But I think when you're playing, you know, it's like single raise pots and 3 ways, 4 ways, and checking down, the conversation is more reasonable to be flowing. It's just something to be aware of, right? It's pretty obvious when there's like a big intense moment, and let's say the player in the middle of 2 people is in a big pot. You don't really want to be chatting across him. But yeah, you can talk. You just can't be like, hey, I folded 2 6s, everybody. Or something absurd. A few other questions in the chat as well. We'll just cycle back now that we've got a action's not so thick and fast, shall we say. Someone asked, Doyle Smith
Very good.
asked whether the aim of the stream was to, is the intent for your stream to offer more technical and strategy-based commentary? Not really. But my intention is to make it entertaining, is to have as much fun as we can have. I think we'll have a lot over the next 5 days. But also, we are watching poker, right? So when we're talking about the poker hands,
all your betting units are getting called.
as we see Gabby Lifshitz put it all in for his last 19k, he's only got 10 bigs. Jams versus button and runs into the king-queen. Gabby Lifshitz in bad shape and facing elimination. You know, we're talking about poker, and as someone who plays a lot of these main events, you know, I've played every EPT main event for the last 5 years. So I've played, whatever, 4 or 5 a year for the last 5 years. And obviously I play a lot of poker. I do think we want to talk about how the players think about hands. No help for Gabby on the flop.
It's not a miss. Sit down.
Okay, turn it. Okay. Turn.
Give him a sweat. Let's have a sweat.
Okay.
That's not a sweat.
Ah, this trick. We know this trick.
So that's why I said like.
I didn't need to see that necessarily.
Game guy.
GG.
No jack on the river. Gabby Lifshitz, good game. Eliminated. 323 remaining in the field. 183 will be paid. Yeah, so to answer the question about technical analysis, I do think we want to talk about, you know, poker strategy and why people are doing what they're doing without making it overcomplicated or overbearing, right? To understand why someone might take a size is interesting. To understand why someone might bet is interesting, or why they might check. Just trying to explain or think about why players are doing something that might not be immediately obvious to people watching the broadcast. But I don't want to like clog it up too much. We're not going to bust out a solver and be like, blah, 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 you know? Got to be fun. We're here for a good time. We're here for a good time, aren't we, Bowie? Bowie says, I remember some big multi-way pot, first WSOP main event I played. A recreational folded the turn versus some bet and a call and slammed the table on the river on a particular completing card with two blokes still heads up. It's quite amusing. Do you remember when Do you remember the big argument back in the day between Sean Shakan and Mike Matasan WSOP main event? Where it's like a 6 on the turn and Sean Shakan was like... Because he obviously folded pocket sixes or something. You can't do that. But people do it. You know? What they'll do is they'll react and then they'll like whisper something to their person next to them, which is obviously like, I folded pocket 2s when it's a 2 on the turn or something. Just very poor form. But people do it. Obviously. Because people are more concerned with their own frustration than they are with the integrity of the game. And that is a damn shame. Oloshemian raises ace-10 suited. Collar calls in the hijack and Adani 3-bets the 8s. Squeeze on the 8s. And Ola going nowhere. Given how tight we've seen Collar playing before, I don't imagine we'll see him continue here. I think that is a good decision. An unsurprising one. So we're heads up. We're about 55 big blinds deep. And a monotone flop. King 10-3, all hearts. Adani the 3-better. He has the benefit of playing in position. And quite a quick check back. A jack of clubs on the turn. Certainly means that Adani is very... upset with the position of his hand. I think Ola is going to be defending some smaller pairs, but largely in this Broadway region, right? Ola's going to have hands like the ace-10, the king-queen, the queen-jack. So Ola has very good coverage of this board. And it's Ola Shemian's tournament so far. We're just mere spectators. The board runs out to Broadway for him. I think Ola has to decide, where does his EV come from here? How does Ola's hand make money? Does he make money by betting and getting called by 2 pairs? Or does he make money by checking and getting his opponent to bluff? I think he won't expect hands like 7s, 8s, and 6s, even 9s, the bottom end of the straight, to 3-bet that often. I think he'll be more concerned with trying to get paid by a queen 10, or even something like a pot controller. I mean, it's unlikely that his opponent has king 10 or king jack maybe in this line. But I think he's deciding that he's going to try and get called by 2 pairs, or even an unlikely set, right? His opponent could have a hand like pocket queens. Doesn't like the flop, picks up a set of the river. So Ola goes for the 11k, goes for the block size. Adani knows what's up. He's got to fold the 8s. Great run out for Wizzo. Very cool. Very cool. Ola Shevin's got, what, 8 million chips? At 1k, 2k? Hand 47. New player arrives.
Hello, welcome.
Ersin Ekal from Switzerland.
Welcome.
With a wonderful PokerStars zip hoodie. Look at that. You see the subtle black on black spade, red spades, black spades, I suppose. And the red setting off the black. Sharp. If he plays cards the way he dresses, we're in for a treat.
Not enough chips.
Queen 5 suited. Welcome to table. Ekal in the cutoff. 175,000 chips. Ooh. I love it. Comes in for the raise in the cutoff. Fold the big blind. Fold the small blind. Yarosh in the big blind with the 10-8 offsuit. Minimum raise. Time to dance. A little dance. Queen 10 Jack Broadway board. And Ekal with the top pair. Again, situation where the big blind's gonna peel a lot, miss a lot. Probably a lot of betting. Goes for the half pot size. Fine. Yarosh with the third pair, with the 10 of clubs, with a gut shot as well. Don't forget he'd make a straight on a 9, so his hand a lot more attractive than many in his range. He's sticking around. In spots where you're going to miss a lot and fold a lot, if you do connect, you have to be stubborn. 3 of spades. Checking again. I do think that Ecal still has a hand that wants to try and drive value. But it might decide maybe there's some checking with this top pair, this weak top pair. Especially at this depth, getting check raises on the turn is very, very bad, uncomfortable. But still trying to put some money in here versus a jack, versus some flush draws, versus something with a 9 in it, something with a king in it. He goes for 14,000, which is meaty. Girthy. Girthy bet. What does this mean for Yarosh's hand? Still beating a lot of the bluffs, right? We might expect Ecal to barrel something like a king and a 5, a king and a 6. So we can definitely still have the winner. Decides to let it go. Show one card announced.
We play this here, no?
Yeah?
No.
I don't.
He says we're playing show one card.
We should play. We should play. 1 card or 2 cards, guys. Everybody in?
If everybody is in, I'm in.
Good for you guys.
No, I'm not. You really want it?
Of course.
Of course, yeah. Okay, when everybody's in, I'm in too.
One in, all in. All right, the table has decided they're going to show one card after every hand, which is cool. It's fun,
let's show both.
Nah, come on.
But no messing around, no wasting time.
Anyway,
Yeah, I don't care.
like, look, I'm gonna see it anyway. Like,
Richie Rich says, Spraggy, how long do you think before you'll be playing a main event again? Probably Paris. Probably next CPT I'm back on the circuit, yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, the future is not ours to see, is it? I don't know. I'm not sure what next year holds for me yet. I've missed the last 2 EPTs, and like I said, I've been playing every one for the last 4 or 5 years, so it's a bit sad to not be playing it. Definitely, and I'm watching these guys play. I want to be out there, right? I want to be competing, but I also enjoy hanging here and commentating, and so we'll see. Love to be able to do a mix of both. Maybe play the main, commentate a bit afterwards, maybe, or maybe play some the other events and commentate main. I don't know. Depends how well these streams are received. If they get very popular, we'll do more and more of them. Will you be doing any commentary on the main broadcast? No. We've got our own broadcast. We get every single day, every single hand, 5 days, and can stream the whole thing to do it right here, Spraggy TV. It's a real privilege to be able to have the EPT coverage on this channel. So no, I won't be a part of the other broadcast at all. Those guys are doing their thing. It's nice to have options, obviously, for our audience.
everything is it's a range battle. Yeah.
And why am I not playing? Because I just had I've got a 6-week-old boy, so we didn't want to travel. I didn't want to leave Marley here, and indeed Marley didn't want to leave me here because, you know, she's got better results at EPT main events than I have. So if anything, she should go and play, and I should stay behind. But neither of us wanted to leave the baby behind, and we're just enjoying some family time. It's easier to not travel at the moment.
How much you have?
50.
We've definitely got some guests planned. I don't think Bowie is... maybe Bowie could be a guest. I know Bowie is off playing poker somewhere. Lots of poker to be played in December. I don't know where Bowie is, but if he ever wants to tune in and give some analysis from bed, he's more than welcome to do so. We do have some other guests lined up for you. We've also got more PokerStars Open events this year. The year is not finished yet. The last event is in Cannes. Not a film festival, it's a poker festival. That's right. 16th to the 21st of December. It is, of course, the final chance to earn points for the PokerStars Live League. More details are in the app. Your current competitors for the Live League are numerous, but I know that David Doherty is out there doing it. David Doherty has been traveling. He went to Namur, he came to Prague, and he will be going to Cannes to try and seal a PokerStars Live League winner. The Live League, of course, you've got 3 leagues: high stakes, medium stakes, low stakes. Your top players win prizes. The top 10 from each tier, which means 30 players in total, right? 10 low, 10 medium, 10 high, go into a competition where one of them will become a new member of PokerStars Team Pro. How about that? We'll have a new member of the team for next year. All the latest standings are on the PokerStars Live app as well. Top 2 for Conch as we rejoin action. Adani defending 8-3, makes middle pair, bottom pair, rubbish pair. Pete Robbo, hello mate. Says stream is received very well from the Robbo household. Congrats to you both. First Christmas with your firstborn is amazing. Hello mate, thank you. It's magic, eh? The stream is magic. Being a dad is magic. 8-3 of hearts. None so magical. But sticking around, what did we see here? We rejoined the action late. Did we see a bet on the flop? We didn't. We saw a sneaky check from Queen 9 on the flop. A little trap. And it's a trap that might pay dividends. Because Adani has riveted himself 2 pairs. And I do think with that check back, we're going to see some hands like pocket jacks, pocket 10s value betting. Maybe a hand like ace 9 or king 9, check back flop and then go value turn and river. So Adani will be very happy with his 8-3. We're not deep enough where we're going to see stacks getting in the middle. 21,000 in the middle, still 5 pots behind, 100k effective. And that is a very big bet. Now what this big bet does, I think, is actually now we kind of rule out the jacks and the 10s and the ace 9 and the king 9. Because I think they're likely to take a smaller size to try and force a call from an 8. So we're more likely to be facing a trapped queen. Unfortunately for Adani, we're facing a trapped queen and a 9. He rues his luck. He shakes his head, throws his hand into the muck. Very, very unfortunate river card for him. He is going to beat enough value at the river. He's going to beat the bluffs, of course. But drawn into that cooler with the trap on the flop.
Thank you, dude.
Here a reminder of your feature table. Player counts. Ola Shemian, well out in front with 315,000. It's over 150 bigs. Collar, despite his triple up with the 7s, catching the 7 on the river, is still the short stack with 49k. And Danchev, having lost that flip, or lost that all-in rather with pocket 10s, is down to 51,000. No one desperately short. Our shortest stack with 25 bigs, still some playability, plenty of playability. When will we be seeing Premier League footballers as your guests, says Electro. All right, Electro, here's some Spraggy TV trivia. This stream has had, in the past, Premier League footballers as guests playing poker with me. Can you name them? You have to be a real aficionado of streams from a bygone era. But we've had Premier League footballers here before. We've had big legends here before. Arguably none bigger than Bascombe TP. Dropping a tier 3 sub for 118 months. Bascombe, how are you, mate? What a big, big legend. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Thanks. Big shout out to Night Copper as well. Dropping a 48 months, sorry. 4-year mark. Thank you, mate. Legend. Now, if we were on QI right now, for those who don't know QI, BBC show where they ask questions, and if you give an obviously incorrect answer, sirens go off. And Leeson jumps in with Neymar, who has been a guest on this channel. We have played with Neymar both live and online, but he's never played in the Premier League. We have one correct answer from Apple's Teddy Sheringham. Teddy Sheringham competed against me in the all in for, it was during COVID. There was a charity event run by PokerStars. And Teddy Sheringham was one of my table mates. And we had him on the Zoom call. Teddy Sheringham, Premier League guest. To my knowledge, there is one more. Two more. At least two more. At least two more. No Lucas Radaby, no Sammy or Shola Amiobi. But I think you knew that, Brian Town. I think you knew that coming in.
Raise 4,000.
Michael Owen, we will accept Michael Owen because he did do a cameo wishing me well during Scoop. So we will accept Michael Owen. But he wasn't strictly a guest, I suppose. But good shout from Andy Howe. As Conch raises the 9s. Collar with the 4s in the hijack. 4K for a 4. He'll attempt to have a look. Action not closed just yet, though. Dimitar Danchev in the big blind with Jack 9 suited. Makes it a ménage à trois. The three-way dance. Dimitar flops best, but Ace Jack 10, not a board he'll be overly enamored with. In fact, none of our players that happy. Conch with a range that perhaps benefits this board, raising under the gun. Very concentrated around the top end and the Broadway, you know, parts of the deck. Check, check. Collar in position. Checks it back. No sign of a set. Danchev not ready to build a pot with middle pair just yet. Really quick check from Conch, which I think is quite telling. Collar shying away from turning his hand into a bluff. River is a deuce, changes nothing. Does Dimitar now want to try and eke a little bit out? I think he'll still be a little bit concerned with his kicker. I think Conch still going to have king jack, queen jack. Still going to have pocket kings, pocket queens. This one's checking all the way, and Dimitar Danchev tables a jack 9 for the win. More guesses. Matthew Letitia has not been a guest on this stream, and unless we take a significant lurch to the tinfoil, he won't be. Jamie Vardy, nope. Anthony Gardner is a big poker player, but not been a guest just yet. This man's been on the stream a lot. It's Felix Schneiders. That is Xflix. Furthest player away from you with the shades on. He's playing against Vincent Melly. We're on the river. The board is 8-5-10, ace-9. Melly's bet 16,000. 8-5-10, ace-9. Flush draw bricked from the flop. Flush draw bricked from the turn. Felix looks very short. Felix has got what? 24k? Calls off 16,000, gets shown 6-7. Don't do it. Don't do it. 6-7, 8-9-10. 6-7 is a straight. I'm 35 years old. I refuse to partake. The game is gone. But 6-7 for the win. Very bad news for Felix Schneiders. Looks it up. Tries to bluff catch, one would imagine. Double flush draw board, both bricked. But the straight makes a river. And Felix is now down to just 6,500 chips. Grow up. Grow up. David Bentley, not a guest on the stream. Tony Cascarino, big poker player, not a guest on the stream. Mika Richards, no. Lucas Paquetá, no. James Madison, also no. Eddie Kitab, thank you for the 22 months. Adani with the raise. Checks the 5s on the king, queen, 4. And Ekal comes out blasting. Looking at the size of the pot, I believe this is a 3-bet pot, sports fans. It is. Adani raised pre-flop to 4,000. Ecal made it 14,000. And now C bets the ace-10 in position. Adani sticks around with the fives with a diamond. And it's Ecal who makes the best hand on the turn. Just wonder whether Ecal, having 3-bet, decides that his hand is, you know, wants to put more money in now. Do we ever want to check here? Keep the range of your opponent a little bit wider. You do have the insurance of the 10 of diamonds. I think the problem for Ecal is he has so many good hands. He's going to have the nut flush. He's going to have ace queen, ace king, pocket queens, pocket kings. So it's not very attractive for his opponent to put money in with a lot of worse hands. So betting ace 10 might be a little bit thin, right? Yeah, he decides to check. River the 7 of diamonds. Adani crucially with that 5. Ooh, snap checks back the 10 of diamonds. Oh, eh. No. No. He had the winner. He had the winning hand, didn't he? He had the 10 of diamonds. I thought it was odd that he snap checked it back. He didn't realize he had it. The pot got pushed to the 5s. Felix Schneider's all in with 10-9 suited. That's a 10. That any good? It's a king. Is that bad? No, the 10 is good. Go on, the Felix. See, this is much easier to claim a winning pot if the cards are on the back. Much easier to claim a winning hand. Felix is back up to 18,000 chips now. He was all in against ace-9, actually. With the 10-9. And he found a 10. Damn. Well, if the graphic was correct, he had the 10 of diamonds. Immediately checked it back and mucked a winner. We can only hope for Ecal's sake that the graphic was incorrect. Maybe. He didn't have the 10 of diamonds.
You don't have to show?
We do.
I feel like if he knew he had it, he would have value bet it.
Forgot probably.
Well, if he knew he had it, he wouldn't have thrown it in the bin, would he?
On the river or something.
No one cared.
But 3
I guess.
Yeah, this one was boring.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. You still didn't find my other Premier League player, by the way. It's not Tony Hibbert and it's not Danny Egger. It's not Phil Babb or Cinema Pongo. It's not John Arnorisa. Although, good shout, Mr. Pete Robbo, because I know John Arnorisa has played with Lucas. I've seen Lucas playing with John Arnorisa, so we know he's a poker player. I'll give it up. The answers are... Do you want me to give away the answer? Okay, we'll give away the answer. Otherwise, you'll just be spamming Premier League footballers in the chat all day. Wayne Bridge. Wayne Bridge was part of a sit and go we did as well. Former Chelsea left back, Southampton left back. And also, David James was a guest on the stream for our World Cup streams back in the day. Myself and Finton played and interviewed David James about football, the World Cup, as part of a promotion with what was BetStars at the time and PokerStars, etc. Wow, huge flop here. Huge flop here for Mr. Olashemian versus the button. We started with a raise from the ace-jack suited. We've had a 3-bet from Mr. Olashemian with 6-5 suited. Conch is called on the button. And how about this? Ola 3-bet 6-5 suited, makes 2 pairs, goes with a check. And Conch checks back the ace-jack. Now, this is the second time we've seen Conch check back a very strong hand. Queen 9, he checked back on Queen 9-8 for the trap. And now in the 3-bet pot, he checks back the ace-jack on Jack 6-5. Playing a very trappy style. But little does he know, Predator has become prey. Because Mr. Wizzo checked 6-5 suited, having 3-bet pre, and now reopens the action on the turn for a pot-sized bet. Conch now makes the call, and all of a sudden, there's 124,000 chips in this pot, folks. The river is a 3. Now, we can see that it's inconsequential. But, of course, any 4 makes a straight. It is possible both players have a 4. We've seen Ola through that 6-5 here. I don't think it's outrageous for him to 3-bet a hand like 4-5. I don't know whether he would take that sizing on the turn with it. Arguably not. Maybe he would 3-bet ace-4 and bluff it on the turn. I think that's possible. Ola decides there's not enough 4s in his opponent's range to stop him from shoving, though. He is going for the max. Ola Shemian asking to play a very large pot. And Conch may feel like he has invited this action, having checked back the flop. May have, you know, attempted to signal that he didn't have a strong hand. Attempted to signal that he did not have a jack. He may have opened the door for Ola Shemian to start blasting into him, to start bluffing into him. This check on the flop is going to be playing mind games with Conch. It's going to be wreaking havoc. If you ask to be bluffed by trapping, and then your opponent fires all the chips into you, is the obligation to call. You could see he's not happy about it. He's certainly uncomfortable. Ola good enough to have, you know, balanced strategy here where he will still have aces, kings going for the trap. He will still have 6-5 going for the trap. He looks it up. That's the biggest pot of the day. That is an elimination. 322,000 chips. He's not sticking around. I don't blame him. Very, very frustratingly large pot to play for Attila Conch, who is away from the table before the chips have been passed over to Mr. Ola Shemian. And that is the danger of playing against someone as good, as sharp, as experienced as Wizzo. He's going to put you in the blender. He's certainly going to have big bluffs in this spot. And you invite the bluff with a check back on the flop. You have an obligation to pick it off. And goodness me, Ola Shemian has got 237 big blinds, 475,000 chips. 30k is the starting stack. He is absolutely flying. He's a dangerous man. If he was dangerous before with a big stack, his stack is gargantuan. Very good, very good. I won't take credit for it. We'll give credit where it's due. Attila the Dun. Ainsley Chariot says Attila the Dun indeed. It's a very nasty situation. It's a very nasty situation. Once you check back the flop, I think Wizzo is just going to start bluffing again with, you know, King 10. King 8, King 7, whatever he chooses to 3-bet. Versus a check back, he can just go pot and apply max pressure against what he perceives to be a weak range. Sure. Just a massive, massive pot here at the start of day 2. And Ola getting involved once again. Small blind versus button. Single raise pot. Yarosh with the top pair. Next Ray Punk says that's going to be a problem for the rest of the table. It is. If it wasn't a problem already, it certainly is now. This is a man who's played this spot before. You know, he's been in so many EPT main events, so many feature tables. You know, so many bigger events than this. A high stakes player. So he'll know how to work this stack to his advantage. Check call on the flop here. Queen, very bad card for both players. Both players will have interaction around hands like Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack. So it's really going to diminish the value of a 9. That's why we see a check. 7 on the river coordinates the board even further. And I think, again, both players will have some 6s here. Ola for sure going to defend the small blind with a hand like 8-6, 5-6, 6-7 for the slow play. Yarosh, of course, having raised on the button, will have some 6s. 9-6 suited, 8-6 suited, pocket sixes. Just deciding whether to... I don't think we want to bet a 9. We still have a lot of unpaired hands like King 10, Ace 4 that we might want to bluff. Yeah, he's going to show down his 9. Doesn't want to turn this one into bluff. No need to do it most of the time. Loses to Ace 9 now. Ola wins again. Ola wins again. Has Ola Shemian ever won an EPT main event? Do you know what? I feel like he's won everything there is to win. No. Say it ain't so. Team Grind. There's Hempy. You guys know we love Team Grind, and Team Grind raiding this channel a lot. There's Felix and Hempy. Oh, it's so sad. Always sad to see Felix bust. Little smile on his face, so he'll be back. He'll be back. How did Felix bust? We don't know. But he's bust. He's out of there. GG's in the chat for Felix, please. Claps in the chat for Felix. What do we got? F's in the chat for Felix. Pay your respects. Please do. Joe with the ace jack from under the gun, playing versus the big blind, has the ace of clubs. And now let's play our favorite game of make nothing sound like something. 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Probably the nut no pair in a single raise pot. Bet wins. Has Ola Shemian ever won an EPT main event? These are the questions on everybody's lips. $21.3 billion in live earnings. Sort by place. First place finishes. My goodness, he's got enough of them. European Poker Tour in Berlin. Not a main event. Partouche Poker Tour main event. Masters Classics of Poker main event. The super high roller, 100k in Monte Carlo, EPT Monte Carlo Grand Final. He won for 1.6 million euro in 2016.
Squid game? Squid game. You know what
EPT Monte Carlo Pielo Grand Final, he won.
Has to pay some
okay.
punishment.
Like 20 push-ups. Or to buy dinner for everybody from the table.
Or some big
break.
One big blind each.
Are you getting bored?
Not really.
He's playing too tight. It's boring, right?
He was on it all day. Like, very shameful.
No pressure, bro.
You are, guys. You are.
The pressure is on now.
I'm not. I'm not the one, guys. You are Nets, bro. You are Nets.
Von Duchess of Spraggy had a message on LinkedIn from you saying I want to give away. Is this actually you? No. It is not. 2 reasons you can tell. 1, I would never be on LinkedIn. And 2, I would never give anything away. Not out of my own pocket anyway. No shot. Ola with the ace deuce. Adani with the ace 7 on the button. And Ekal in the big blind with a 10. And something else. Adani flops very well. Gut shot straight draw. Flush draw. Ola Shemian has a little taste of it himself. With a bad gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Adani's options are open. He chooses 7,000 chips, just around half the size of the pot. It's going to move Ecal out of the way. Let's see how Ola wants to proceed with this ace high. I don't imagine we want to fold. But I do think that check raising has limited merits. You just end up putting a lot of money in against some pretty good equities. I mean, think about the hand that Adani has. But I think we can call. Adani will be bluffing some things like Queen 10, Jack 10, 10-9 maybe. This turn really disappointing for Ola, of course. He's looking for a straight. If not, he's looking for a sweat. The 9 gives him neither of those things. Adani takes the free one. It's a good free one. It's the best free one. He makes the nuts at the river. Nearly the nuts. Wonder how Ola feels about his hand now. Does he have a preference for bluffing with a diamond? Yeah, he does. When you're bluffing, you want to think about how your opponent calls or raises. And obviously that would be with a flush. So having the ace of diamonds is very valuable here. And it's definitely a spot where Ola is going to have a single diamond, right? I think he will check call ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 with the ace of diamonds on the flop. So whilst his preference is to have a diamond, it doesn't preclude him from bluffing this. Because he's very close, if not at the bottom of his range. This is probably the worst hand he's going to get to the river with. And he has the benefit of trying to fold out something like ace 5, ace 4. Maybe even something like king 8 suited on the button, or 10-8 suited on the button. So Ola goes for 23,500, which is quite a meaty sizing as well. It's a pot size bet, right? It's about close to a pot size bet. And unfortunately for Ola, he's trying to claim the hand that Adani has. He's trying to represent what Adani is holding. So Adani with the nut flush. Put some more money in the middle. Ola not in a position to defend against the raise to 83,000. It will be Adani who picks it up. For the first time in a little while, Ola Shemian does not win the pot.
We did all agree.
Yeah.
And you don't do it?
And we must show it.
Japanese people never bluff.
Okay.
I'm not.
But if you lie, Santa is not going to come for you.
Yeah.
So, you know, no presents for you this year if you lie.
Maybe he didn't even understand.
There's a chance.
If
Chance he didn't.
If he runs good in this one, he don't need presents anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
My friend!
Hello. Hello.
What's up?
I didn't know you have friends.
You play good or running hot today?
Nice.
Running hot.
Running hot?
Yeah. He didn't hear you.
Yeah, maybe better.
10 raise both of them.
We have a new player with us. Who's our new player, folks? I'll tell you. Our new player is Roland Rakita from Austria. Plays as Rocky Row 3 on Stars. Poker professional and a coach. Now there was an agreement to show one card after every showdown, and it wasn't shown there. But he said that Japanese players never bluff. He said, and in this instance, he was right. He wasn't bluffing. He had the nuts. I believe he told everybody that he had that hand, whether they believe him or not. Probably more likely an oversight. I don't think he was deliberately like, you know, shoving his hand quickly into the muck or anything. People forget these things. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. So we've got Yarosh raising here. Ola Shemian calling +1 from Yarosh is open. Nijoa on the button with Queen Jack of Hearts is best. Versus a bet and a call. Talked at the top of the show about static equities and dynamic ones. And tens, if it's behind, it's going to stay behind. So it does just fold. we're off to a turn. It's really tricky for Najoa to call wide on the button because he still had a player to act behind him on the flop, right? So it's really tough for Najoa on Queen 7 Deuce Rainbow. There's not any draws about, and he had that player to act behind. So when he calls the flop, what does he have? He has a queen, right? Majority of the time he has a queen. Very, very tough spot to float. He does decide to try and play tricky on the turn, trap anyway, check back anyway. We'll see if Ola is now going to attempt to move him off of the queen. Waving the flag. We got to check. I mean, the options for Najoa, trying to get paid. Does Ola still have king queen occasionally? I don't think so. Probably value bets himself on the turn. If not, on the river maybe. But really, Ola, does he even have queen 10 suited? That's 2 combinations to try and get called by. Maybe Ola has made a 9 somehow and calls occasionally. It's pretty thin with queen jack, honestly, when you think about Ola's range.
Let him choose on.
Show 1. It's a queen. What do you know? It's a queen. What do you know? Monday TV, what's up? Says Spraggy, did you ever play with any of these players? Yes. Pretty sure some of the less familiar, no, but everyone else would be a yes. I played with Ola a lot, online and live. That's Wilk Soof. He's all in, is he? We're at the river. He's got a set. He's got a set of 6s.
Score checks out, huh? No bluff. Always got it. 10 is no good. Huh? 10 no good. 10 no good. No set, no bet. No set, no bet. No set, no bet. That's it. Never easy. Never easy. Think my special now.
That was pretty easy, though. Come on.
Now what? That was too easy. Just to win a pot on this table.
I have played a lot with Wilka Soof. I've played a lot all over the world with Wilka Soof. I once played with Wilka Soof on a bubble in Monte Carlo at about 3 in the morning. We're playing hand for hand on a 2K bubble. And everybody was very keen to make the money, go to bed, whatever. Get it over and done with. Everyone except for Wilk Soof, who was running his typical bit, his shtick, his unique brand of table chatter, every hand on hand for hand, talking about, you know, does anyone know how far it is from Monte Carlo to wherever? If you got it, you got it. You know, that sort of thing, that sort of riotous banter. And luckily it meant that the bubble went for about 3 hours. Not only in the dead of night, but also, I suppose, in the early hours of the morning, but also, you know, very quiet card room because everybody else had gone home. So you did have to listen to everything that Will said, which was great because he's so funny. And he's back playing the European Poker Tour. He's back in the main event, and he's up to 62,000 chips, which is a stack that he has and is a thing that is happening. Chip Daddy claims that he played with Will on a final table in Reading 12 years ago, and he was wearing that same T-shirt. Now, I will listen. There's not going to be very many times where I defend Will Soof, but I will defend him here. I've got T-shirts that are 12 years old, 15 years old. I don't like to change my clothes very often. Like, I change my clothes every day. But what I'm saying is, I keep those clothes in my locker, in my wardrobe. 10 to 15-year-old T-shirts. So, rare Will Soof dub there. I love it. If the T-shirt is in good condition, there's no need to throw it away. We know you keep those tracksuits. Exactly. I got tracksuits that are 10 years old, 12 years old. Sure. Jaywit says, I played with Kasuf at Dust to Dawn. It was funny hearing him across the room talking about coconuts. Was it? Was it though?
I said Mitch, bro.
Color with a bet, 4,000. Yarosh with a call. The good news is, if Will gets on the feature table, I can take an hour off. I can take an hour and a half off. Won't be able to, no point in commentating. I might welcome it, honestly. Like, 3 days' time, we're doing about 10 hours a day, I think. Might need a break. Yarosh in the big blind facing 7,500 chips to call. Now, Collar has played very tight, very snug so far. I think we can all agree to that. He defended ace-5, and he folded to a c-bet on an ace-high board. We don't know what he has at the moment. Jacks or better? I don't think it's going to be pocket jacks. I don't know if he'd bet the turn with that. More likely a bluff or a king and a jack. It is pocket jacks. And a very, very frustrating one for Collar. Goes for the thin value on the turn against that flush draw. Does run into the king of Yarosh in the big blind. And it leaves Collar short, just a little bit less short than he was before when he tripled up with the sevens, but he's down in the danger zone again. There's 10 big blinds. 10 big blinds is not a good amount of blinds to have, really. But it is better than 0. All right. Well, I think it's an opportune moment, having just seen him in the field. A polarizing figure. Some love him, some don't. Mr. William Kassouf brings a unique brand of chatter to the virtual, online, digital, live EPT felts. But of course, around here, this is a stream by a man of the people, for the people, by the people. And so we must play for the first time today. A segment that I like to call Collar is all in with pocket nines. Standing up, but gets it through. We must now play the first premier opening segment of EPT Prague is Hit or Shit, where you, the audience at home, decide whether something is a hit or whether it is shit. And our first subject is the polarizing poker player, who I know who has a lot of fans. I know he has a lot of detractors. It's Mr. William Kassouf.
2 hands.
Now you can cast your vote by just typing hit or shit. Is it a win or is it not? You can just type it in the chat, Twitch and YouTube, it counts them up. Do we love Will Kassouf's antics? Do we not like Will Kassouf's antics? Do we like his table behavior? Do we like his table chatter? Or not? We said he is a polarizing figure. You got a few seconds to go. Shit wins. But a fair amount of hits. Let's give Will some credit as well, shall we? Chat has decided the first entry into hit or shit is shit. But it was not a landslide. I definitely see why people can enjoy Will's chat. And I can definitely see the merit of him doing it. And I think he gets a big edge by doing it. I think he unsettles and I think he rattles his opponents a lot. But he does do it a lot and it is quite repetitive. I would enjoy Will more if he had some fresh material. I will say that.
6-6 raise 4,000, 7 bucks, 6 bucks, 10 bucks, 1 bucks, 3 bucks.
Ship it to me. Thank you very much for the 43 months. Just cheers. Thank you. Ship it to me. I think we need to make the hit or shits a minute. That was 30 seconds. It wasn't adequate time for democracy to manifest. What is the charge? Enjoying William Kassouf? Ace ace, jack jack, king high, Adani with a 10 high. Alessandro says, no, I missed the first hit or shit. You did. You did. I can only apologize. There'll be plenty more. We got some great segments Shall I spoil some segments for you? How about this? Aha! EPT shower rankings. Things or people or plays or anything that should hit the showers. Welcome to your European Poker Tour shower rankings. Popular segment on the regular stream. We can add things and names. Suggestions always welcome to the shower rankings at any point in the broadcast. If you see something that you think should be on the shower rankings, feel free to suggest it. Now, I have been accused of negativity, cynicism, misery. So in order to counteract the shower rankings and to dispel this unfounded nastiness, we also have your EPT power rankings. That's right. These are things that are great, good, wonderful in the world of the European Poker Tour that deserve a spot on our power rankings. And I think I'm going to open the betting with Ola Shemian, current top of the EPT power rankings. As we see Najoa take the lead here with 3 of a kind on the flop. Deuce on the turn. Rakita with the 9. People in the chat reckon the squeaky Prague chairs. That's a great chair. Famous in Prague, the squeaky chairs in the hall, squeaking on the floor. #1 entry on first ever EPT shower rankings. Squeaky chairs. Showers. $5,500 is the bet from Nijoa. Rakita is your pre-flop aggressor. Rakita is the pre-flop opener here, folks. Elected for a check back in position versus both players in the blinds. And now elects for a call. What do we think? Seems unlikely to be pocket nines. Seems more likely to be an ace and a 9. And Najoa going for that big size again.
26,000.
Just an invitation for an ace to bluff catch. Rakita with a quick fold. The pot size bet not getting paid off, but Najoa continues to chip up. Player from Romania, Darius Najoa. We're going to try and play some spinning goes on break. I might have to take a break. How long have we been live? 3 hours? We lost $500 in spins last break. We played $500 spinning goes and lost all of them, chat. We will be in the spin and go hub throughout the 5 days of the broadcast on breaks. Playing some spins. Enjoying our time in the spins with minus 500 to start the session is not great. Luckily, I get paid $5,000 an hour to commentate, so drop in the ocean, isn't it? Right? Find the venue. Andy, you want a return of the Google Maps? Walk around Prague, find the venue, find locations around Prague. That segment, you want that to return? I think you might be the only person that wants that segment to return. We'll try and think up other ideas for segments as the week goes on. You've got your hit or shit. You've got your likes per minute. You've now got your shower rankings, your power rankings. Ola Shemian top of the power rankings. Squeaky chairs top of the shower rankings. Spin and go opening session is in the shower rankings for sure. We're 1 minute away from a break. End of level 2. 2 twos. for the raise. Small blind. No, just a call. Dimitar Danchev with ace-jack suited blind v blind. 30 big blinds deep is going to want to play some raises. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Ekal play a limp shove here. Does come in for the call. Can't hope for much more than that for Dimitar. Top pair in the nut flush draw. Very uninviting situation for the deuces.
Depends if he was fun for the...
There are those famous squeaky chairs in the background.
Depends if he was fun for the spectators.
I'd anticipate Dimitar betting in position. 5k.
6, 7,
Any adventure? Do we enter the land of adventure with pocket deuces, no diamond? If we're Ekal. I do think I'd prefer to have something with backdoor flush equity. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Could I just say, Space Dust in the chat says this feature table would be boring. It would be nice if there's some creativity. Ekal has just check raised pocket deuces on ace 10, 7, 2 diamonds. Stick that in the proverbial pipe. Here's some creativity. Lovely little check raise. Unfortunately for Ekal, he's running into the nuts, basically. He's running into everything from Dimitar. Turn is a 3. Dimitar's range will be constructed in such a way that he will have hands like Jack 4 offsuit, Jack 5 offsuit, 9 4 offsuit, ISOing pre-flop. So that's why I thought that Ekal might go for the jam pre, just to clean up those flips. You know, fold out the 10-4 and take his 50% share. But interesting that he goes for the check raise now. Trying to fold out a 10, something like a 10-4 off, a 10-5 off, a 10-6 off, or even a, you know, a king 10 suited. Or even a hand like pocket jacks, pocket queens, pocket kings. It is a bold maneuver, firing 15k on the turn. Dimitar just posturing. There's no reason for him to ever raise his hand in position. He wants to keep Ekal's range as wide as possible. That is to say that if Ekal has deuces, let him keep bluffing. Or if Ekal has king 6 with a king of diamonds, let him keep bluffing, right? So Danchev in position, just playing a call. 4 of hearts rolls off. The nut flush bricks out, but Danchev's still going to be very happy with his hand. 1/3 pot left. Ekal finally gives up. But I do think there's some merit to it. I do think he will fold out a 10 on the turn, getting stubborn on the flop. I think Dimitar will fold something like 10-4, 10-5 off on the turn card. Just a little bit, unfortunate to run into the tippity top of the range here. Dimitar will go for it all against weaker ace-x or whatever else. Quick fold.
24,000 and 6 fold.
So we're here.
I guess
Yeah.
we're gonna announce to you to stay. They stay? Okay, you stay.
Early throwings of the European Poker Tour main event, in a way. Nearly 1,000 players have been eliminated, but we are not yet in the money. We are edging ever closer to a bubble. Reminder that 183 will be paid. This tournament, poker tournaments, live tournaments, main events, they are a marathon, not a sprint. These players must navigate the fields slowly, calmly, and sharply over the next 5 days if they're going to lift the EPT crown. And Olusegun doing that right now. He's got 177 big blinds. Roland Rakita flying as well, 152 big blinds. 2 very big stacks at the top of your board, 1 small one at the base of it. Stefan Koller, just 8 blinds deep. Not good for Stefan. Found a triple up before, he'll want to find one again as we sweep over the historic Old Town. That is the King Charles Bridge in the foreground. And this is your break content. I've got to take a break. We've been live for 3 hours.
Action
I
is on
will
John
try and give
Joanna
action
on
during
the
the
feature
breaks.
table. He has pocket deuces. Quack.
Give action during the breaks. I will try and offer you content during the breaks, but this time we're going to watch Barcelona 2012 main event, Juan Joanda versus Kai from France. I'll be back.
Ola Shemian has ace king.
Oh boy, we could easily see it.
191.
He does re-raise to 191,000.
Well, at least 2 players are going to see all 5 cards here.
Javier Piesuelo has king 10 on the button. That'll be a fold.
Maybe an eventual fold. I mean, the guy is wearing a scarf. Clearly, he likes attention.
299.
What? I'm not really sure this is a good spot for a cold 5 bet.
It is not.
I guess they don't want me to play this time.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious just kidding.
Now, in spots like this, someone in there is going to have a real hand, and at that point, king 10 suited is going to hold up like a piece of wet toilet paper.
All right.
Juanda folds the deuces.
Good morning.
Lucille Kai shoves.
Shemian's getting 2 to 1.
All in.
He reshoves.
Wow. We got aces and kings, huh?
Piesuelo finally folds.
Queens.
Yeah, it's a flip.
All right.
It's a familiar flip for Lucille. She busted the grand final ace-king versus queens.
It's my first big flip.
This time she has the queens. And once again, she's the player at risk. An ace on the flop.
Literally nothing you can do.
Lucille looking for a queen.
Come on.
She needs to hit on the river. Can she hit a 2-outer? No. The full house for Shemian.
Good game.
And the elimination of Lucille Kai.
Lucille was looking for redemption in Season 9 after second place in the grand final. She's probably bummed right now, but 2 deep runs in a row is an impressive achievement in and of itself.
Shemian up to 3.7 million. Is this Martin Schleich's moment of victory?
It is! There's some very enthusiastic fans in the crowd, Martin. Friends of yours?
I got to know these guys a few hours ago. They came in and...
Yes. To be clear, Ola Shemian was one of 2 random Germans hanging around who railed Martin Schleich at the prospect of free Jägermeister from one of our producers. True story.
Blinds are up to 12.24 with a 3K ante.
I could use this one as well.
Shemian
48.
picks up another big hand. Pocket aces under the gun +1. He raises to 48,000.
Kind of a big hand.
And this is also a big hand. Kings for Juanda.
I haven't seen a cold deck this bad since EPT Siberia.
Juanda 3 bets. Makes it 145,000 total.
This is going to be a shame.
Action back on Shemian.
287.
There is the 4 bet.
This is like watching 2 trains on the same track. Going toward each other, of course. Would be interesting if one was following the other. It's just weird.
And Juanda 5 bets to 590,000.
All in.
There's the all in.
Call.
And there's the call.
Not cool, Zeus.
Wow.
Still a very tense moment for Shemian. If his aces hold, he's going to have a beschneffly billion chips.
Juanda on the verge of elimination. So far, so good for Shemian.
Juanda's going to need a return of the king.
He's drawing to 2 outs. We've lost 2 players from the outer tables. John Juanda about to become our 18th place finisher here in Barcelona. But there's a king on the turn!
That movie is still having too many endings.
Shemian gets cooled.
Some people would say you have to look at this like losing a flip. Since you both play aces and kings the same way, you could have easily been on the other side of this. But John Juanda does drink your milkshake.
No ace on the river. Ola Shemian doubles up John Juanda.
Sick.
He knows he's not out, right?
You'd want to get away from the table if that happened to you.
True story.
And John Juanda getting it quietly. What a pro.
I think Ola Shemian might actually be going to get sick.
That was a sick hand. That was a cooler.
John Juanda up to 3.5 million. On the secondary feature table, 3 players have gone to the flop, those players being Ola Shemian, Ilari Sahamias, and Aku Joentauster, who got moved off our main feature table.
Shemian's ahead, and he's the only one who's not up against any blockers to improving his hand.
Joentauster will bet 100,000.
The guy with the least equity, firing there.
Shemian with top 2 will call.
Just calls thinking maybe he's up against exactly what he is up against, a pair and a straight draw.
And Sahamias will also call. Turn, the 6 of diamonds, changes nothing.
Diamonds also not a factor.
Ilari checks a second time. Joentauster bets a second time, 300,000.
Joentauster raised his hand under the gun pre-flop, and by golly, he's going to keep repping a strong hand, gosh dang it.
Shemian has called. Actions on Ilari. And Sahamias will fold.
Yeah, probably for the best.
So 1.149 million in the pot. And the river card is the deuce of spades.
Well, it's come banana, banana. No one's improved.
Joentauster has roughly a pot-sized bet behind.
I'm all in.
And he shoves the river.
With just ace high, wow, the 4-barreler empties the clip, throws the gun. And we can oversimplify this and say it's a random 4-barrel bluff, or if we look a little closer, we can see it's fairly methodical. Joentauster could have very easily have a nut hand with the line he's taken, whereas Shemian can't because he probably wouldn't have called twice. It's a tough spot for Shemian because all Aku's value bets are beating his hand. Top 2 is a bluff catcher.
Shemian will call the bluff.
Gulp.
And Aku Joentauster will be eliminated in 14th place.
Nice call, kid.
Shemian adds nearly 1.9 million to his stack.
I hope you guys don't mind, but I wrote a haiku for Aku. Bye, Joentauster. Aggressive young Scandi out. Still a good finish.
Please tell me that's the last of your finish puns.
You know I can't do that, James.
Ola Shemian, now up to nearly 4.3 million. Back at the feature table, action is on. Liv's boyfriend, Igor Kurganov. He's facing an under-the-gun raise from Eric Svez.
Have we seen this guy before?
Not sure, but his Svez is familiar.
Oh, man. I'm so sorry.
Well, it's been folded around to Ludovic Geilich in the small blind.
Angus McAngus. He's kind of like a bagpipe, real noisy, and nobody knows how it works.
Ace-deuce offsuit. Svez made it 4,600 with ace-10 of diamonds. Ludo's going to make it 15,800.
It's a pretty aggressive 3-bet. I guess he doesn't want to just call out of position against an under-the-gun raise.
Ooh, jacks for Ola Shemian in the big blind.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Shemian flats the 3-bet.
This should be setting off Ludo's Sean Connery alarm. You know the alarm all Scottish people are born with that lets them know when someone's trying to Connery them.
Svez calls as well, 3-way to the flop. And it's a king-high flop. Shemian's still ahead with jacks.
Ludo's got almost 0 equity, but luckily he also gives 0 you-know-whats.
50,000 in the middle. This is a continuation bet of 21,500.
And Ola's not folding for 1 bet. Nerp.
Shemian calls.
Seriously, Svez, consider this getting off easy.
He folds. Heads up to the turn. It's the 7 of hearts, pairing the board.
Ludo went from 1% equity on the flop to 5% on the turn. Not bad.
Still only ace high. But it looks like he's betting again. 48,000.
This guy's pretty nuts, huh?
And it doesn't look like Shemian's folding. He calls again, and this hand's going to the river with 189k in the middle already.
Neither player's got that amount behind.
And Shemian rivers a boat.
So not only is Ludo losing, but he'd have a better chance of getting Olo to do the truffle shuffle than to fold.
Gaelic does not empty the clip, he checks.
Obviously, Ola's betting.
All in.
All you can eat. And Ludo snap folds.
This is one of those hands that can look pretty terrible in a vacuum, so we just explain it away by saying table dynamics.
Ola Shemian up to 349k. He's taken the chip lead.
Those were some absolutely classic hands, to be fair. They were absolute classics. What we do have time for is, listen, I've got a cup of tea, by the way. Oh. What we do have time for is another spin and go. We are currently minus 500 for the broadcast. Played 5, lost 5. It's not a good record. It's not a good record. Same guys, João Paulo and Weird. We're playing for 300 United States dollars. We've got 5 minutes to do it. No Jaffa cake with the tea, I'm afraid, Space. That's just a regular drop of milk, and I don't even know which brand of tea bag. Most of the time, we can't even bet on which tea it is because I wouldn't be able to tell you. I think, see, I always just grab whatever's on offer. I think at the moment we're working through 500 bags of Yorkshire tea, which is a great tea bag. It's a great tea bag. Rivet73, thank you for 25 months. How are you, mate? Thank you very much. We are back in Prague in about 4 minutes. But now, I did just put up a post on x.com, the website formerly known as Twitter, about this stream. If you'd like to... Oh, mate, it's huge. It's huge. It's Ace King. Hold. Ace 3. Hold. Come on. To go heads up. We all can't speak. Come on, baby. Heads up for $300. This is the start of the comeback. Oh, I said it again. We're not heads up yet. We didn't get him yet. I said that last time. I said that half an hour ago. For the win? For the win? Weird? Alright, I got King 7. King Queen! Holy sh... It's happening again. Why tease me though? Why tease me though with the 7? It's so naughty, actually. It's so naughty, actually. I'd rather just lose. Put a Queen, Queen, Queen flop. King 6, 10, 6. King 6 for the win. Okay. 550. Plays 240, plays 110. For $300. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. This is what an awesome poker player looks like. This is what a player is about to win. This is what a player is about to win. 5-3 offsuit, by the way. $300 looks like. 1530 of the blinds. Six deuce off. I gotta fold. I gotta fold. I guess I shouldn't say whilst he's still got action. Sure. King 10, King 3. We don't care who wins, do we? Maybe we do. Keep them both short. Could still win on one hand. In the bin. In the bin. All in call. Ace deuce against Queen 5. We're going heads up against the ace deuce. No, we're not. 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. It's just these guys just keep swapping between 200 and 100. I'm sitting here with 500. This guy's all in. I got 7-5 off. I don't think I just try and play for the win. 10s against ace-3. Are they swapping again? 280 and 95. I'm just not playing any hands, I guess. Jam. Okay. Bad hands on the button. All they did, I'd imagine a call, right? Do you have to call any two here? This guy will know. This guy will know better than I do. So if he folds, it's probably a thing. I don't know what you do with 7 deuce off. Deuce 3. 2 unders to the 4s. Not looking good, bruv. All right, now we're heads up. Now we're heads up, and then we'll go back to Prague. Heads up for 300 United States dollars. We're currently down 500 for the day, so, you know. It'd be a 8 to win it, wouldn't it? It'd be like, we wouldn't mind a win. We would not mind a win. All in. This is very bad. Oh my god, he's got the nuts. Flush draw, top 2. Holy shit. Ay, 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 mamma mia. No, 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 no. Oh my god, he's got... Come on, come on, come on. Go on. Alright, we're back from our bluff. 420 plays 480. We're back from our failed bluff. Can you believe that guy had a flush draw? Top pair, top 2 pair, etc. Just had it all. Feel sick. Feel sick about it, but I'll fold. Not folding here. Hold. We dominate. Hold. Don't do it. No! Blinds to 1,000, 2,500 with a 2,500 chip ante. Your commentary teams, here we go. Benjamin Bruttino, Julian Bricard, Team Grind on Tour. Did James and Joe on the UK team. Guillermo Sanz, David Gutierrez, Alex Romero on the Spanish team, awesome. Italian team, Alberto Russo, Giada Fang, Pier Paolo Fabretti, nice, cool. Oh, there they are. James Harker, Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benja. Whatever, man. I don't want to be on the stream anyway. Ola Shemian with a raise. Queen 9 of spades. Ecal calls on the button. Flops top pair. And when checked to him, he's had a bet. 7,500. Ola's sticking around with the queen. Remember when we had ace queen versus queen 5 and the river was a 5 for $300? The show goes on. Ola with pretty close to the bottom of his range. And that's not true. Probably the worst pair that he calls on the flop though, with the worst kicker. Did we see it? I thought we saw a very... Oh, we did see a snap check back on the river. We saw a snap check back on the turn and river here. From Ecal. Very tight, very, very tight check back in both instances. I think if you check back the turn and Ola checks to you at the river, Certainly still some weaker ace-x you want to try and target, some weaker queen-x you want to target. He snap-checked back the ace-10 with the 10 of diamonds before and incorrectly mucked his hand, actually, right? But just seems to be very cautious in position so far. Very cautious in position. We're now down $600 on spins. I mean, a robbery. A robbery. Thank you very much, Fishing for Fishies, for the 50 months. 50 months of punts. What? Behave. But welcome back to Prague. If you're just joining us, this is live coverage of the European Poker Tour. This is happening right now. Of course, it's on a 30-minute delay to prevent people from seeing what each other have, which would be very bad for the game. But this is December 2025, European Poker Tour, Prague main event, €5,300 buy-in. 270 remain from 1,224. 183 players will make the money. And we expect to play into the money today, right here on this stream. As Dimitar Danchev, who you may know as Cool on PokerStars, raises the button. And in the small blind, Roland Rakita, who's got a lot of chips and a lot of ideas about applying pressure, 3-bets ace-7 offsuit. I think Dimitar will be very aware of how wide he's going to open the button and realize that Queen-9 suited is quite a playable hand in position. Don't think he's going anywhere just yet. Indeed not. So, a 3-bet pot, 2 players. Rakito taking the initiative before the community cards. Queen 3-4. Somewhat discoordinated. Not going to be many straight draws in either player's range. I do think that both will have a little bit of 6-5 and a little bit of 6-7. Rakita deciding to continue with his ace-7 high. Danchev flopping best. We think about Dimitar's options here. His hand is going to make money by bluff catching against his opponent, mostly. Maybe there's some value to be had later in the hand if his opponent has something like pocket tens or pocket jacks. But he's very incentivized to keep the range wide, just coming in for the call. Now, how should Rakita start thinking about this? I think his preference is going to be to bluff if he has a jack high or a king high. Because the benefit of bluffing if he has something like Jack 10 is that he could fold out Dimitar's ace high floats, right? Let's say Dimitar peeled a flop with an ace 10 or an ace jack. If he makes a big bet on the turn, we might see a fold. With that said, Rakita loading up with this ace 7 still has the benefit of folding out some better ace highs, and of course, this is a bluff that has equity when called. So you also want to think about, if your opponent calls the turn, can you improve at the river? If we're bluffing with a 0 equity bluff like Jack 10, then we cannot. But with ace 7 that is bluffing here, we can make an ace against the queen, we can make a 6 against the queen, and we can make a deuce. So in terms of having outs when called, this is a very nice hand selection. And Dimitar, I think, will approach this thinking about all the hands that he wants to fold, which is ace high, maybe something like pocket 7s, pocket 8s if he has it. And a queen is just too strong to let go right now, so he's calling. And again, I think his first tough decision will be at the river. Pre-flop, we're calling. On the flop, we're calling. On the turn, we're still there. But this hand gets difficult. The money is made in the decision process. Like, anyone can make the decision pre-flop and turn. The money will be made at the river if he faces the third street. How does his opponent bluff? How often is he going to have good hands? Rakita is representing aces, kings, ace, queen, king, queen. Even a hand like ace, deuce, or 6-7 And there it is. And see that immediately, you'll notice a cue there from Dimitar. Immediately, frustrated. He knows he's only bluff catching now. Right? He doesn't beat a value bet. Nothing worse is betting to try and get called. He's only beating the bluff. So the decision is not, is he bluffing yes or no? Because he's going to be doing both. He's going to have aces. He's going to have kings. He's going to have ace queen. But how often, what does that ratio look like? How often is it a good hand? How often is it a bad hand? That's it in poker, right? It's not yes or no. It's how often one or how often the other. So Dimitar right now is thinking about which hands 3-bet pre-flop. You can see him trying to work it out, right? We got aces, 6 combos. We got kings, 6 combos. We got ace queen, right? 3 suited, 9 offsuit, 12, 18 combos of value. Does he have king queen? You know, but if he knows that it's going to be king 10, king 9, ace 7, ace 8, right? That he has to flick it in. If it's going to be too many bluffs or enough bluffs that he should defend, he has to stick it in. He's not happy, but he knows he's got a bluff catcher and his opponent is good and capable of bluffing. So he sticks it in with the queen 9. Table's a winner. But that's where the money is made, right there at that river decision, right? Everything to that point, pretty straightforward. But just being able to make that call in a main event and understand that he's up against a tough, aggressive opponent and being willing to be shown aces sometimes. Sometimes we sit here and we watch and Roland Rakita will have ace-ace or king-king.
Tough call.
Here we see, let's see what he says.
But it's EPT main. I'm allowed.
It wasn't natural at all. You think it was natural, Ola?
I'm asking. I'm only asking.
You cheeky little.
That's interesting, right? They're talking about it being a knit roll. About him, you know, taking so long with the queen. Because these guys, you know, good regulars, understand that a queen is just too strong to fold most of the time. It's like, it's a heroic fold. But Dimitar's saying, look, it's EPT main. If I'm wrong, I'm out. Like, why not take some time? Sometimes he's going to be up against aces, kings, and ace queen, right? But that's just what you have to do to keep good players honest. You can't let them sit here and bluff the ace-7 all day. Good stuff. Ryan, welcome and thank you for the 21-month resubscription on Twitch. Glad you're enjoying it, mate. Trust me, I know everything. So it's the first time I've seen his stream, to be honest. Hello, welcome in. How are you finding it so far? Ola Shemian's finding today's offering very, very favorable indeed. Defends the queen 7 suit in the big blind. Makes 3 of a kind. Game is easy. Check back from Rakita. What do we notice about this hand, chat? What's very important about this hand? Look at the stack depths in the bottom left. 423k for Ola. 271k for Rakita. And what that means is that Rakita will have to play a lot of checks versus a player in the big blind who can have a 7 very often. Because any hand that he bets on the flop that isn't a 7, Ola Shemian can just check raise at this stack depth, representing a 7, of which he has many, and apply infinite pressure to every single hand that Rakita bets. So it means that Rakita has to check a lot on the flop, which we see him do. Ola now wants to, you know, drive value on his hand. Bets 15k on the turn. And it's a dream run out for him. It's a disaster for Rakita. But crucially here for Ola, versus a check back and a call on the turn, his opponent is going to have a lot of ace high. So Ola will be keen to take a polarizing size. He'll go for really big size here. He'll go for pot or more most of the time and say he either has a 7 or a 6. Or he has air. And air is very easy to access. It looks like 2x pot, right? Looks like 90k. 100k? Yeah. So he goes for 2x pot, which I expected because we understand that his opponent has got bluff catchers. We'll even check a hand like aces or kings sometimes because of those 2 7s on the flop. So Ola is saying I either have a 7 or a 6, or I have something like Queen 8 or Jack 8. And what I mean by it's very easy to access the bluffs is he defended in the big blind. So he's got all this shit. He's got all these garbage hands that he can just blast. So that sizing at the river there, just a product of how his range is going to work. So Luigi says, have you thought about commentating on the mainstream ever? This is the mainstream, buddy. This is it. I like having freedom here. You know, I can do what I want. We can play spin and goes on break. We can play hit or shit. We can hang out. I don't know. We're more, I don't know, like freedom, creative freedom. I like it here. I like being able to do my own thing. It's an absolute privilege to have full creative control over an EPT broadcast. And PokerStars say, here's the EPT. Do it how you want to do it on your channel. It's amazing. It's fantastic for me. And you know, those guys do their thing. They do an incredible job. It's great for our audience to be able to have options. And I love being able to bring you coverage. And I'm glad that you are spending the time with me. Sure. Though maybe I wish I wasn't playing spin and goes on break, because at the moment, costly. Fishing for Fishy says, I think someone's on a seesaw near the Hilton Prague. It is the famous Prague squeaky chairs, which are our first... Hey, where'd that go? There it is. The shower rankings, squeaky chairs. First entry to the shower rankings. This is bad things at EPT Prague. We obviously want good things at EPT Prague as well, please. Top of the power rankings at the moment is Ola Shamian. Because he's absolutely flying so far. Ace King is the flop. Dimitar with the raise. Just decides to bet the threes. And here's the merit of it. Look at that. 57% against Queen 6, but gets the fold. This is why we just want to bet a lot of our range versus the big blind. Clean up all that muck. Clean up all that garbage. What is going on here, by the way? Is it really full control if it's not a hot tub stream? When can we get a hot tub stream? You guys are really sick, you know that? You really are. Bit of professionalism. I know this is a laid-back atmosphere we try to cultivate here. Bit of professionalism, please. Ace 10 for Danchev. Yarosh with the ace 10 as well. Re-raises. Drops in with the 3-bet. Versus under the gun +1. Feels like his hand isn't strong enough to call versus the early position raise.
It would be very disrespectful to 4-bet your first 3-bet, right?
That says a lot.
Herrhed, that could do it. Aces, obviously. Pocket aces, obviously.
Raise.
And now we keep...
Back to the old ways, huh?
Raisey Daisy from Rakita.
Ace 10 off.
With the 8-9 suited.
You had ace 10 off?
Ikao will defend 5-4.
Very bad hand to 3-bet spot.
Pretty good start for Roland Rakita.
But if you have fantasy,
Yeah, that was.
you can call, then hit Stan, call 3 barrels, GG.
We'll have a C-bet. We'll have a C-bet. We'll have a fold.
Quick table at least. Quick table at least.
Yeah. Must be quick table when you're the slowest, right?
Pew, 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 pew.
I'm getting bullied here. I'm the guy.
A little bit.
I'm the guy getting bullied here, guys. Ladies and gents, what the fuck? It's not going on.
Not how it's supposed to be.
I can't believe it.
You need some heat to thrive, right? Like.
Don't make him mad.
I'm chilling. I'm waiting. I'm gonna double. Pass.
Chris.
One raise 5,000, 6 to pass. 4 pass, 6 7 cards.
Fours roller. Dimitar defending ace-3. Most likely we just see a c-bet here again. The visibility of fours very bad, like very hard to check back and get your hand to river.
A7, okay? I understand.
Wow, let's go for the check. Jack 8-6. Does complicate the pot quite a lot. I think you just have a very plus EV c-bet. Interested to see Ola check here. Let's go in for it again. It's going to just remove a lot of Jack X from his range. Checking back the turn removes a lot of Queen X, if not all of it, from his range, right? So he just becomes capped at... And no bluffing allowed, apparently.
You lose.
Ace-3 on the table. It's going to lose a lot.
Good read.
These guys not getting in each other's way. Emerald says, Spraggy, did you used to play COD back in the days? Just remember someone who had the name Spraggy and made montages. Well, was not me. No 360, no scopes over here. That is Maria Lampropoulou. And we are headed to the outer tables for some action. Against Stefan Dimitrov. We are on the river. The board is 3-10-5, Jack Ace. And Maria's bet 51,000, which is a big old bet. It's a big old pot. Stefan reaching for chips makes the call. Let's have a look. Maria is tabled King Queen, and by my count, that is the nuts. That is a Broadway straight. 10-3-5 flop, Jack turn, Ace river. Winner for Maria. And she has got, well, the stacks of blues are 5k, so that's at least 200, 220, 240. She's probably closing in on 300k once she drags those other chips in. Closing in on 300k for Maria Lampropoulou. A very, very accomplished player. As we rejoin our feature table, a reminder that if you don't know how poker tournaments work, or if you're new or whatever, this is just one of many tables in the field. 263 players remain in the tournament. There will be one winner, one main event champion. And we are just enjoying these 9 for now. Or 8. How many we got? Seems like something I should know. 8. 8-handed EPT main, usually. 8. How many make it to the money? Good question from user Hug Me. 183. So we're getting there. We are getting there. And we'll play into the money today. You jar with ace 10 suit in the hijack. Dimitar has had quite the come up over the last few hands, last few orbits. Made the big call down with Queen 9. He's up to 190k now. Two players. Dimitar in position with 8s.
I like your style today.
Jack, Jack, Queen.
It's good.
Very stylistic decision here, I think. Some players love to just check their entire range on some of these boards and see where their opponent's sizing takes them, or, you know, whether they want to check raise, check call, check fold. Definitely can see some betting. Have reasonable enough coverage of a jack when we open in the hijack. Dimitar sticking around for 4k. It's a very small bet. It's certainly a bet that is going to invite ace-high calls. Invite the pocket 8s to peel, right? Smaller sizing, more calling. We'll see how Najoa wants to navigate the turn. Just find the barrel for 16,000. And the barrel gets the job done with the ace-10. Nice! Nice pickup. No live tourneys for me anytime soon. I think my next live tournament's probably Paris. Irish Open early next year as well. News from the field, by the way, here in EPT Prague. Oloshemian, your chip leader of the tournament overall. One of his closest pursuers. Any UK regs in the chat? Who's a UK Poker Live reg in the chat? I know you're lurking. Second in chips at the moment, EPT Prague. Terry Jordan.
It's next time, I think.
Legendary UK poker player. Legendary UK poker player. Will get it in with mostly any two cards a lot of the time. Just loves the game. Terry Jordan, big, big legend of the UK scene. And of the EPT scene, I guess. Second in chips in Prague at the moment. When is Miss Marley back? Marley will be joining me for some commentary this week. We will have Marley providing much better insights than I on this stream later in the week. As Rakita flops top 2 and Ola flops middle pair in the 7 of diamonds. And again, we have to take note of these stack depths. Even a hand like Queen Jack. Let's think about Queen Jack here, right? You bet versus the big blind and Ola makes his 14,000. How happy are you? How happy are you if all these chips start going in? So these are monotone boards, you know, even more so now. Obviously now we've got 4 diamonds, so the hand is suppressed very aggressively, right? Now it just has to move into a check and try and show down. Maybe we can potentially try and call a river somehow. But even on the flop, if we get check raised, something like Queen Jack at this stack depth, if all the money goes in, it's going to be flushes. It's going to be straights, right? Just see how Rakita wants to approach this turn. I'd imagine it's with a check. Eyes firmly fixed on Ola. Who in the big blind is naturally just going to have a lot of diamonds. And I say that because he's going to defend more offsuit hands than any other position. We see here Ola has Jack 7 offsuit. He doesn't have that from any other seat at the table. So that's why he's just going to have a diamond a lot, because he has Jack 7 off, King 7 off, right? He has 10-6 offsuit with a 10 of diamonds or a 6 of diamonds. So it's really easy for him to have a diamond. We see check, check.
I win.
Ola says he wins. He does. 7 of diamonds.
Yes, you do.
Indeed. Hunter Griggs says, Spraggy, would you class yourself as one of the best poker players in the UK, considering what you've accomplished in your career? Nah. Yuha Helpy. Faces in the field. Ryan Mandara, UK poker player. Connor O'Driscoll. No further comment at this time. Connor with all the C's and all the O's and all the N's and all the R's. And Lucas Sarainen, who we definitely saw play in EPT Malta. Player, I believe, out of Finland, Lucas Sarainen. Trivia for you. I'm being told that all of these players, all 4 of those players, have a link. It is your job to tell me what that link is. I said, my guess was that all have 4 different letters in their first name. Yuha Helpy, Ryan Mandara, Connor O'Driscoll, and Lucas Sarainen. So, has Ola just come in for a call here with ace queen in the small blind? He has. Yarosh opened on the button and Ola Shemian just calling the small blind. Very intriguing. I would say this is almost always a hand that the majority of players are going to 3-bet. Almost always, like pure 3-bet. And Yarosh having c-bet the flop will be very happy with the turn card. And given how wide he's going to be on the button, and given how Ola Shemian, you know, centered around Jack X, centered around some underpairs, some flush draws, some backdoor equities, Yarosh will feel really good about his king queen. And why even more so? Because he will have expected Ola Shemian to 3-bet ace queen pre-flop. So he'll be trying to target a hand like Jack 10, King Jack, Ace Jack even, Jack 9 suited. He'll be trying to target flush draws. He does go for a fairly small sizing, which is interesting. Goes for about half pot here. Just more than half pot. I do think you could make argument to size up. You are maybe going to still want to value bet Ace Jack and King Jack. I think that's very fair. So maybe just mixing this queen in with some of those smaller bets. Here comes Ola though. He's going to attack that sizing. I think realizing versus that bet that his opponent is still going to be trying to milk a jack, is going to have some weaker queens. And he's popping him up with the ace queen. This is really sharp from Ola. In a spot where some players might just call again and let their opponent keep bluffing perhaps, or, you know, even be scared of creating a big pot. Ola is correctly deducing that versus a half pot turn sizing, ace queen wants the pot to be bigger. He realizes that his hand wants to play for more chips against a jack or against a weaker queen or against a flush draw. So he takes the aggressive stance. And I think Yarosh needs to think about this, about how often is he barreling this turn, and I think the answer is fairly often. And that a queen is one of the better hands that he's going to have. So he's going to want to stick around with it. You know, Ola more than capable of bluffing. More than capable of peeling with a 4 and a 5 even. Or something like 9, 10 of spades, or King 10 of spades, or King 9 of spades, right? and having a bunch of equity and applying pressure to a jack. Wow! Wow!
Don't want to see one?
One card.
Wow! Folds a queen.
Moro.
I think you bluffed me.
Got you cooked.
That's a really, really big fold.
An asshole.
Good hand.
Why you say that? You.
I'm trying just to inflame them, to put gasoline on the fire, you know?
I see, I see.
Need to put jacket off now.
What did you have? I will check anyway.
Gonna make
You
him
will
sweat
find
half an hour.
out.
Oh, too much bluffing today.
Raise.
It's 6 raise 5,000. 7 plus. 8 plus.
Big laydown. We think about how often he's opening the button and how often he's barreling that spot. To fold as high up as king queen. You really just think that Ola isn't taking this spot, right? Just not taking this as a bluff. I don't know how true that is or otherwise, frankly. People play EPT mains very differently. When you have such a soft field with a very good structure, like let's think about how much king queen is worth. It's probably worth quite a chunk, but do you really want to play that massive pot bluff catching against Ola, right? When there's potentially a lot of easier chips in the field? I don't know. There's definitely something to be said for edge passing against, you know, good players, good opponents, whatever. Keeping yourself alive. If this spot is worth 5 BB per 100 or whatever, there might be a spot coming up that's worth 80 BB per 100 against someone who, you know, isn't going to play as astutely.
10 bet, 10 total.
You know, we have the benefit of seeing it's a great laydown. It's a really great laydown. It's pipped by 1 and pipped by an ace queen that was very unexpected. Well, Jarosz straight back into the fire here. He's 3-bet the ace-4 suited. Ekal has defended and flopped a set. Jarosz goes for 10,000 and Ekal going for the check raise in a 3-bet pot. Bumps it right up to 33k. Jarosz in the blender again. He's not going to be happy here. Just made the big laydown with the king queen. Obviously lost some chips. Came in with the 3-bet of ace-4. Faces a frustrating check raise in a spot where he's still beating flush draws. He's still beating something like king 10, king jack, jack 10. You know, check raising the gut shot. I think the problem for Jarosz's hand is we talk about static equity. It's really hard to take this 4 to showdown. And if you're dead, you're dead. Look at his equity. Less than 1%. And against a hand like ace queen or king queen, he's in very bad shape too. So now he's just playing guessing games against king 10, jack 10, king jack. And Ekal, with less than pot remaining, what do we think? Yeah, I think he's going all in. And how does Jarosz think about this? He thinks about all the good hands. Ace queen, sure. Pocket 9s, sure. Pocket 4s, he's got a key blocker. Does his opponent have queen 9 suited pre-flop? Ekal has been tight. He checked back that ace jack against Ola, which was a very tight showdown. We saw that showdown. Jarosz saw that showdown. I think what's really important to think about here is how often can he have value? Like, does he even value jam king queen? Or is he too scared of aces and kings in a 3-bet pot to do it? I would be thinking that. I'd be thinking, I don't think this guy has queen jack for value. I don't think he maybe even has king queen for value. So if he only has ace queen for value, and then he's also bluffing ace x of clubs every time, jack 10 all the time, I'd be more thinking he has like king 10 of clubs or, you know, ace x of clubs. Yeah. He doesn't have much value. He has pocket 9s, ace queen, But the way that Ekal has value bet hands, I don't know if he even puts it in with king queen. So he's very narrow for value. But if he's bluffing a flush draw all the time, we spoke about that ratio, right? If he's only got 3 combos of 9s and a few combos of ace queen, then you can get bluff heavy very quickly if you're always bluffing the flush draw. That's why Yarosh is sticking around with this 4. And I don't blame him. He really wants to call it, because it's like pocket 9s, ace queen, or he's good. He really wants to flick it in, man. He really wants to flick it in, and I don't blame him. I'd feel pretty good about, yeah. Weirdly, I'd feel pretty good about Yarosh's hand. Yeah, and he's called. He's drawing dead, but he's expecting to see the flush draw. He's not going to see that many Queen X hands here. I think this is a cooler for Yarosh. The way that Ekal value bets, he doesn't value bet thinly at all. We've seen that. He's repping pocket 9s or ace queen maybe. This isn't as... You got there, Phil. This is not as absurd as it looks, I think. Ekal's going to be quite bluff heavy. I got to respect Yarosh for going with it, though. I got to respect him for being able to put it in with the 4 and taking his read. But it is unfortunately an elimination for Patrick Yarosh. The ace no good. And Ekal just playing honest poker, right? Playing straight up. Yarosh playing guessing games. Ekal playing I got a set, all the money's going in.
Right call.
Collar down to 9,000 chips. Needs a spin and needs it fast. That set is going to move Ekal up to $271,000, still way in front.
We cooked him.
That's brutal. Kind of, yeah.
That's brutal.
You say you cooked him. You cooked him. Maybe he was giving some props to Ola there for the hand before. The start of the spiral. Okay, here comes Dimitar again. Under the gun 1, ace 9 of clubs. And Rakita again with a 3-bet. We saw him 3-bet the ace 7 offsuit before. He 3-bet and tripled off. He's 3-betting Dimitar Danchev again, this time with the ace 6 suited from the hijack. Dimitar got a lot more maneuverability now. He's got a lot more chips to play with. He's sticking around with ace 9 suited. 7-5 deuce. I think Rakita has a little bit of interaction with the 7. You think about who makes top pair here. Rakita 3-betting ace-6. I think he'll have ace-7. I think Dimitar will have ace-7 as well. Maybe Rakita might 3-bet something like king-7 suit occasionally. But Rakita, of course, still has aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10s. As does Dimitar at this stack depth. He won't 4-bet 9s, 10s, jacks. And Rakita continues his aggression, bets 11,000. Dimitar just has this club and these overs, and he could still be good, right? I think Rakita will 3-bet something like king 10, king 9, queen 8. So Dimitar again, knowing that he has to be stubborn against an aggressive opponent. Really interesting though, right? Second time we've seen these guys do battle. And it was Dimitar who called down the top pair in the first instance to secure the double up. They're going at it again in a 3-bet part. 8 on the turn, is going to hit some of Rakita's bluffs. I think he'll 3-bet Queen 8. I think he'll 3-bet King 8 occasionally and Ace 8 occasionally. Dimitar just deciding to lead though. And this lead is going to be Dimitar saying, I've got enough hands in this middle area of the board that the equity shifts in my favor, right? Rakita has too much ace-king, ace-queen, maybe ace-jack, maybe king-queen. That Danchev is more centered. Once he's called the flop, he's more centered around these cards. And an 8 is in the same area, so he's going to lead. To punish the fact that Rakita's range is more up here. We can see, of course, Rakita has the straight draw, so he's going to stick around. And if Danchev's turn lead is saying he's in the middle of the deck, so he gets the lead, then clearly the king favors Rakita, right? Dimitar's leading the turn because he reckons he's going to have, you know, 7-8, 6-7, 5-6, these types of hands that are betting against the high cards. Then the king is very clearly a swing into Rakita's favor. So I think Dimitar has a couple of options. He can either go really, really big and say he's got 2 pair plus. He could go really, really small. But I think anything in the middle is not where he's going to want to land. Check works. And that's Dimitar recognizing that this king favors Rakita. And I do think that Rakita will try and leverage the fact that the king is better for him by bluffing with this hand. He's still going to have ace-king. He's still going to have king x of diamonds that will include king 9, king 10, king jack, and king queen probably at some frequency. And he's still going to have an occasional king 7 himself, king 8 himself, an occasional 7-8 suited himself. I don't think he 3-bets many of the sets. But I do think if he gets here with ace-6 high, he bluffs it. Here he comes. Let's see sizing. 84,000 in the middle. Looks like 60k. 55. Dimitar with one of the worst hands he's going to get hit with. I'd be very surprised if he decides to do anything. It's very awkward for him if he has a hand like 8-9 suited. But I don't think it's particularly awkward with ace-9. It's not an immediate fold though, and it doesn't strike me as a position where you'd care to Hollywood. I mean, if Dimitar could pull this ace-high call off, it would be strong. Or maybe other ideas. All options on the table. It would be the call of the day. Folds. But credit where it's due. Didn't seem happy. I don't think it's Hollywood at all. Didn't seem happy to lay down the ace-9. Nicely navigated by the ace-6 though from Roland Rakita. Found the bluff at the right time at the river and picks up a nice pot. Hey, Spin and Goes. You guys know Spin and Goes. We were playing Spin and Goes earlier with varying degrees of success. The Spin and Go Championship Live is a new innovation from PokerStars and PokerStars Live. We've had 2 iterations so far, and it's returning in Paris. It returns, it's the 3rd Spin and Go Championship set to take place, EPT Paris 2026. 81 qualifiers will compete in the series of 3-handed tournaments for a share of a guaranteed prize pool of €300,000. The winner will receive €100,000, and qualification is underway. There's different ways to qualify. A lot of it is playing Spin and Goes on PokerStars and leaderboards and things like this. €300,000 in the prize pool, €100,000 to the winner. And that's just played by the people who qualify for it. And that, I think, is going to be something that gets bigger and bigger. The Spin and Go Championships. And you can qualify by playing spin and goes, like I said, check out the website, check out the blog if you're interested in that. Fun way to get to Paris, though. Play some spins. Come and hang out at EPT Paris, play the Spin and Go Championships. A lot of fun. They built a whole new big set, TV set and everything. It's great. Dimitar Danchev, raising under the gun. Ekal defends big blind. Flops a gut shot. Dimitar just continuing with everything. Bets the flop. And a repeated 9 on the turn. The repeat 9. Ekal checks. I do think some players will build out a lead strategy on this turn. Maybe the 9 favors the player in the big blind. Because they have 9-4 and 9-5 and 9-6 and under the gun doesn't. We don't see that here. We see check, check. Another 9. So many 9s. Emergency services. 999. How will Ekal approach the river? Has to bluff. Gonna have a lot of queens. He bets very small, right? 7,000. Yeah, it's not gonna get the job done. Jack, 8. Full house. For Dimitar with the 7s. I think at the river, Ekal is going to be betting a queen or a 9 or a bluff. So I think he should probably size up. 7,500 is what? What hand wants to bet 7,500? Nothing really. A bluff. Picked off quickly by Dimitar Danchev. Hey, earlier today, YouTube chat set a new world record for likes per minute on this stream since it started. It was the first time they had set a likes per minute record, so it's bound to be the winner. However, this is your first real opportunity to break your own record by supporting the stream and hitting the like button. We've turned it into a game to bait you into likes. It's very smart, really. We are now playing likes per minute. The current record is 57. Don't press like just yet. Hold your horses. It won't count if you press it right now. Hold your horses. I don't. If you unlike it, if you've already liked it, you may be able to like it again and it'll count. I don't know. Are you ready? You've got 1 minute to smash the like button on YouTube, and you have to beat 57 likes per minute. That is your best rate so far. I believe in you, YouTube. I believe in you. 2 so far.
What do you see?
One of my friends had like 275 and he's walking from the table. Come on. Donkey. I'm gonna spank him later.
He's gonna spank him later. Chat's gonna get spanked if you don't beat 57. 41, you got 20 seconds.
At least you don't say his name.
I hope he had the biggest cooler, otherwise he's gonna get spanked.
Oh, 56, you won off. 10 seconds. Someone's got to like it. Like it, like it, like it.
And he found out, huh?
Yeah. You know how it is, right?
I know. You always find out.
1 hour can happen a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Or, wait for it.
Coming back.
He's coming back.
He's coming here.
Here?
Yes.
This table?
Yes.
No way.
How you know that?
Because his watch is off the hand and the phone and everything. Yeah, he's coming here.
Okay, he's not
That's
a
funny.
donkey. Now you know.
Now I know.
But now you cook. He knows it.
I am cooked. Another big stack at the table.
Fucking hell. Okay. He's coming fuck around here. He has a lot of chips.
Bet 2,000 and doesn't work. 8 bucks.
was another triple board. 777 at our table. Like earlier.
This table?
No, when we were playing there.
Hello.
And now 555.
At this table or?
Yeah, this table, but there. Not here.
I don't remember. Welcome.
Welcome.
He was pissed on you. Just
I know.
Really pissed on you because
Yeah.
he thought you was Basto.
Yeah.
He was like this donkey.
Yeah. Of course.
Why are you telling? Why?
Yeah.
You had brothers?
If you have friends like this, you don't need enemies, right?
Yeah, exactly. Look at him, how happy he is for cooking me. I'm gonna remember that. Don't you worry.
Okay. I can take some heat.
Yeah, you have a big stack, you can.
Raise.
Seat 5 raise 5,000. Plus.
Not too much heat, but a little bit is okay.
Seat 7 call. Yes. 8 plus.
We've got a new player joining the table, and it is Kostin Stanku, another big stack, who is friends with, it would appear, friends with Najao, who's at the table here, with a Queen Jack against Danchev's Queen Jack. Hijack versus button. We've had a word with the production team, just a quiet word in the ear about the likes per minute being seemingly broken. Check on the flop. Najwa with the only heart in the hand. Queen Jack plays Queen Jack at the moment. I think he'll be quite happy to steer it towards showdown. Seems like a hand we could start trying to milk, trying to get some value in. Yeah, small size. And for Danchev's hand, similarly, bets a lot of his kings on the flop. One of the stronger hands he's going to have is a queen. We'll see some bluffs coming in from Nijio where, you know, this hand is still good. So for 5.5k, action on Dimitar Danchev. Yep. Off to the river. Which brings happiness. Both players' confidence
on and off
in their hand increases. I do imagine that Nijoa will value bet his hand, and he does. 8,000. A little bit thin for Dimitar to think about raising. He's already piecing out the call-in chips. Yeah, chop it up. Now, I'm thinking actually, what do we know about Romanian poker players with NEAG? Actually, Daniel is NEG, right? Negranu.
Nice glasses, Mr. Stark.
That's what I'm thinking. Is it Nigoa?
Actually, he's from Mr.
Or Nijoa?
Gotta gather the Avengers.
It's a secret.
I wish I knew.
Wow.
4,000 likes. I wish.
90 minutes.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
So lovely.
Can lean back.
Yeah.
And enjoy the time here.
Never gets too uncomfortable in the end of the level.
No.
Yeah.
Chat, what do you think about this on x.com from PokerStars? Elijah said that he's loving the stream and the commentary. Thank you very much, Elijah, for that. PokerStars replied, "We love to hear that. Spraggy is a fan favorite for a reason. Great vibes and genuinely insightful takes. We'll make sure the team sees this. Keep an eye out for more live event content." Thank you, PokerStars. Very cool. So Edge says, "That's me." Thank you, mate. I tweeted that. Thank you, mate. Nijoa with a raise, King Jack. Ekal with a 3-bet with Ace 10 suited in the hijack, and Dimitar Danchev behind with Ace Queen. Immediately, we're not happy with ace queen. We do not have a hand that wants to 4-bet and get it all in and start, you know, lumping chips in the middle. What we do have is quite an attractive 4-bet, get everything else to fold sort of operator, you know? Here we go, 27,000. Now, this is not with the intention of, you know, inducing a 5-bet or trying to play for it all. But it's going to move out the king-jack. And you'd expect to hear pretty quickly from hands that have ace-queen dominated. Else you can play in position. So, if Ecal has kings, probably put some more money in. If Ecal has aces, probably put some more money in. If he has ace-king, probably put some more money in. If he has 10s or jacks, he probably calls. If he has ace-10 suited, he's going to have a call. So the benefit here is Danchev can iso himself against some hands that he dominates, hands that he's flipping against, and play in position. And just because of the nature of him 4-betting pre-flop, it's very tricky for Ecal to play back at him with a weaker hand, right? Because Danchev's still going to have all the really good hands. I do think King 9-9, pretty good board for Dimitar. Dimitar's range is going to be aces, kings, ace-king. Maybe some king-queen suited. Here's the bluff, and ace-queen. So ace-queen really the only hand he has. Maybe an ace-jack suited or something. But one of the few hands that don't connect with King 9-9. So I think we see him bet small. He goes 14,000. And gets the fold from ace-10. But a nice find of the 4-bet here from Dimitar. Showing his experience, showing his class. He's around 200,000 chips. Sitting comfortably. Everybody's sitting comfortably apart from Collar.
Here?
I can have 2 waters, please. Stew, yeah.
Still water too.
I'll have a couple more, please.
And a pair of aces, please.
He was just kidding.
I was joking, I was joking. Thank you.
7 pass.
I have my card in my car. Pocket.
I got you. I have it.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah. 8 raise 5,000. 10 pass. 1 pass.
Here comes Roland Rakita again with the raise. Oh, Collar. 9-5. Has a great collar, by the way. Coincidence?
Good luck, gentlemen.
2.5k already in the big blind, 2.5k in the ante. He's got to roll with a 9-5.
Free hand, 3 time, 2-4.
He's not happy with this distribution. But he's got 34% to stay alive. Working the 9-5. What a way to make a living. Flush draws.
Fair fight.
Bit of hope. Bit of a sweat. Can he find a way back into this tournament again?
From heaven.
7 would be fun, yeah.
Stefan Collar's tournament life hangs in the balance, sports fans. No hope on the turn. 1 card and 1 card only, and it better be a diamond. It's not a diamond.
Thank you for the game.
GG.
Stefan Collar eliminated from your feature table. Just shy of the money. 183 getting paid today. And we are down to now 235 in the field.
Thank you.
There is always a sweat, eh? There is always a sweat.
Yes.
6 raise 5,000. Seven call.
Ecal coming in now with the 6-5 suited from under the gun +1. Dimitar +2 just peels off the queen 10 of spades. Dominates the spades. An 8-9 of diamonds. Is this the dream big blind hand or what? Is this the dream big blind hand? I'd rather be lower down. Why would I rather be lower down? Any answers why I'd rather be lower down than 8-9? First person to say why in the chat wins a highlighted message on stream. What a prize. Not much for Ecal. A little bit for Danchev. A little bit for Adani. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Open ender coming into view. Double gut shot for Danchev. Why would I rather be lower down? We're dominated less often. Ryan Jeffries is the winner. No cooler versus ace king. Exactly, when the board is a 10 and a jack and a queen. And you've got the 8-9 versus early position. Cooler by the ace king. No bueno. Whereas when I have 6-7 or 4-5 and I make some straights, you know, or 7-8 even. But it depends, you know, they can have king queen, they have queen jack, but if you have 4-5 and it's 6-7-8, they're not going to have 9-10 offsuit, right? They're always going to have ace-king offsuit. Dan Laidlaw says, reverse implied odds versus ace-king. Dan, you're about 10 minutes late. Hello, Dan. Welcome in. Stop. The 6-7, by the way, 6-7 meme in this chat is now a bannable offense. Even though I do appreciate that I've said 6-7 today a lot. I will not be memed at an EPT. This is the European Poker Tour, god darn it. This is a serious poker tour for serious people. This community will not be dragged down into 6-7 memeing. Can I post a YouTube link to help Spraggy pronounce Nijoa? Nijoa. Nijoa. Sure. I mean, let me... Here we go.
Pronouncenames.com.
Pronouncenames.com. They've got a website for everything, haven't they?
Pronouncenames.com.
Nagoye. Nagoye. Nagoye.
Do we have the correct pronunciation of your name? Pronouncenames.com.
Nagoye.
Nagoye. I would say Nijoa. Close.
Yeah. Nagoye.
Nagoye. Nagoye. Nagoye with a 4-3. My apologies to Nagoye.
I want it.
I walked blind blind.
Yep, I am the lead now. He got out, he was there, ultra neat, and now I am the ultra neat.
I don't know if he's in it. Maybe.
No, he is for sure.
Yeah?
We all know it, right? The guy who was there before. Your friend who got cooked.
I think he got cooked more than he is in it.
I know.
Dan Laidlaw says Terry Jordan has 600k at Big Blind 3k. Give someone a message stars to get him on the feature spray. I said earlier, big legend of the UK scene and the European scene. Terry Jordan, amongst the chip leaders in Prague. Now Terry definitely plays a style, a big pot style that it's either going to go to the moon and he's going to end the tournament on day 4, or he could go to 0. That is not a man who's going to get 600k chips and sit back. He's either going up to 5 mil within a couple days, or he's going to nil. Terry Jordan in the field amongst the chip leaders.
I don't need this. Just this.
And you
Thank
do love to see it. Ekal with a check in the small blind. Stanku, new to the table. Another player from Romania. 8, 6, and a 4. Chooses to bet versus small blind. 6,000 chips. Takes it down.
Where are you from?
Romania. Year of Romania. Can hear it. Year of Romania. I can hear it. You know?
Hey, chill. It's a long way still.
Nah, it's already done.
Year is almost over, so.
Exactly. What a better time.
Yeah.
They already
Gotta
know
pick
it.
26.
Yep. We are everywhere.
26 or 25?
No, 25 and 26.
So it's gonna be repeatedly
Yeah.
the year of Romania.
Well, it was for Germany like 8 years, you know.
It's a while ago already.
I know. It's
We
our
peaked
turn
long
now.
time ago.
It's our turn now.
Fair enough. You deserve it.
9,000.
All right. Spoke earlier about I swing some of these hands. 8-3 offsuit, 9-4 offsuit, 10 deuce offsuit, etc. Danchev with a limp. Rakita does take the lead with 8-3-0. Suggestions of a year of Romania. Always suggestions of a year of Romania, I feel like. And a pair for Danchev. Will it be the year of Rakita? Checks back 8-3. You have to be very careful with your frequencies betting here. If your eyes swing a load of shit, you don't want to bet too often because you'll have shit too often. And Danchev has narrowed his range, strengthened his range when he called the pre-flop raise. So definitely still going to have some aces, make some jacks. We can see he's made a 5. Just wonder whether Rakita goes for the delayed bluff now with the 8 high. Just because he didn't bet the flop, it does mean that he can reintroduce some of those bluffs on the turn. I wonder if his preference is for a diamond and a spade. He has a diamond and a club, just little things at the margins, but looks like he's going for it with the 8-3. Bluffing from the bottom up. Betting some of the worst hands in his range on the turn. I do think Danchev is going to have to be stubborn here. He did already catch him bluffing with the A7. He didn't catch him bluffing with the A6 high. But Rakita at it again. Failing to connect with the flop. Failing to connect with the turn. But now betting 17,000 into a pot of 20. And that's very interesting, right? That's very consequential. He goes for a near pot size bet. Perhaps versus 2 checks, he can take a pot size bet with a jack. Perhaps he feels confidently enough in the strength of a jack that, you know, he can fire it for a big size. Catches a 3 on the river. I would imagine that slows him down. He does pick up showdown value. Dimitar will stick around on the turn with king high. He will stick around with some flush draws, be it spades or diamonds, that the 3 now beats. I think if he has 8 deuce off, 8-4 off, he continues to bluff. But yeah. Taps a 3. No good. 5 is the winner.
drink one of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's okay, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
thank you. Thank you, by the way.
Guess it's on the production.
Okay, this is Spraggy. What are your suggestions playing small blind versus big blind with King 5 suited? Is it better to raise pre just to fold 8-3-0? Check call since you have decent hand, or maybe check raise to fold out garbage? I think we would be more likely to raise offsuit hands for a limp raise. King 5 suited very playable. You keep in a lot of the 5x that you dominate. So we want to play limps and then calls with a lot of suited stuff. We want to play raises with the top and the bottom, and then limp and call the middle. Or, you know, raise and 3-bet the top, raise and 3-bet the bottom, etc. Raise and 4-bet, excuse me. But I think King 5 suited fits nicely in sort of middling section, where we have enough playability, we keep in some dominated stuff. Flops quite well, flops nice top pairs.
Smooth.
Davide says, I'm currently using Pronounce Names, the website, pronouncenames.com, to call my girl from the other room. She's going crazy. Seems wholly unnecessary. Unless you didn't know how to pronounce your girl's name, which is a whole other issue. But we have learned that it's Nagoya. 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 May Tyler, what's up? Says you seem like a nice fella. Cheers from the US. Looks can be deceiving. Welcome in, mate. Welcome in. Ecal with a raise this time. Rakita, 3-bet call. I think we're going to see a re-raise, folks.
8 raise 17,000. And that's
3 bets to 17,000. Enough to get the job done. Hello, Shadissimo. Shadissimo poses a question about slots. I don't know. I don't play slots, so I wouldn't know. I'm being told that we don't have to sack somebody who's responsible for the likes per minute. I'm being told it's fixed.
5. 8 raise 5,000.
Martin Roberts says, Spraggy, if I bust you 3 times on PokerStars, can we do a meet? Do you know how many people I'd have to meet and greet? Everyone who busted me 3 times on Stars? Feel like Wembley Stadium.
10 raise 15,000.
No.
1 pass, 4 pass.
Knocking me out of a tournament on PokerStars. That's no achievement, is it? You watch this stream. Stanker with a 3-bet. Ace-8 for Rakita. Does he want to play back with the offsuit hand? No. Another pre-flop takedown here. EPT Prague main event. €5,300 buy-in. 231 players left. 183 will be paid. Jack says, hey Spraggy, has your day been plus EV today?
Thank you.
Plus EV. Sure.
Big blind, please.
It's a real privilege to be able to stream this.
I was daydreaming.
No problem.
We have played 6, lost 6 in spin and goes though. Games played 6, total buy-in 600, net profit minus $600. Here in the greatest hub on the internet, the best hub on the internet today, the Spin and Go hub, of course. Now our net profit is $4,800 spins played, 47 in cashes, minus $100 basically. It's not good, is it? So on the table, maybe we're plus EV, I don't know. In those spins, maybe I did get very unlucky, I think. Rakita with a raise. Nagoya with a fold. Rakita for the win.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
We have a new player with us. Modestus Sakalauskas. Modestus Sakalauskas from Lithuania. 37 big blinds deep.
Seat 7 raise 5,000.
Who joins us for, I believe, hand 99 of the day.
10 plus, 10 plus.
And it's a hand where we'll see Dimitar Danchev raise with ace-3 clubs. Am I going to be playing after this? Nope, we're going to be streaming next 5 days. We've got live coverage from Prague, European Poker Tour. I'll be playing on breaks occasionally, a little bit of spin and go action, but we are commentating action from the EPT, playing down to a main event winner. All the thrills, all the spills, all the fun of the fair between now and Sunday.
2,500.
And a 3-bet out of the big blind from Ekal. Dimitar Danchev folds ace-3 from under the gun. Another 3-bet and take it pre-flop. Spiros asks, do they have a shot clock? No shot clock. This table's playing really quickly though. This table's playing in a very, very energetic fashion. I don't think we need a shot clock. Controversial opinion, if I may share. I think shot clocks slow the game down. I think shot clocks, if you tell people that they're allowed 30 seconds, they're going to take 30 seconds more often than they ordinarily would.
5.
Interesting experiment in this arena is childcare, actually, where parents picking up children from nursery, playgroup, whatever, from childcare, they would be late all the time to pick the kids up. So the nursery
Just an illusion.
decided to implement a fee, a charge, so that every 5 minutes you were late, you pay $5. What happened? People were even later. There were more late arrivals, more late pickups, because previously people had some sort of shame or embarrassment or obligation. Oh, I'm late. Now someone is looking after my kid and they shouldn't be. I should be there on time, picking up at 4 o'clock. Whereas when you implement a charge and say it's $5 for every 5 minutes afterwards, people go, I'll be 20 minutes late. It's going to cost me $20, but... Right? When you're paying for it, you feel like you're paying for the service now, so I can be later than that. I think it's very similar with time banks, where people, you say, okay, you only have 30 seconds before the flop, then people will feel I can have my 30 seconds whenever I want it. Whereas sometimes they would have folded in 5, 6 seconds, 10 seconds, right? I'm a big anti-shot clock guy. But I would encourage other players to call the clock very regularly. I don't think people call the clock enough, which is why you have to put the time banks in. But if you give people 30 seconds, they'll take it too often, I think. We don't really need them today. We're moving along at a good pace today. Which is nice. Olashemian betting the 9s on Queen 6-5, looking for extraction against a 6, a 5, ace high. Gonna run into some trouble with his extraction. And again, a hand, if we're 10 big blinds deep, I think Rakita will play check shove all in. If we're 20 big blinds deep, he might play some check raise. But we are over 100 something big blinds deep. So Queen 3 is not yet a hand that wants to create a bigger pot. The threshold for stacking off is a lot higher than Queen 3. So Rakita with just the call to an ace of clubs turn. Rakita has quite a natural check and flow. And I think Ola will look towards some other parts of his range to bluff. Can't value bet this hand. Doesn't want to bluff this hand. You know, still beats a 6, still beats a 5, take the showdown. Be really surprised if he decides to barrel with a 9. And a 9. Doesn't seem too ready to check. There it is. Comes in eventually. River is a king. And weirdly, I think that Ola will still feel pretty good about his 9s. You're going to see plenty of 7-4, 7-8, 7-9, 5x, 6x, you know. I just wonder whether Rakita ever bets 10% of the pot with a queen. I think he's discounted a lot of ace-x from Ola's range. It's still going to lose to queen 10s and queen jacks, so maybe it's a bit thin, right? Yeah, check, check. Both players just happy to show down. Ola trying to show down against a 6 or a 5. Very small pot.
Who wants to buy it? Ole, you want to buy it?
No.
You need it.
I will exchange 500 for 1,000.
Chip raise to the 500, and your table will also move back to table 24.
Well, with news that that table is headed back into the field, this is going to be our new feature table coming back from the break. That's Anton Wig, who is a former EPT champion, Copenhagen 2010. And these are the guys that are going to be joining us after the break. We'll get introduced, we'll get familiar with them when they join the table. Helpful says, how widely used do you think stimulants and amphetamines are used in poker? Adderall, Vivance? I don't know what that is. I have no idea, to be honest. It's not a world that I'm familiar with. I certainly don't use anything like that other than coffee, which I suppose is a stimulant. But I don't really know. I couldn't give you a good answer. I'm not trying to skirt the fact that I'm sure some people use like focus medication and things like that. Maybe like nootropics for focus as well. But I'm certainly not someone who... I always feel pretty energized and pretty focused as it is, so I've never really needed to explore any of those options. Huge flop here. Unbelievable flop here. And again, we're fairly deep, folks. Ola Shemian opens the 10-8 of diamonds under the gun, and the flop comes 6-7-9. Dimitar Danchev with every bit of the board as well.
Back in my setup.
Yeah.
So again, we see a lot of out-of-position checking. We do see Ola check here with the nuts. I would assume...
No, but I will sell it to you.
His intention is to check raise and get more money in.
How much you want?
5% of the final.
Come on, man.
But you're gonna be cozy until there.
I don't want it anymore.
He raises up to 18k. We're going to start thinking about how Ola might want to check raise here.
Yeah,
and I think it's with a very tight range of hands.
Yeah, that's true. And back too.
We spoke and we speak about static equities and shifting equities and dynamic equities. I really don't think at this stack depth that you ever want to check raise aces, kings, and queens, and jacks and tens, or a 9. Because so many turns, rivers, and runouts are going to be bad for you. Case in point, if we check raise aces here, we're going to see a lot of 5s and 8s and clubs and 10s.
Always be better.
Right? So the range that Ola is raising is sets, straights, flush draws. You know, hands that are going to be good hands by the river. One pair hands are not going to be good hands by the river on these boards. So I actually feel like Ola would benefit from a bigger sizing on the flop,
Ah, okay. Broke. Yeah.
given that he's just straights and sets and bluffs. Gin turn for Danchev.
Oh. Could I have one?
And his job now is to make the pot as big as he possibly can. So we say, okay, typically, how do we make the pot bigger? We bet. And the only reason you wouldn't bet is if you felt like you could recapture all that money at the river by checking and then having Ola bet 4 times the size of the pot on occasion, right? But typically, the best way to make the pot bigger is to put money in yourself. I think a very good example here of, for Ola of a hand that is the nuts on the flop, but now is unable to check raise, doesn't want to force a big pot, is not looking to check raise. I wouldn't say he's bluff catching necessarily. He does still beat a bare 8. You know, if Dimitar has a hand like 8-9, I think he'll take a small size and value bet river to try and get called by a set. Or maybe if he feels like Ola is check raising aces and kings, he will value bet an 8. So I wouldn't say that Ola is necessarily only beating a bluff. He will beat the 8 that bets. But his hand is way too thin to check raise, right? If you check raise 10-8 at the river, you get called by a flush and you fold out everything else. The question is, how greedy does Dimitar want to be? Does he feel like Ola's range on the turn is just an 8? And does he just try and go for max against it? Or does he try and go for a smaller size to target a 2-pair, you know, or a set? Does he try and target a 6-7? Does he try and target an aces or kings? Looks like pot to me. Just shy of, right? 80,000. So this is much more Dimitar. I don't even think he puts an 8 in this size. Because an 8 makes money by getting called by 2-pair. And to get called by 2-pair, we have to go smaller. So this is Dimitar saying, I have a flush. Or I have a hand like something that called the flop with 1 club in it and bluffing. Which would be what? I don't know. Hard to bluff then, isn't it? Maybe something with a 10 in. Queen 10 with a club. Unlikely to have offsuit. You see this here. Ola realizes what a tough spot it is to bluff. He has the nut straight. And he check called the turn. And he begrudgingly calls the river. Massive hand for Dimitar Danchev. Sad one for Ola Shemian.
Yeah, I know. Something like that. What do you call it? Okay, so win.
A little bit of exasperation to end the level for Ola. He had it all his own way. Was motoring well above 500,000 chips. So it is the first time we've seen a significant setback for him. As we pan out and take the break. 223 left, 183 paid. We're going to play some spinning goes on break. We've got a $600 deficit to turn around. I think we'll just get some an update here on some chip counts. And there it is. With that last big pot, Dimitar Danchev up to 120 bigs, 360k. Ola's still not far behind, 358. Didn't get to see much of Modestus Sakalauskas. Joined the feature table and now we'll be whisked away. We've got a different 8 players joining us after the break. Tamar says, around what time do the days end? We're playing 5 levels today. That's the end of level 3, right? Is that the end of level 3 or the end of level 2? No, we've had 2 breaks. So 3 levels to play, 2 levels to play. Let's play some spins.
Action will be on Owen Crow. Wow. He will fold from under.
Action might be on Owen Crow over there. It's going to be on me over here. All right, we're played 6, lost 6. It's not a great record. It's not a great record. Have I been to Prague often? Yeah, I've been to Prague every year for the last... I think I've been to EPT Prague like 6 or 7 times. Certainly been every year the last 4 or 5 years. I'm not traveling this year because I've just had a baby, a little baby boy, 6.5 weeks old. So I'm taking a little bit off traveling, miles a night. So we're broadcasting it instead, bringing you all the coverage instead. And here we go. Don't miss the best bit. What are we playing for? $100 spin with 0-6. We've got a new player at the table, Levko Lviv. We haven't played with Levko. 15 blinds each, $300 for the winner. Let's freaking go, you guys. Let's turn this ship around, shall we? Let's turn this ship around. I'm all in. Winner. Future PokerStars Master, I got a good feeling about this one. I hope you're right, mate. I hope so. This would be a good session. Good little 15-minute spin session here. This is what spins are made for. A little 10, 15-minute break. Get in there. Spin it up. Spin and go. Helpful says, Brad Owen said in a vlog that you were Gordon Ramsay's son. Is that true? Here's the thing you've got to know about my good friend Brad Owen. He's a lying little fucker. No, it's not. Be surprised how many people he got with that though, that believe it though. How you doing, chat? You enjoying the content so far? You enjoying the streams? You got any ideas for segments? Desperate for segments, you know. Are we heads up? We're heads up for the win, but we're at a big disadvantage. Let's put in a big chunk of change with our stack, shall we? Let's put it all in. I got 9-3. Oh my god, he's got king 9. I had 2 pair. I had 2 pair. He had 2 pair. What is going on? He limp calls king 9 makes top 2. 0-7. Game is hard, apparently. 2 pair was 2 pair. That doesn't seem reasonable. That doesn't seem reasonable, mate. $300 again. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Stay strong. We were up, what, $500? We were up $500 for spin and goes before we started this session. Oh my goodness. First hand, he's got jacks. Hold! God, I'm so good at all-ins. Finally. Big cooler there. Heads up for $300. Bruce says you should do a vote off. Show a past winner or a known EPT player and chat votes which moves on to the next round until we get a winner. That's a great idea. That's such a great idea, honestly. Like a winner stays on bracket of former EPT champions until we find chat's favorite EPT champion. Queen High, by the way. Get wrecked. Queen High call here. I've lost to a deuce. Don't look at me like that. May Tyler says, I don't understand the format. It's winner take all. 3 players. Whoever gets all the chips wins all the money. And I've got ace king. Hold! He's hit a 9 for $300. How bad are we going to run in these? Not that bad at all. Don't you worry about it. Come on. The format is you pay a buy-in. There's 3 players. It will randomize the amount you're playing for. You can play for up to $1 million and as low as 200. If you click on the info tab, it tells you the chances or whatever the prize for. You can get 200, 300, 400, 500, 800, 2K, 4K, 8K, or $1 million. Once you get up to 2K, 3 people get paid. Once you spin an 800, 2 people get paid. So $1 million is actually 1.2 mil because it's $120,000 per second, 8K for the. But yeah, 300 chips each, sometimes more. If it's a bigger one, you get more chips, and winner takes all mostly. And now we've played 8 and we're only down 500, 300 back. Nice. Much more like it. Much more like it, chat. And now we're playing for a 200 though. Boo. All you can eat, Psyduck. 9s? Why do people keep getting jacks and 9s first hand? Red! First hand? Is that another first hand showering? Does that count again? Oh my goodness. Mamma mia. Is the buy-in always $100? The buy-in can be whatever you want it to be. You can play for 50 cents if you'd like. 50 cents, $1, $2, $5, $10, 25, 50, 100, 250, 500, or 1K. I play 100s. I play the $100 ones. Because it's a nice even number. But $1 is a nice even number too. They're all, you know, they're all nice even numbers, but here we are. Bit of light jazz as well. Oh yeah, thank you, Ruth. We will. The YouTube thumbnail is indeed not right. We do have an EPT Prague one. Here we go. It's only right. Why can't I find my thumbnail now? Where is it? Here. No. I'm all in. King 10 suit I had. Good hand. Good enough. Good enough, they say. I got a calling hand. King Jack, Kings, Queen Jack. Let's hold. To go heads up. With a chip lead. Oh no, we're not heads up. I keep saying it. 25 chips he's got left. Good one though. Big win. Epic dub. 2040. I'll call 5 chips all in. Oh my goodness. Dominated. There's a deuce. Could it be? Alright, heads up for 200 bucks. Trim that deficit, please. Raise it. We'll need a red card. Oh my god, he does have the jack. Nothing red. We are dead. Not what we wanted, folks. Flush draw bricks out. Come back. We dominate. 8. 5. Game on. Game back on. Ace 8 against 8-5. Quick walk. I gotta give a quick walk. What are we playing? 30-60 though? Oh shit. Oh shit. 5 high. I can't call all in with 5 high, I don't think. I am all in. He's slow rolling pocket 10s. Deep in the slow roll. Deep in the tank. Spade. Punish! Snapping all his actions and then 10 seconds with 10, so nice. We are laughing. We are laughing. Brother man Bill. And another 200. Brother man Bill. No bueno. How long till we're back in Prague? Get me back to Prague. Great Gimli says, what's the point of not going all in 3-way first hand every time? Just trying to win, I guess, instead of just trying to lose. What do you mean? You don't understand why there's actual hand play? I mean, you could say... What do you mean? It's just a poker tournament like any other. That's like saying in the EPT main event, why doesn't everyone just go all in at the start of the tournament and see who wins? You just want to turn every tournament into an all-in shootout, or what? I don't understand. You can't see your cards? I can see my cards. I've got a cover on because we're on no delay so that you can't see my cards. Look, I got 8-4. It's like roulette. It's like roulette, but nothing like roulette because you can make decisions and control how you play. For example, here I could check, I could bet this size, this size, this size, this size. Sorry, I completely missed. No, I can see my cards, mate. I can see my cards. Now I can't see my cards. But this is just so that you guys can't see, or, you know, if my opponents are watching, they can't see my hand. I thought nobody, including players, could see the cards. Ah, no. We can all see our cards. We can all see our cards. That makes a lot more sense than you thought it would be like that. That's funny. That's funny. Scotty Ray, what we got? I got 5. Kings! Holy shit! Just the kings, blind me blind. Just the kings. No problem. Just king, king. Hold against this. Jack 4-4 is good. Always a sweat. Into the chip lead we go. Ah, cool. This guy is playing a lot of tables, I guess. I'll forgive him. 7 deuce. This guy's all in with 7 deuce. I don't know if I want to watch Spraggy play anymore. This guy goes all in with 7 deuce. $30-60. Ducks quack. All in. Spraggy. All in. Queen 8 against random. Now we're ahead. Now we're not. Oh my god. Don't call that a comeback, huh? Now this guy's in chip leads. Spinner goes a class. I had 3 high. 3 deuce off I had. 3 freaking high, dude. All in. Hold. Ace 9. Hold. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why do I keep losing my all-ins? No. Not great, Bob. In for 1100. Down 700. This one we're not down yet. They're scared of playing me now. Look, they've sat out. Scared of playing me. $1 million. $1 million. $1 million. $1 million. Nearly had him. We're now down $300 lifetime in $100 spins. Unfathomable. In for 5.3, out for 5. No good. Result, misery. We are back in action in what? 5 minutes? Less? 2 minutes. Make it quick. Am I going to leave Sacramento hanging? What's Sacramento got to say for himself today? Spraggy, you are not on delay. That is true. We can finally do a knock-knock joke in under 20 minutes. All right, go ahead. Actually, I've got a good one, but you've got to start it. Sacramento, I've got a good one, but you've got to start it. Some joke this. Sacramento says not knock. Okay. Who's there? Sacramento. Shut up, mate. Knock knock jokes. Knock knock jokes, mate. Alright, I think I have to. Jack 10 suited. We're up against 8-9. Hold. Heads up for 200 bucks. Here we go. Here we go. Now we are heads up. 700 against 200 as well. Surely, mate. Surely. Yavin Sensation says, no delay indeed. I'm here, live, in real time. My hand reaching out, touching your hand. 20 to life says impossible to lose from here. Why would you say such a thing? Why would you say such a thing? Impossible to lose from here. What a thing to say. Jack 9 suited for the win. He's got trips. But watch this. Oh my God, full house. If I lose, oh my God. Mate, if I lose from here, I'm gonna be so mad. Blinds are up 30-60. Holy. Don't. Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Snap walk. I love it. Snap walk. I don't love it. Just fucking unbelievable, isn't it? Do it! Imagine just winning an all-in ever, you know?
Marley now with 55 big blinds. Marius Kutsmanis with 65
I know, I'm
bigs.
sorry.
It's okay.
What a beautiful lady.
Was cute though.
It's a big spot for me.
It's a very big spot, yeah.
case you don't know and you think I'm being weird, by the way, that is my wife. That is my wife. We're back at EBD Prague. This is your main event. We'll turn that spin and go down swing around. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about that spin and go down swing. That's on its way. Goodness me, Terrence Jordan. I don't know, Terrence. Terry Jordan, chip leader, 617k. Terry Jordan, chip leads EBD Prague main event. Can you imagine such a thing? As we take a look at the beautiful Christmas markets. And in the foreground, we take a look at our returning chip stacks at the feature table. Ivan Parlev leads the field, 263k. It's 87 bigs. Anton Wig, aforementioned former EPT champion, Copenhagen in 2010. Any more familiar faces? Maybe some familiar faces, not so many familiar names at the moment. There's the beautiful card room in Prague. Full of dreamers, grinders, professionals, amateurs, qualifiers. And everything in between. Not just the main event taking place as well. Obviously a full schedule of EPT side events. We can... Apologies for not removing the jazz in the background. Here we go. Can't believe we've lost so many spins. Socceridis with a fold. Getsas from Greece. King 8 offsuit. Typically, we'd look to the offsuit 9x for a raise in the cutoff. We've got an offsuit 8x coming in from Gatsas, just extending himself a little bit, treating himself. He's on holiday. We're in Prague, CEPT. Sokolovsky, flag check, Serbia. Petrov reckons. Oh boy.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I cannot see that.
We got a 3-bet on the button from Sokolovsky. With the ace-10 offsuit. Rigetti. 2 queens behind, huh? Dealer. Rigetti would like to be all in, please. There it is. Movement made. Quick fold from the King 8. Quick fold from the Ace 10. What a hand to start at the top of the hour.
You took your sunglasses off for the feature?
Also the hoodie.
What's that? Ah, I thought they were good glasses. I was almost going to say, like, I'll borrow them for the feature.
A reminder, by the way, that after the broadcast, we are going to be bringing you today at the EPT. So what we're going to do is at the end of every stream, I'm going to do even more content. We'll do a recap of all the biggest hands of the day, all the stories of the day, everything that happened. We'll go into a however long video it needs to be. Clips from the stream, context added by me, everything that happened at the day. So be sure to check those out on YouTube, or if you're going to bed, I don't know why you would, it's 5:20 here, maybe Australia is going to bed. I know we had Reese in earlier from Australia, but anyway, if you miss the end of the stream for whatever reason and you want to catch up before tomorrow's broadcast, we'll start on time tomorrow as well. We're going to start at 11 tomorrow. I missed the start of the action today because I'm a the word? Idiot. You can check out the recaps on YouTube, and we'll post those up. We'll get those immediately after the stream is finished. It'll probably take me a couple of hours to get them done, but we'll do that. We're headed out to the field. There he is, Mr. Terry Jordan. Mr. Terry Jordan, a very familiar face on the UK poker scene. A man not afraid to play for a lot of chips at any given time. How many... We're approaching an EPT bubble. How many bubbles have you watched? How many EPT bubbles have we watched over the years, folks? Lots, I would imagine, for a lot of you. Tend to be hand for hand. Things tend to move quite slowly. People trying to outlast each other. You know, try and make it into the money. Lots of tight folds. I remember being on an EPT main event bubble in Barcelona, probably 3 years ago now. I was actually at a table with Nick Palmer. And I might have even been on the feature table or second feature they had in Barca. And when you're all in on the bubble at an EPT, Toby Stone will get on the microphone and announce the hands so that everyone in the room can understand the sweat, who's all in, who's at risk, blah, blah, blah. So Toby gets on the mic and says, okay, we're on the bubble. All hands are now completed, and we've got 3 all-ins on the bubble. So people hanging on. Okay, great. We need 1 person to bust. And, you know, obviously people get their money in on the bubble. You expect big hands. You know, people don't want to risk it at this point. So the first hand, it's like so-and-so tables aces and so-and-so tables kings. The aces hold on that table 1. On table 2, we've got another all in. It's pocket queens against ace king. And then, okay, the short stack doubled up again. So next one, bubble. And on this table, we've got an all in with ace 8 and 6, 7 suited. And everyone's like, eh? What's going on? You know, what's going on there? Maybe someone was really, but what's going on? But everyone's like, a lot of commotion around that table. It turns out it was a big pot. Obviously not that sort of hands you expect to see. Sure. But it was Terry Jordan on the bubble had decided, it's 6, 7 again. That wasn't deliberate. It was Terry Jordan on the bubble had just decided to go with his ace 8 or something. It was like so funny. Because everyone's like, what's going on? Why are these hands all in on the bubble? And it turns out it was Terry just giving someone, I know I got the best hand and I ain't folding. ICM be damned. Shove your bubble. But that's definitely an indicator as to how Terry approaches these tournaments. Approaches any tournament. But he's going to run up stacks, and he's chip leader in Prague with 220 left. Going for it. I can't remember whether he burst the bubble or not in Barcelona. I just remember everyone like big hands, big hands, big hands, and then some crazy hand, and it was Terry. We do need Terry on the feature, yes. I would hope to see Terry on the feature. Please show us the prizes. We've got prizes in the chat. Over 1 million for first. Min cash is 8,350. This is day 2. We're going to finish on day 6. So you're very much in on the ground floor. What we do need is for you guys to set a new record for likes. All these records are nonsense because it was broken. I'm going to give you a minute. Smash the like button. We're going to set a new record of the amount of people liking the stream on YouTube per minute. Support the stream if you're enjoying it. Help it out. And set yourself a record and see if you can beat it later. If we don't go over 100, you're all banned. So like wisely. Like wisely. We've got 1 in 15 seconds. It's not looking good, is it? Anton Wigg looking a lot better with his ace 4 in the small blind. King 9 high for Paralev. We're going to arbitrarily ban 10 people from the chat if it doesn't get into double digits. You're lucky. Anton Betts takes it down. A good performance from Anton, as we so often see on the EPT, but a truly pathetic performance from chat. 32 likes per minute.
perfect spin.
Coming in at number 2 on the shower rankings. Bad things for EPT Prague. Chat's ability to hit like. You're in my bad books. Fan. Raising with the 9s. Nicastro in the cutoff with ace-4 suited. It's certainly a candidate to consider a 3-bet. What do we think? What do we say? You may notice that Pietro Nicastro is wearing a PokerStars patch. Get the badge in, left shoulder. Comes in with a 3-bet. Hello there. And Nicastro wearing a PokerStars patch because he's a €25 online qualifier. Every time I mention the satellites to you on stream, there you go. €25 into the 5k main and 3-betting ace-4 suited in the cutoff. You too could run into a big hand behind from Anton Wig. I think we're a huge favourite to see a 4-bet here, folks. Anton slides out alive now. Pushes the price of poker to 35,000. That's more than a starting stack. Multiple movements out the way behind. Action back on fan with the 9s. Too much action for the nueves. Does that mean 9? Nueve. It's nueve 9. Action back on the Castro. Flick, flick. In the bin. Petrov says, Spraggy, do you wait till the action is on you to look at your hand? I don't. I look at it straight away. Because some of the prevailing wisdom is if you don't look at your hand, look at when people are looking at their hand and try and pick up reads of when they look. But if I haven't looked at my hand and then the action is on me and that's the first time I look at my hand, I always feel like that's when most eyes are going to be on me because action's on me. And I feel like if I'm going to give off a tell when I look, I would rather do it when everybody else isn't looking at me, when they're looking at their own hands at the start of a hand, than waiting for the action to be on me and then looking. So I always just look straight away. Plus I'm impatient. That's what I tend to do. Because if you wait till the action's on you, then everyone's looking at you and then it's like, you know, you're in the spotlight. $20 to life here says it wouldn't be likes per minute if it's longer than a minute. Wrong. The system is designed in such a way that if I let it run for 2 minutes and it gets 200 likes,
I'm curious about.
It will be 100 per minute.
Response. I'm doing like a mini survey. So, when you started playing, were you most excited about the love of the game or the money? Because
neither.
Okay, so is there another reason to play?
Now it's the money, but when I started, I'm pretty sure that in a TV table nobody's gonna ever answer the money. She's gonna get hated, right?
No, no. I mean, who can hate you for being honest? That's their problem if they do.
Who makes money from the start?
Well, I mean, but when you got started, like, what got you excited? You know, like what? After the first, okay, I learned the game. I know how it works. I'm interested. But then what?
So what's your answer?
Both.
That's easy. That's way too easy.
Political.
Sitting on the fence.
Both, but now it's trophies. That's
the glory.
Yes.
Nowadays it's the
No,
glory.
it's yeah. I got to that point.
So you called 4-bet and it's the glory.
Oh, but in 2010 it was not.
Oh, I think it was like 2009. 2009.
No, you won or 10? No? Copenhagen.
2009 in Copenhagen.
Copenhagen.
2010 was Copenhagen, I think.
I did 5 bet it all in with ace-3
I bet that you are so excited by the money that trophy.
Those were the days, man. Like,
yeah.
Everybody was just guessing.
Things changed.
But that's what I want. I want this new trophy. It's literally what I dream about. It's so nice, you know. It has that.
Yeah. Still alone.
Yeah. If I would pick now, I would 100% pick for the love of the game.
That's correct.
I think it's also the best way to make money. So. Coincidentally.
Of course.
Interesting, eh? Interesting. I don't think you can play just for the money. I think you've got to love the game in some way. Certainly got to start loving the game. I don't know. People who get into it for money, it never seems to go well, right? You got to love the game. Just a call here from the Ace King. I do think we prefer a 3-bet to stop this exact sort of situation, right? Our share of the pot is going to diminish when we invite players in behind. That said, here we are. Here we land. And Fan betting into 3 opponents. This is a very specific range of hands, isn't it? It's really tough to bluff here with a Jack-10 or a Queen-Jack into 3 opponents. I think most players get very, very overpaired dents when they bet here. You might even see a lot of checking around sets, going for a check raise or a trap or something. So I think these bets are just very often 7s through aces and not balanced into bluffs. I think Gatsats doesn't really care what his opponent has to an extent. He's got so much equity dripping off his hand. He can do as he pleases from the small blind. Pretty interesting turn. 4-liner. I would not expect Fan to really have that much 5x. Maybe his bluffs or on the flop, if they're not, you know, if he's not got an overpair, it's going to be something like ace-5, king-5 suited. Maybe has a 6-5. So a little bit of it. But by and large, we'll probably see a slowdown in the action. Unless Fan decides that he wants to try and protect against the flush draw. What we'll first see, though, is Gatsas with a lead. We're not playing in flow. Gatsas is saying, this is a turn that favors me. Is that true? I'm not sure. But that's what he's saying. And I think it's, in theory, quite good. Because you're going to be able to prevent overpairs from checking back when you have a 5 or you have a set. And you're going to drive some value against some flush draws yourself. I just, the way a human being constructs a range on the flop, I just wonder whether they're 2-pair dents and not folding turn. That we should have some counter strategy of just always having it rather than having this. You know? Be interesting to see if he chooses to continue the bluff, Gatsas. It's a big break. Doesn't change too much. He's repping a straight or a set on the turn. And if he wants to continue to do so, I think his sizing should probably be all in. He does have a pretty unfavorable hand to bluff with at this point. When we're thinking about this, think about how Fan bets the flop, calls the turn, and then immediately folds the river. What's the easiest fold that Fan makes at the river? It's when he has the ace of diamonds, right? So if we have the ace of diamonds, it's a lot tougher for him to snap fold. However,
different question then. Maybe this is more
chooses the ace-3 as the bluff and gets it through. The 9's in the bin. Nice find from Gatsas.
I have yet to achieve that part.
That's an honest answer, just like the money question, yeah.
It's not easy.
Nobody?
Most people play because of Chris Moneymaker. That's the real answer, right?
Yeah. But then, like, how did you?
The older people. No, if you are 30-something, how old are you?
38.
38. I'm 35. 34. Probably we both play because of Chris Manmaker, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise there would be no poker in Europe. How old are you?
39.
And you don't play because of Chris Manmaker? When I say because, you know what I mean. It became popular, everybody used to play.
I mean, yeah.
I think it would play more because of like WPT and like all the. They had this. I kept like downloading, like on these torrent sites. I went to download like different poker episodes from all these places on like very slow broadband. You know, with the.
It's a great dial-up impression.
Downloading these WPT episodes and watching Tony G and the guys play.
Pirating poker content is what I'm hearing. Hello.
Actually started playing because I'm married.
What's that?
Because I was married, I started to play poker.
So you could get away, you get a little vacation. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a good reason.
I think the most one.
Yeah.
Well, whatever the reasons are, we're playing poker. We're playing it. Be it money, be it glory, be it to apparently get away from your wife. Gatsas is all in with pocket nines versus a raise from the cutoff. Just jams, yeah. Relatively short stacks, effective. And it's going to work. And there you go. There's the joy of the shove pre-flop. Cancelling out the 50% share of the pot. Denying the flip with the nines. Even better when you're out of position.
Read them and weed.
What about you guys? Why did you guys start playing poker? Why do you play poker now? Good questions.
I think we played Bluffing together.
And there's Yuri Gilboa out in the field. And there's a picture of the trophy. That's what we're all playing for. These are the dreams. Anton Wigg was just talking about wanting to win one of these new trophies. There's Leo Worthington Lees, who I know has that trophy, if not similar, because I was there when Leo won the 2K in UKIPT at Dusk Till Dawn. Leo was a third place finisher at EPT Monte Carlo in 2023, and there's Erkan Somers, who became 6th in Monte Carlo in 2022. So everybody's a little final table runs, deep runs at the EPT. Lots of talent in the field, and Leo Worthington Lees. Ruth says TV shows got me playing. Dan Haddow plays for fun and drama. Cass says he's 2 of them. Oh yeah, he won Eureka Cyprus as well, didn't he? Because he knocked me out of that, actually. He knocked me out of that tournament. So I remember doing a bit in my vlog and saying that he knocked me out, but his chips went to good use because he went on to win the event. Absolutely did, yeah. Good shout, Cass. Good shout, mate.
Well,
Bean Santos said, I started playing it 18 with my mates in home game tournaments. Been obsessed since. Nice. Yeah, we all started playing when we were 18, didn't we? Sokolovsky with a 3-bet on the button with the queens. Gatsas with the queen 7 suited in the cuff. Are we looking at a hand that wants to defend? Very small 3-bet off a very short sack from Sokolovsky, saying queens, kings, or aces, or some dust. This time, it's a big one. Good enough. Nathan says, what's the grand prize? Just over €1 million for our winner here. Life-changing money in play. Except for Anton Wigg, who says he's past the point where he's playing for money now. How rich? And now he's here for the glory.
Would have had their grandmother teach them poker, nothing like that. No?
Sure, not mine.
Like Sean Deeb.
Matt says, most of my program's been for love of the game. The dream would be to go to full time, have a study schedule brewing to try and make it happen. Good luck, mate. Very tough. Very, very tough. I always recommend that, you know, the majority of people, we play for fun and we play for the enjoyment, the love of it. Being full time, tough gig. Tough old business. Ace-8 suited for Parlev. Raises to 6k. €6-7 offsuit. Here's a €25 online qualifier for Nicastro. I will say, often with qualifiers, you know, some people who qualify, first event, they look new to the scene, fresh to it. You know, look a little bit like they're a qualifier. I think Nicastro has probably been here and done it and played before. If he leads this board, that's a good indicator. This is a good board for lead from the big blind. 4-5-6, quintessential lead spot, because you can make the straight both ways. 7-3 suited and 7-8 suited. You have 7-8 offsuit, which your opponent doesn't have. You make more 2 pairs than your opponent. So I think a lot of good players, astute players will lead here. You qualified for €25, but you know what's going on, Nicastro. You got some nice. Good spot for lead. Finds the lead for 6,000. Parlev going nowhere with ace high. And a good ace high to have. Got shot as well. Now the turn is a queen. Typically, when we lead these low connected boards, and then it's a turn that is better for our opponent, and it's not another low card, we would either play check with something like a 4, a 5, or a 6, or we play really big bet and say that we have 2 pair or a straight. So I think we can either play check here, or we want to play like pot. Because the queen's not good for us, really. Looks like we're going in between. 12,000, 13,000. But it's really hard to see, you know, what sort of hand wants to do this. I can't believe I've just done that. And what sort of hand wants to do this? Because it's... He's got 6-7, annoyingly. He does have 6-7. This was a natural movement and he happens to have 6-7. There's no escaping it. I don't know what's going on today. But if we have 2 pair, we probably want to go bigger. You know, this is kind of in between. We're saying we have exactly what we have, like a 6 or a 5, or right? It's enough to get the job done. It's an interesting strategy choice on the turn. Throw up.
So, according to your mini survey, why most people start playing? Is it because of money or the love of the game?
I mean, it's different. Like some people, I'd say, like they start and they learn the game, and then they're like, oh, wow, I can make money off this.
But you have to like a game just a little, at least.
In the most cases, yes, of course. I mean, you're way more likely to stick with something you really like, right?
Yeah. Yes. If it's only for the money, probably the game is gonna kick you out of it, or you're gonna drop at some point.
Yeah. I think it's interchangeable. But I think at the end of the day, that's people either play for the love or they play for the money. Or I mean, the glory, I think, is a part of the love. I've been in this game for 20 years, so long time.
You can raise 6,000. One time.
Το break.
Μπορεί και λίγο παραπάνω. Θα αφήσουμε να τα κάνουμε.
I was letting Anton drive the conversation whilst I enjoyed my cookie, but we've got a hand brewing up. We got a 3-bet from Rigetti. Sokolovsky.
I'm mostly interested in why people stick with the game. What keeps you?
Money.
Probably it's all the things that you mentioned. Glory plus money.
Money.
Plus, you feel like you become better in a field. Every day you become better and better.
Yeah.
So probably it's addictive. You get
I feel like I
addicted
get worse and worse.
to success.
Yeah.
Or you're just addicted to gambling. It's
Or the,
one or the other.
or the lifestyle, right?
Yeah, or the lifestyle, of course.
Yes. Not having a boss. Good reason.
Should he peel it with the 7s? It depends on how often his opponent is 3-betting, right? Some people are going to 3-bet, an unbalanced amount with hands like Ace-4, Ace-5. They might throw in a King-7, a King-8, a Queen-8, a Queen-9. In which case, I think 7s becomes a fine choice to just 4-bet and rip it in. I do think mostly you're going to want to defend somehow. Unless your opponent is just playing really tight. And if he's just playing really tight, you can just fold. But it's very hard to tell in live poker. Some players 3-bet more than they should. Some players 3-bet aggressively less than they should. So live poker really is more the land of trying to exploit your opponent, right? Get a read on somebody and then deviate from strategy if you see it fit. So there's no saying, right? Should he peel with the 7s? Unfortunately, the answer is maybe. We know the factors that might cause someone to 4-bet, or cause someone to fold, or cause someone to call. Typically, I would defend some way. There's very few players that I wouldn't defend against, I think. As we see, Rigetti opening the cutoff. Nicastro peeling the 6-5 of diamonds on the button, which gives a good price to Porolev to call in the big blind. 10-8 offsuit. King, a 9 and a 5. No pairs, but probably pretty reasonable for Rigetti. When you're betting here, you want to look at some of the, some of the factors are, can I fold out some better hands, right? So betting 7-8 might be cool because you fold out high cards more often. How does my opponent continue? He'll continue if he has the nut flush, and Rigetti has the ace of spades, so that's kind of cool. Do we have some barrel opportunities? Yes, I think, with the ace of spades, and we have a queen, so we can turn some straight draws, or we can block some straights. So it's kind of a fun hand maybe to have a little bet with. Rigetti feels similarly to myself. He bets 8,000. And we might see the immediate benefit here, because 6-5 of diamonds, despite having flopped a pair, pretty unattractive continue. Nicastro does stick around. I don't think unsurprising, but it is an unattractive continue. Just it's very difficult to play moving forward, turns and rivers. And here's the 9 of spades. Really, really interesting card, actually. Because if you're Rigetti, you probably don't bet with a 9 that often on the flop. You probably bet with a king for value, and then some bluffs as offsets. So a 9 is probably a better card for the player calling. We can see that he called with a 5, so if he has a hand like a 9-10, Jack-9, Queen-9, Ace-9, he's going to call as well. So I would say that Nicastro in this spot has a 9 more often than Rigetti does. But obviously it's a spade and we have ace of spades, so some interaction there. But I think a smart check from Rigetti. He's going to want to check a lot if he has a king because of the 9 and the flush. So nice to play a high frequency check here. And for Nicastro, it's just a case of, do we want to take a step closer to showdown, or do we want to try and deny some equity? And denying equity here looks like folding out 7-8, folding out Queen 10 of hearts, folding out Queen Jack of diamonds, right? And there's merit to that. There's certainly merit to that. Our hand is sometimes best, but is incredibly vulnerable. We can get counterfeit, right? If the river's another king, we lose to ace high or we lose to queen high. We lose to 10 high. So definitely some merit to denying equity on the turn. The danger there, of course, is that you reopen the action. And you potentially give an opportunity to Rigetti with a hand like this to play check shove all in. And you can never call, right? Because he's going to have a lot of better hands check shoving. So you do open the door to potentially get moved off the best hand. And we'll just see if Rigetti does want to pull that trigger. I mean, the danger for him is, as we mentioned, Nicastro is going to have a 9 a lot. He's going to make a flush a lot. It's very easy sitting here, and we can see that this guy would fold a 5. But he's going to have a lot of good hands here. Just wonder whether that ace of spades is enough for Rigetti to want to do it. Certainly considering probably all of his options. I mean, maybe call is reasonable. I think fold is... The problem with fold is your opponent will bluff queen 10, they will bluff queen jack, and you have those dominated. You know, and even if your opponent does have a 9, you can make a spade and win. So, tricky turn. I think if we're going to check fold, I probably prefer to barrel. Maybe? No. No, I don't. Change my mind. But putting money in on the turn somehow, I think probably. I really don't like check call. I really don't hate check call, and I really don't hate check jam. But I'm not happy check folding the ace of spades, I don't think. I think it's just too strong. Anime says, is it okay to slow play even though you have the best hand? I mean, checking back a 6, I guess not really a slow play, but is it okay to check? Absolutely, yeah. It's absolutely okay. Because your opponent is still going to have a king a lot. Because they check because the 9 gets there and the flush gets there. So they are still going to have a king a lot. Do we want to put a load of money in against the king? No. So checking is absolutely okay. But conversely, if you can get ace queen with the ace of spades to fold, then the EV of betting is going to go through the roof. Because the downside to betting this hand is that ace queen with the ace of spades shoves and you fold the winner. But if that's not happening, then the bet becomes a lot more attractive, right? So if he feels like Rigetti is playing too tight in that spot, the EV of a bet is going to be higher than it would be in theory. Rowan says, would an all-in raise on the turn be a good play? Again, I think so. If your opponent is betting 6-5, then the EV of a shove goes through the roof. Because they're betting very thinly, and you can get them to fold. You know, whereas if your opponent is checking back with the 6-5 and their turn range is only a 9 or only a flush, then raising on the turn is going to be a bad play, right? So again, we have to weigh up how our opponents are going to be playing their hands to decide which is the highest EV play. Both with the same blind v blind, Jack 8 versus Jack 8. Socarides, crucially, with the flush draw, takes the free one in position, makes the second nuts pretty good. Got 38,000 chips. His job is to be all in by the river. However he feels like he can best accomplish that, that's the line he should go into. Why would a check be better than a bet? A check would be better than a bet if he thinks that his opponent is going to bluff aggressively versus a check back. If we miss a street on the turn, we have to be confident that we can get chips in at the river. And that would mean that we think our opponent is going to bet a lot versus a check back on the turn. Unfortunately for him, his opponent checked again on the river, and now he's just trying to get a half pot bet in. Really tough spot for Parlev to try and claim anything. He flicks it in with Jack high, yeah?
He's had a flush.
Nearly the nut no pair, Jack high. It's a bold call. Do you think he tabled his hand as if they were chopping? And is that actually I got all the suits. I bet he felt good just for a minute. Maybe he didn't see the flush. He just saw the Jack 8 and he was like, heroic. Optimistic call, maybe. Bit rogue, sure. Bit rogue. Keep him honest. He won't be getting bluffed again. He won't be getting bluffed again. 212 players remain, folks. A reminder, if I may, that 183 will make the money. We might get, on the EPT call-in, we might get Leo Worthington-Lees. When can we get Leo Worthington-Lees on the phone? He's probably in the middle of the main event right now. It might not be a good idea to disturb him. Maybe on break. But then he wouldn't be on break. We could get David Doherty on the phone at some point.
Yeah.
Chasing the PokerStars Live League. That's got to be very, very close. We'll get David on at some point.
These guys, they call No Filter.
No Filter?
Yeah, have you seen them? Like,
No. I have no idea.
yeah, so they made a documentary. It's a Swedish guy, Monir, who runs it.
About what?
About making, like, changing the poker for more fun.
Really?
About bringing that back, and like he made friends with Michael Mizraki during WSOP, and then like yeah, it was really good. I thought it was going to be good, and I came out of there and like that was amazing.
You were excited.
It was really good. Yeah.
I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I think they're gonna air it like either this week or next one. So
think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, they made it with Poker News, and like the guy who made the movie did a fantastic job. Elliot is his name. Super good. Like very well edited, great all around. I think he gave a very good perspective on poker, and it's supposed to be fun, right?
It's supposed to be. Yeah, it starts with fun.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter how it ends, but it always starts with fun.
Well, I mean, like I like the competition. It's supposed to be competitive as well, but. It's like my business partner always says, you don't want to see two robots just like ace king against queens for infinite, and then they're like cooler. You want to see someone like bleed, bleed a little, like feel it.
It's true, though. It's true what he says about poker when you watch TV. You have to be invested in the players, right? You have to feel that they're feeling something.
I definitely think it's part of it, the like pain or inflicting pain, and then it's like, okay, it's just a game.
It's a fold out of the Jack 10 here with the pair on the open ender. It's a big
kind
fold.
of this conversation the other day. Back in the days when there was like 10 on the river, flush versus full house, something pretty casual. And you get a paired board, everybody goes, wow, amazing. Now you see set over set and quads on the river, and it's like, it's easy. What can you do?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
People got a little jaded.
Poker players jaded? No way. No way. Spirit says they're talking too much, or is it just me? I mean, they're talking just as much as they would like to talk, They're talking just as much as they would like to talk. The problem with poker is that if they don't talk, everyone will say, oh, this isn't a very lively table. Why can't they have a little bit of fun? And then sometimes when they talk and have fairly interesting discussions, people go, oh, shut up. Stop talking too much. But when you're playing live poker, being social is like quite a big part of the game, right?
In a circuit event
For some people.
One out. You know what he did? He called his shot.
We just need
He hit the one outer. He then started like celebrating and running around the table.
Characters in the game, guys. That's it. If we just had a few more characters, poker would be great.
I'll take a victory lap for you if you do it.
We got an all-in. Ace-5 suited, sending it from the button.
It's gotta be a 2-outer or less.
And it's gonna, I would imagine, force the fold from power 11, 6-7 suited. Nice. Good pick up there. Takes the aggressive line. Chips up. Here's the thing. Poker has so many characters in it. It has more characters in it in 2025 than it has ever had. We just need characters in poker is just
What's that?
Are you chasing the leaderboard or something?
No, I haven't played enough this year to have any leaderboard.
It's just not how it's going to work.
I've been
so
stuck
many
in front of my computer trying to figure out what works.
tournaments,
and what
cash
doesn't
game
with
fields,
artificial
whatever.
intelligence.
So no extra pressure for them in the money.
Have entertaining
No,
people
okay.
characters.
Good to know.
That is not the secret
Like
to
I
good
said,
poker
I
content.
won't throw free.
It makes good content, sure, but it's not like it's not being done. It's not like people are deliberately platforming people who are boring. Hey, who do we want for our big cash game? Let's get a load of... It doesn't happen. We put all the characters in the cash games. You can control that. We feature all the characters in the tournaments, right? How much airtime does Will Kasuf get? How much airtime does Martin Cabral get? How much airtime does Phil Hellmuth get, right? The reason that poker content isn't as ubiquitous as it was in the early days is not because not for lack of personality. My goodness. It's mostly economics and distribution and
When do you live?
advertising incentives and access to markets,
Or Deftera.
an incentive to produce content or buy content or put content on mainstream services, right? Which is all very boring, but it ain't a lack of characters.
It's okay.
We got too many characters, if anything.
Γενικά, τώρα είσαι okay.
I think everyone should settle down a bit.
Εσύ που πήγες εκεί, ξέρω εγώ, λίγο... Νόμιζα ότι είσαι λίγο αναστατωμένο.
But there's infinite fun and interesting and entertaining people in poker. With infinite backstories of, you know, rags to riches or qualifiers or this or that or the other, or, you know, degenerate stories, whatever it might be. So it's not a lack of characters. Speaking of great poker content, maybe the greatest content in the history of poker content, the Spring Championship of Online Poker. I got my eyes on you. I got my eyes for a winning series, finally, maybe. I'll be playing all of this. March 1st. We've moved it forward. Dates for your diary. Spring Championship of Online Poker is coming early in 2025. We usually play in what, May? May? We're playing in March 1st to March 25th. Which means I shall be live every single day with all the action from the Spring Championship of Online Poker. You can join me to watch, to play, to get involved. I've got to have a winning series this spring. And now, we'll be in the new year as soon as you know it. And then we've got January, February, March 1st, Spring Championship of Online Poker starts. And I cannot wait, my friends. I can't wait. Fruza says it's because everyone knows they're being filmed nowadays, tend to not be themselves. That's a good point. I think that's a good point. Also, what you see a lot of the time is characters in poker. People do things, try things, be themselves, be a little bit outlandish, be a little bit outrageous. And then sometimes people go, not like that. We don't like that. Don't do that. Get back in your box. Stop being loud. Stop doing that. Stop, you know. And then some people who think they might want to, and they, you know, they get sort of, oh, I don't want to put my head above the parapet, right? And also, a large part of it is to do with poker strategy, in that back in the day, poker was less solved, easier. Everybody, Anton said it moments ago, everyone was just guessing. No one knew what a good play was. So there was more room for doing this, doing that. I think that's good play, that's bad play, 4-bet, 5-bet, who really knows? Bluffing this, bluffing any two. No one knew about ICM, right? 55. And it made for a freer style of poker and also an audience that was just wowed by the spectacle. Whereas now, 20 years on from that, more than, we've kind of seen every scenario. We've seen quads lose to straight flush. We've seen, you know, we've seen a qualifier go on and win a tournament. We've seen this. So poker content suffers from that. Maybe like an overexposure to the moments. Because there's so much poker. We've all seen so much poker if you watch a lot of it. And also the strategy is a lot more rigid. It's still very exciting the way people play because there's still a lot of room for aggression and bluffing and big pots. But it tends to be more guessable. You know, when I'm watching this as a commentator, I've got a pretty good idea most of the hands what someone's going to do, right? It came 4-5-6, and I said, this is probably a good board for a lead. I think a lot of people will lead here, and then we see a small lead. Then the guy facing that lead knows that he can't really raise too much, right? Whereas back in the day, someone might have just blasted, right? Because they felt like it. Because it was less settled. The meta was less deliberate, right? And you can't put the tube... You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So poker is not going to get back to a point where all this craziness, madness, you know, hands happen. For me, this is still wildly interesting and wildly exciting because I love poker, right? But in terms of what people used to love watching, it's different. And it should be presented in a different way and made entertaining in a different way. And I think there's still, you know, a lot of ways to do that. But it's not, you're just dealing with very different eras, right? I would probably make the argument, and yes, I would make the argument, poker has a larger viewership now than it did back in the day. And a lot of people will think that is nonsense. But back in the day, you had whatever, EPT, WPT, WSOP on television, right? But you didn't have anything else. So maybe you had a couple million people watching an episode of the main event or an episode of the EPT on Channel 4 in the UK, we had it. Or a WPT episode, whatever. Whereas now, you've probably got tens of millions of people watching poker, maybe more. But it's just dispersed, right? You look, Wolfgang, 1 million subs, PokerStars channels, whatever, 1 million subs. Hustler Casino Live, Brad Owen, Rampage, me, Lex, Park, you know, whoever else, whatever, whatever it is. You have so much great poker content. But because it's not on ESPN, and it's not centralized there, it feels smaller, but it's not. I think the audience is bigger. It's just more dispersed, personally. I digress. Nicastro's got a flush, bordering on a straight flush. 23,000 in the middle. And checks it over to Parlep, who chooses not to bluff. And that's going to handcuff him moving forward, right? Because if he had an ace of spades or king of spades, he's going to bet the turn. So it's really tough for him now to represent too many good hands. We'll see if Nicastro wants to try and extract a little bit of value. Maybe he can get called by a 10. You know, he would be bluffing something like 8-9, 6-8 from the big blind. As in 6-8, not of spades. He doesn't choose for the block. He goes for the check. Will Parlef decide to go for the delayed bluff? Does not. There's your winner.
That's it? No straight flush?
No.
No straight flush.
What a turn card. You must have been so thrilled. You're like, golf. Here we go. I'm going to have to call off 75% pot and full pot.
Maybe.
With 8 high.
Maybe.
Maybe. That's the best feeling in poker.
What's the best feeling in poker?
Oh, he's going from like, we're locked down, baby, to like, gulp.
To bluff cutting 8 high?
Yeah.
What is the best feeling in poker? Flopping a set in it. It's flopping a set. I don't care what anyone else says. Flopping a set in a 3-bet pot.
6-7 raise 6,000.
If you could bottle that, you raise, you get 3-bet, you call pocket 5s, and it comes king 7-5 rainbow. If you could just bottle that, we'd be millionaires. We'd be millionaires. Jerry 4 reckons best 2 words in poker is you're good. I like that too. Hero call a river or call a river and they just go, you're good. It's nice. It's a good shout, Jerry. Suckeridis with a raise of King Jack. Sokolovsky deciding that doesn't want to put all the money in with ace queen suited. Quite an interesting decision here. What are we, 24 big blinds deep? 2.5k big blind. I think we're probably... Oh, hello. I think ace queen suited would probably just typically want to 3-bet and put money in. Kings is certainly going to want to do so. Interesting Anton's sizing choice here. That's the only interesting thing about this hand. He's going to raise. But we're about 25 big blinds deep. Does he go for all in? Or does he put in a smaller size?
All in.
And he goes all in. The only reason he'd make a smaller size is if it felt like his opponent would 4-bet all in a lot. Or 4-bet and play back at that bet a lot. He decides that there's not enough 4-betting going on. He's just going to get the money in himself. It also disguises the strength of his hand a little bit more. Like he might shove 8s and 9s and 10s. Whereas if he goes smaller, it might be a bit too bait that he has aces and kings, right? I think if I'm Sokolovsky here, having just called pre-flop, your hand's quite disguised. You're going to have ace-10 and ace-jack and want to fold a lot. I do think Anton shoves a lot worse than ace-queen. I think Anton honestly would shove things like king-jack suited. He would shove 8s, 9s, definitely 10s, jacks that we flip against. I think he would shove some weaker suited broadways as well. Maybe a king-queen suited, a king-jack suited, a king-10 suited, a queen-10 suited. I think all these are good for a 25 big blind reshove here. So I do think that ace-queen suited should be chucking it in once it's flatted. Like Anton is not going to be sufficiently tight here that we can fold this. I would go so far as to say I'd be quite happy if I was with the ace-queen suited against Anton's squeeze. That said, EPT main event, life on the line. He doesn't like it. But I would say that's probably more of a product of not wanting to bust than it is thinking that you're always beat. He's going to get away from it. It's going to work out very well this time because Anton Wig had the king-king at the top of his range. But I do think it's a fold that opens himself up to getting dunked on by a queen-jack suited or a king-10 suited or a king-jack suited, right?
7? 7?
Oh, no.
What's a good fold?
7 is not fold, I think.
What's a good fold?
No, 7 is a snap call, and then you walk away like this.
I mean, he's done incredibly well to not bust the tournament.
Ace-10.
Could definitely have just 3-bet got it in pre. Could have jammed pre. But call and then fold to jam.
Something like that.
He's dodging cowboys, baby.
I'm putting my money on pocket tens.
I would go one lower, 9s.
See, table seems to think it's a, you know, a 9s, a 10s sort of squeeze, sure. A lot of dead money. Take the flip. King Queen suited for fan. In the hijack. What's the next break? Is there a dinner break today? What do we have for dinner break? Is there a dinner break today? There is, but it's after level...
Is it like 60?
It is after this level. After level 4. An hour!
Cool.
Cooking stream on dinner break? No. No shot. Jack 10 for the defense. Hello there. We're playing 20 big blinds deep. Actually, we're playing 3k big blind, right? So they were even shorter with the ace queen suited. Yeah, I don't think you can fold that. I thought we had 25 picks. We didn't. We only had 20. Maybe less. Didn't you have 50k back? We can play a worrying amount of $100 spin and goes in an hour dinner break, can't we? Check, bet, call from Parlev on the flop. You're definitely going to see some check raising of 10x versus the stack depth as well. Parlev deciding for the more passive line. And the board runs out in a way that is conducive to him seeking a little bit of value. I would imagine we're going to see somewhere between 5 and 6 or 7,000 chips. greedy. 8,000 chips. Yeah, very small block sizing.
And I can do nothing.
Fan says he can do nothing. Not with the king high. Not on that board. So we are going to go on break.
You could raise.
In 30 minutes.
You could go a little crazy.
183 get paid, so they'll have to go on dinner with that bubble looming. We'll get down to it upon our return. 10th place locks up 72k. Min cash is 8,350. Winner over €1 million. Today we're asking, what would you do with €1 million? What would you do with €1 million? Who was it? What's the famous one? What would you do with €1 million? What would you do with €1 million? Pay off all my debts. Pay off everyone I owe money to. They said, what about the rest? So they'll have to wait. I'd probably play spin and goes, man. I'd probably just stream poker the next day. Bronco says with $1 million I would enter 1,000 1K tournaments. I would just keep playing poker, honestly. I would go to Gloucester City, play poker. And that's it. I've started playing paddle, play a bit of golf. You don't need money. Gloucester City's like a tenner on the gate. And Resident says, take a good holiday and go back to Grindmore. Ruth would buy a house. Just buy a house. Am I planning on playing any live tournaments? Yeah, I'll be back on EPT circuit next year, I think. Took the last 2 off because I got a newborn baby, but probably be in Paris. I'll definitely be at the Irish Open. Ace King for Nicastro. Parallel with the defend of the Ace 8 suited in the small blind. We're going for a small sizing. We got 60 bigs, and we're continuing for a call. Not in love with our kicker, I'd imagine, with the Ace 8, but very happy with our pair. Wheel on the turn. Check. Badoogie board, that is to say, all different suits. And in fact, a very nice Badoogie, isn't it? Ace, deuce, 3, 4. So Nicastro decides to just check one back. Oops. Peels it off the deck. Parlev takes a winner. And you'd imagine will treat himself to a bet at the river. Parlev, considerate, I'd imagine, of the fact that any better hands would bet the turn. Has the effect of nuts, bets looks like 16,000, yeah, and quickly called by Nicastro, of course.
I can play with you. I can play. 3 day is the same. On the river set, on the river to
see, there we go. Yeah. A little emotion, yeah.
Nice time.
Yeah, screw you.
Tu testimone,
Blame him. Oh yeah, blame the dealer. That always works.
I'm playing my cards.
No, il dealer mi odia, perché su spot se
Samask, give me my money back.
Cagliari.
3 days ago it was the opposite, remember?
No.
Just one time.
No, he doesn't remember.
We are like 10 for you, 1 for me.
Yes, no,
maybe 11 for you, 1 for me.
3 days ago, man. Who remembers that? We're poker players.
Unbelievable.
I was going to say, who remembers 3 days ago in poker?
6,000.
Ancient history.
6,000.
Ancient history. Stephen High says, Spraggy, do you know if they're doing the Creators Cup for next year's Irish Open? I have no idea. No one tells me anything.
So why do you go there?
I didn't even know what time the stream started today. We were an hour late.
I told you. Can't you see it's already back in there? Oh, sorry.
I'm sure there'll be some sort of fun at the Irish Open, some sort of qualifier-y, you know. I would like to do something for the Irish Open. You know, like a Spraggy meetup type, Irish Open type, qualified people from the channel, come play in Dublin type thing. Is that something you might be interested in? Hey, Ron, no delay, you can react now. De Castro on tilt, stone tilt from that last hand, losing with the 8 on the river. Opens the Jack 10, bets Jack 6-6. What do we know about these paired boards versus the big blind? You do want to check a fair amount, right? Because your opponent's going to have a 6 more often. They can play a lot of check raise. Ooh, hello. There it is. So this is a product of Gatsas saying, I've got a 6 in the big blind more than you've got a 6 raising in the hijack. So I'm going to apply some pressure. What do we like about Gatsas' hand? We like the fact that he's got a backdoor straight draw, a backdoor flush draw. There's a backdoor straight draw. What we don't like about his hand, I think, is that if your opponent calls with a jack, it's harder to improve. I don't think that always has to be the case. Could bluff something with a queen in it, or a king in it. But we're pretty low down. 7 high. We are going to benefit from folding out ace high, king high, queen high. If not on the flop, then on the turn. I think that's what this bet on the turn is designed to do. We're not yet trying to get a jack to fold. At the moment, we're trying to fold out ace high and king high. And why do we like this bluff on the turn even more? Because none of the backdoor flush draws get there. So if your opponent calls with ace 10 or ace queen or king 10, they're going to have backdoor hearts, spades, and diamonds. But on a club, none of those cards can continue again with a flush draw, right? So a Badoogie turn, quite nice. And we pick up a gut shot. Could be some interesting stuff here for Gatsas. He's still claiming a 6. He's still claiming a 6. Will he continue to claim it at the river? How he's going to do that is by going all in. When we're bluffing, we want to mimic what we're doing with our good hands. And if he has a 6, he goes all in. So when he has 7-3, he should go all in. At least it's a big bet. What I think is a perfect line is slightly bigger on the turn so that we can be all in by the river. What you'll see here is he's left 60k back. Now, if he has a 6, he probably wants to size the turn to get all the money in. So sometimes this is a tell where if people have a 6, they size appropriately, they put all the money into the river, and then their bluff, they don't want to commit their tournament life, and they end up in this smaller size. But it is still a very, very uncomfortable situation for De Castro. He's only beating a bluff. This is never Jack 8, right? This is never a 9. This is a 6 or somehow 7-8 in the back door. And 7-8 getting there is not insignificant because that's one of the natural turn bluffs, right? Pick up that straight draw, barrel. You can have 7-8. So I love the fact that Gatsas has gone for it with the 7-3. I do just worry if this non-committal sizing is a bit of a flag that says, I'm kind of trying to bluff, but I don't really have the full heart to put my tournament life on the line. Whereas if he had a 6, easy all in. Maybe this is the line he takes with a 6. That's for Nicastro to work out. That's the puzzle now. And how many bluffs does he have on the flop? If he has 7-3, does he have 7-4? If he has 7-3, does he have 8-3? Does he have 8-4? What if he has 10-7 as well? Right? So it's all very well understanding, yes, I'm going to lose to a 6. But how often does my opponent bluff, and which sort of cards do they use? Again, it's not about does he have it or does he not. Oh, he gets it through. Nice bluff. He's going to show it. He can't wait to show it. He can't wait to show it. Anton's loving it. We're loving it. We love a good bluff.
Bravo, bravo,
You're
bravo.
more happy than him.
We love a good bluff.
That was beautiful. Actually, like,
Anton says it's beautiful. I agree. Maybe we can go into the bigger sizing, but this gets the job done.
I couldn't have sold it better myself.
We got Rory Jennings in the chat as well. Hello, Rory Jennings, one of our competitors. You see that 1,224. One of those was Rory Jennings on the YouTube chat there. My hero, my mate. And not in a poker sense. I mean, genuinely one of the worst poker players I have ever seen in my entire life. But a wonderful man. Loves the game. You got to play from the heart. But listen, just an absolute, I mean, obviously as an ambassador, part of my job is trying to help sort of usher Rory towards poker success and, you know, bring him along a little bit with poker talk. Listen, I enjoy doing it. I'm not a miracle worker. I'm not a miracle worker. But he's, you know, he enjoys it. It's there to be enjoyed. Should enjoy it by being disciplined. Rory Jennings, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the best advert for tournament poker is the fact that Rory Jennings has made deep runs in an EPT main event and a 25k in the Bahamas. A real, if anyone can, he can. So if he can, anyone can type operator, you know? Aaron says, how did he do that? We don't know. Science cannot explain it. I'm about to get a text from Rory saying, shut up.
14.
Sokolovsky, blind v blind. Puts in the 3-bet, got the aces. Picks it up, gets the win. D-Start says, Rory seems to think that it is pathetic that adult men play computer games, Spraggy. What do you think about that? I think life is too short to deprive people from enjoying the things that they enjoy. I enjoy watching Terry Jordan play poker. Terry Jordan appears to have been betting a river. The board is 97694. Terry Jordan has bet 35k. Terry Jordan likes to play every pot. He likes to bluff a lot. And he doesn't like to fold. That, by the way, is Jerry O'Dean, a.k.a. Perry Majensen, Pedants Majedance, who you guys watch me play against a lot online. Terry in position has bet the river. Again, the board is 97694. Looks like we're blind v blind. Terry with a couple of glances towards his opponent. There's a call from Perry Majeri. Confidently tabled. It's a full house. Jerry upset. He's not happy.
Make a lot of hands. Let him keep 6,000 behind. I should have put into that.
He's getting the full Terry treatment. Shaking his head. He's not happy. Parents Majerans unhappy. Keeps running into it. Says you make a lot of hands to Terry. Says sometimes. This is a rerun, isn't it? Didn't this guy just have aces? Didn't this guy just have ace? He's 3-betting again, and he's 3-betting small, out of position. Socaritas with a very good price, just what, 2 and a bit more big blinds to call? Against a guy who just put in a mini 3-bet? The price is right, Bruce Forsyth. And this is the beauty of the small sizing with aces and kings and, you know, some bluffs occasionally. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's just aces and kings. But it does drag your opponent into an uncomfortable situation. It does pull them into choppy waters. Now I'd love to see a really small bet. And maybe not on this board. Maybe we go like 8,000 and just make sure we're all in on a good turn. You just wonder whether 8,000... Oh, he goes all in. I think it's a lot easier to play against all in. This is all in, we can fold a lot. He's giggling because he knows. He got aces back to back. Back to back enjoyer. Hello, Mr. Monkey.
Finally, someone had
Popping in for 30 seconds from the pub to say hi. Hello, mate. Hi. All right, aces with the three-peat, no shot. If this guy gets aces again, I'll never stream another hand of poker in my life. In my life. Oh, you hate to see this, by the way. Rory Jennings says, all totally accurate, sadly.
Strange situation.
Now I just feel
because
bad.
Usually, the action or the table is slow.
Nah, Rory's a champion in the making. I changed my mind.
Not this table.
Rory's a champion in the making.
Yeah.
We're at the foundational level. It's gonna take it. It's like
places to be.
La Sagrada Familia.
Dinner break is approaching.
I think they're still working on that, aren't they?
None of us has a new trophy.
But it is beautiful.
Especially not me.
Especially not you.
Rory Jennings said, shut up.
Mom and dad is watching for a few people, so you don't wanna. Is that what my son is doing? He's just like, why is he thinking with those crap cards? It's embarrassing. Doesn't he know that that's a fold?
Maybe my wife is saying this to the kids, I don't know.
Good question from Gordon Freeman. So Spraggy, do you think he chose a small sizing there because he figured he was weak to begin with? I think he chose a small sizing there because he had aces and he wanted to induce as much action as he could.
If you're playing for the money, now.
So when you don't have that many chips to get in, you can afford yourself a smaller size because you don't have that many chips to get in post-flop. If we're 80 big blinds deep, we might want to get a bigger pot, so have a bigger 3-bet so that we can get all the money in. But when we've got like 15 blinds, even if we go from 2 blinds to 4.5 blinds pre-flop, it's still very easy to get all the money in, right? Because there's not much behind. So what we want to do is when we have the less vulnerable your hand, the smaller you might 3-bet, because you want to invite action, you want to induce action. So if you have aces and kings, you want to invite as much action as possible, because they're very invulnerable, right? You can't flop top pair above an ace. Kings, you can flop an ace, sure, but again, less vulnerable, right? As we move down, once we hit pocket sevens, very vulnerable, right? If your opponent's opening jack-8 suited, you don't want to make pocket sevens 4.5 big blinds, because then they call jack-8 suited with the price, and sevens plays, where, queen 10-4, what do you do? So sevens, 8s, 9s, you tend to shove. Aces and kings, you go small. And then you would build bluffs into the aces and kings. So when you go to the small with aces and kings, you also want to have ace 4 and ace 5.
Okay. Favorite
Otherwise you
poker
always have
moment.
this and you never have this.
No memory,
right?
poker moment.
Would it be
So short stacks,
like 10 minutes ago?
less vulnerable hand, smaller 3-bets, induce action.
No? You can pick whatever you want.
Okay.
Favorite
I like the
moment?
reaction.
Favorite poker moment. Not like a memory, not like,
No,
oh, I want to turn
moment,
moment.
situation.
Yes.
Oh.
What are we doing? Favorite poker moment? Probably when Adam McCullough came third at UKFT Brighton.
And it worked?
For me. We've got Mr. Adam McCullough in the chat. Hello, Adam. You want to be a guest this week, Ads? Rory, do you want to be a guest this week? We're streaming till Sunday. Adam, Rory, open invite. You come on anytime. Who's in my frame 2 at the moment? Nothing? Nobody? That could be you. Chat, who do you want to see in this frame commentating on the EPT? I can get anybody in poker who's paid to be affiliated with PokerStars and contractually obliged to appear on the stream, but I can get anybody. Tony G. We can't get Tony G. We can't get Tony G. It's just someone else. Parker. We definitely can't get Parker. Who do you want to see in the box? Helmuth. We can't get Helmuth. Mahatma Gandhi. He's a pacifist. To check every hand. Barack Obama. We can't get Obama. Gus Hansen. We can't get Gus Hansen. Marley Spragg. Good shout. I'll get her on tomorrow. Miles will be on tomorrow. We got ourselves a single raise pot here. Anton Wig of the raise. Parlev with a call in early position. And Parlev checking back the jacks on 974. Will immediately regret the decision when the ace drops on the turn. Who else? My 6.5-week-old son will not be commentating. He can't talk yet, obviously. Rasmus Hoyland. No. We can't get. When I said we could get anybody, I really meant like Marley, Rory, maybe Adam. Stapes is busy on the other stream. This is the rogue stream. Stapes is, believe it or not, Stapes is too professional to be on here, if you can believe such a thing. Can't get Jamie Gold. We can't get Jamie Gold. Seb? We can't get Sebastian Huber on. Surely he's still in the main event. Right? Seb, how would we ever get Sebastian Huber on? Peace and love, he's still in the main event. Poker News.
Open.
EPT Prague, main event. Chip count, search player. Sebastian
Cut off 3 bets.
Huber.
4 bet kings. We're close to the bubble and the small buying 5 bets.
Oh god.
And I say...
We might be able to get Seb on.
He covers me and I say...
Hang on, we got an Anton Wig story.
It's the
no way.
It's the hijack, cutoff, and button, mind you, and he leads in. Like, we're getting close to the bubble. I'm like, if there's one time to not fold kings in this spot, it's got to be this one. So I punt it in.
Yeah.
Get snap called by aces. Get out of my chair.
Kings.
Drill a king on the flop, and I just sink back into my seat. I'm not even up. You know, I sink back in. And there's a lady on the rail over there. She goes, "You can sit back down, honey."
Yes, but you know
that was a good feeling.
But you spoiled it because you said that it's your favorite moment. You already know a king is coming.
Yeah.
Sure.
Ask me for him if it's a favorite moment for him. I don't think so.
That's great.
No, I don't think so.
That's supposed to be an entry to the power rankings. I was going to add Anton Wig's funny stories. That was a surprisingly funny story from Anton Wig. Ola Shemian still on the power rankings. Any more suggestions for the power rankings? Good things about EPT Prague, good things that are happening, people playing well, good hands. Anton Wig's funny stories. They're on the power rankings, aren't they? Anton with the 8 high, that's no good. Not as good as his funny stories.
Which year was this?
A long time ago.
Rory says, how's this key to checking jacks on iron board? Everyone's a critic. You tell him, Rory. I do think, there you go, Rory. Well spotted. I think he should have bet the jacks. I agree. Get some money in there. Good hand.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, when the 5-bet came, I didn't feel like...
Yeah, same like... Today it will be kind of different story.
I don't know about that.
2012. Seven raise 6,000. Pass. 10 pass. 1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Suckeridis with the ace-9 of diamonds, raising it up. Ace-6 offsuit in the big blind. I wouldn't mind seeing a little 3-bet. Oh wait, we're very short. Suckeridis opening off 12 bigs. Okay, I don't want to 3-bet anymore. I want to see if I can hit something nice. I have hit something nice. Am I happy? No. If we defend ace-6 versus 12 bigs and we make an ace, are we that happy? Not really. Like, I'm immediately annoyed. Maybe not versus flop. The problem you're going to have is a lot of hands like 6s and 8s and 9s and 7s would just shove pre. Maybe even a lot of hands like King 10 suited. Probably raising King 10 suited, King Jack suited. I think 12 big blinds is just enough that I would trust my opponent to have some like suited Broadway raises that we do okay against. I'm really upset on a 10 though. Because now I don't beat King Jack. Jack 10, King 10 might not bet, right? I think if you face the bet on the turn, your ace-6 is immediately miserable against most. It would require your opponent to bluff 6s and 5s that they open raise with rather than shove. I think that's possible, viable. But some players are going to miss the bluffs on 6s and 5s. They won't bet the turn. It might even require them to bluff a hand like Jack 10 to try and fold out Queen X, King 10 to try and fold out Queen X. I think this is quite an astute check from the ace-9. Not because he's not confident in his hand anymore, but probably because he realizes it's really tough to get 3 streets and feels like he can get a second street on the river rather than the turn. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's the reason why he would do it. Check, check. We're showing down and it's chop, isn't it? Aces, king, 10, queen, right? The graphic shows a win for ace-9, but that's wrong. It's a chop, right? Do not trust your eyes. It's a split. No, that's the other stream. I don't sing it here. We've got some new emotes for you, though, which is exciting, isn't it? It is. Come on, don't lie. I never know my way around Twitch. You know that. Viewer rewards. You are being rewarded. We've got to get rid of some. The boop. We're going to take the boop out for now. Because the boop is dead. We haven't heard from the boop in months. It's like Tonka P. It just disappears for months and months on end. And we show it all the love in the world, but it doesn't love us back. We're going to remove Bep. Because it's a dead meme. And we're going to remove Sprag Sleep because I've never been more awake. I've never been more alive than when I'm watching an EPT main event. But we're going to add a hit emote, a shit emote, and a size matters emote. Because, folks, size does matter. Despite what you've been told. We talk about sizings a lot. We're not just talking about whether someone is checking or whether they're betting. We talk a lot when we're watching poker, thinking about poker, about why a sizing is useful or good or what it's representing or what story it's trying to tell. So sizing is a very important part of every single poker hand. Size matters. Yeah. It does. I know, but it does. Maybe we'll work out how to have this as a little pop-up when something happens where size matters. Maybe near the pot size here. Because it does. We got a 3-bet from the small blind. Ace 2 soft suit. What do we do with 9s? How deep are we? The blinds are 3K right now. Jim G asks. So we're very deep, actually. Oh, we're letting go of the 9s versus a 3-bet. Wow. 2K, 3K. So we're like 60, 70 big blinds deep in this pot. Folding the 9s to a 3-bet from the small blind, you get to play in position with 2 9s. It's very tight. There's something else that might be causing this fold. First person to say it in the chat gets a highlighted message. I do realize when I ask these questions, it's like being back at school, but I don't mean it like that. It's just, you know, more interactive, isn't it? Why might we fold 9s and play tight versus a stack that's covering us? Fat Boom 6 says ICM. That in it. 183 players make the money. 196 left. So you only need to outlast 13 people. And you guarantee yourself 8,000 something euros, 8,500 euro, right? So sometimes when you're 13 away from the money, you just go, you know what? Don't worry about it. Not interested. I'm not messing around right now. I want to lock up my money, and then I'll start playing some pots again.
It gets better.
And I think that's very fair, very reasonable, and can be a very good strategy decision. Because 184th gets 0. And 183rd gets 8,500 euro, and that's a lot of money. So staying out of trouble, 13 away, I have no problem with it. Socceridis is now all in blind v blind for 34,000 with Jack 10. And this is another one where if we're playing just for chips early in a tournament, 10 big blinds, ace 5, you race into the middle, right? You call. We've just seen him fold 9s. Yeah, wow. Yeah, lays it down. I think this is someone who is ready to lock up their money, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. We will have a new feature table after break. We will. So we thank these guys, these 8, for their entertainment. We thank Anton Wigg for his funny stories. They made the power rankings for the CPT. We've only got 2 things on power rankings. It's Ola Shemian who's flying. And it's Anton Wigg's funny stories. And of course, actually, here are your chip counts for those departing the feature table. Terry Jordan is getting added to the power rankings. He's having a hell of a tournament so far. And I can actually confirm, through the power of production, that Terry Jordan eliminated Jerry O'Dean. His jacks beat Jerry's 8s. And prior to that, Terry shoved the river with a flush, got called by 2 pair, and eliminated Ben Stuberfield. And as a result of both of those hands, Terry Jordan has over 900,000 chips on dinner break. He might even have to be number 1.
On Stefan Kolar with pocket 7s. He is all in. Kolar was the shortest stack with 8 big blinds.
Oops.
Darius Niago is not going anywhere with ace-jack suited. Is gonna call. How much is the all-in? Asks Dimitar.
What are we gonna do on break? You want to play some more spins? We're down $800 for the day in spins. Want to try some more? I should get some food at some point, but I don't want to abandon you guys on break, do we? You want to stay here and play spin and goes instead? $100 spin and goes? No delay? Sure. We'll get some background music cooking, shall we? I don't need this open, this open, this open. I do need that open. Don't need that open. We'll put the emotes on as well. Let's do that. And we'll play some spins on break because spins are class. And we can win. We can win some money. Of course we can. Of course we can. Can't keep going. It can't keep on like this, can it, Spray? Oh, well, it can. Where's my music? We don't have any. It is quite literally the day the music died here, isn't it? And that's just not going to fly, I'm afraid. better, isn't it? All right. You shall decide for the second time today. Why is my widget not working? Oh, I haven't started yet. Ready? Who's ready? You got 60 seconds to vote. Remember, you can vote in this exciting game of hit or shit. Is it a hit or is it shit? By simply typing hit or shit in the chat, Twitch and YouTube, it all works. More $100 spinning goes. Hit or shit? Do we want to see me play more $100 spins? We've played 11 so far. We're in for 1,100 rep, 300, a net loss of 800. Over the course of EPTs and live streaming, we've played 54 games for $5,303. We've cashed for 5,006. That's a net loss of 297. Will we play $100 spin and goes on break? You decide. It looks like the runaway train is in full flow. Don't try and spam twice. I think your vote only counts once. Actually, I don't know. Is it uniques? Is it uniques? Or do multiple hits count? Can you spam a hit? Does it get to vote? Do you get 2 votes, 3 votes, 4 votes? It's unique, I think. 40 unique people. 2 people don't want to watch me play $100 spins. All right, it is unanimous. We're re-entering the fray here on break. I might have to make a cup of tea. No, we'll play first. Hit wins. Okay. Give the people what they want. Give the people what they want. $1 million, please. Ooh! What a start. 400 bucker. See, this is how we get back. This is how we start closing this gap. We win a $400 one. Come on. We're playing for $400, mate. That's a lot of money. $400 is a lot of dollars. That is a juicer. Goddamn right it is. This is a hit. Hit me. $154 chips. King high, no diamond. Well, it was fun whilst it lasted. King 10 high, no diamond? That's the hand I wanted to fold. The nightmare continues. The nightmare continues, sports fans. Where did my soul go? Exactly. You seen it? Anyone seen my soul recently? Holy sugar. Holy sugar. We all can't speak. We all can't speak. Rick Dolph says if you consider winning your all lines. By the way, 6 is last hand and we just run into Jackson Ace Queen. It's a disgrace as well. As much as a disgrace as getting caught by blooming King Eye of Diamond. Wow. Word on the street is there's a 10-second cooldown on the hit or shit, so you can vote every 10 seconds. Goodness me. Wrecked. I'm gonna also be adding in these emotes on break. Let's do that. Are you allowed to have a... I'm probably not allowed to call it a shit emote, am I? On Twitch. Sprag hit upload. And then we'll go with Sprag. All right, we're calling. We got a big hand. Ace jack against the threes. A flip. Come on, baby. All me. Oh boy. Minus a grand. How was work? How did the commentary go? Really good. Oh, did you get paid for that? No, I lost a grand. What? We've lost Gorgeous George. It'll turn. It'll turn. Alright, we're going with Sprag hit, Sprag shit. And size matters. Sprag size is your emote name. Should be available right now. It should also work. It should also work that you can put the emotes in and it counts towards hit or shit. If you can't be bothered to type hit or shit, you can just click the emote. Magic. I fault. We've won 1 of 13, haven't we? That's not good, mate. That's really bad. That is bad, isn't it? Winning 1 of 13 can't be good. Can we hold? What is this? What is this? We're heads up for $300. Second place, nothing. First place, $300. That's a big swing. That is a big old swing. Spraggy, why don't you just run better? Good point. If I ran better, you wouldn't call King 10 high. I'm just unlucky. He's right. I'm just very unlucky. That's all it is. They all know it. Check. No dice. Mate, come on. Get it together. Yes. 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 Canava says you should change the graphs of profit and GTV. Ah, they're just display purposes only, just to give you... You could see the graph going down, that means it's bad. They don't need to be super accurate. I mean, they're accurate. They don't need to be any bigger than they are. Or more viewable than they are. Blinds 20-40. What do we got? There we are. Size matters. We got a shit. We got a hit. Nice. I can go for some of that. Man, I've really gone and done it this time. He 3-bet the flop and I called, and then I've led 40 chips on the turn. And I've got a fucking 6 somehow. Do you really have a 10 though? Really? Why have we done this? I knew it, man. Fucking knew it, man. I appealed to lead the small turn. Yes! Yes! I peeled the 8 high on the flop to min lead the turn. I knew he was bluffing. I was hoping he'd just fold the turn. Now we gotta hold. Hold! He's hit a 6? How is this possible? I have queen 7 against 6-7 off. How is it possible? How does he just roll a 6 for $300 again? And now we're here. You know? And now he gets aces out of a pair. Ay, mamacita, mamma mia. Enough! Is that really possible? Queen 7 against 6-7 gets there. The next hand I've just got 6s and he has aces and he wins $300. Even though I owned him with the 8-6 of spades line. It's just a disgrace. I mean, it's a disgrace. We're back. We'll try again. 400. There we go. That's some of me. The mind boggles, really. Queen 7 against 6-7 just to hold to win 300. The mind boggles, doesn't it? These guys going for it or what? Raise, 3-bet, 4-bet rip. Sevens and 8-9 suited. It's a flip, isn't it? 8-9 for the win. We're heads up, but this guy's got 40 and I got 20. Okay. Okay. Can we play the Google Maps game? Not today. We're not equipped to play the Google Maps game today. Trick says stuck 1100 on just spins. Nothing wrong with your eyes. All here. I'd say black and white, but it's more like yellow, orange, and blue. We've won an insufficient amount of our all-ins in the 15 big blind hyper format, super hyper format. So far. Man, my strats are going to be so washed versus limp. My strats are going to be so washed. These guys, all they do is just study spin strategy, and I'm just in here free balling into the 100 buckers. Just donating. You're welcome. I have king high too. Just raw dogging the $100 spins with no spin strat on me. Gotta be done. In the name of fun, it's gotta be done. Ten high. 10 high for me there. Go on the 10 high. Oh la dee da. You got full house, mate. Got full house. It's good hand, that. He went check, check. 1 blind, 2 blind, call full house. Didn't expect to see you on an EPT stream, but there they are. This is what happens to me, guys. Thanks for making it out. Add a 3. I'm going to fold a 3. Final answer. Bet. Call. 8. Kings! Holy shit! He limps kings, checks back. I got fucking the nuts. And he... oh my. Holy. We'll go again. We'll win one eventually just through attrition, I guess. $5,000. $1 million. Don't worry about me. I just had an 8. Don't worry about me. 6 blinds deep. I just had top pair. Just not cricket sports fans. I thought we'd be saving a 5k buy and not going to Prague, and look. Oh dear. Oh dear. Now we're down 800 since we started playing spins. An 8 buy and downswing, surely unheard of in the spin and go community. Surely unheard of. Na, 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 da, na, na. This bullshit min raise. Maybe he just always has this sort of hand. Maybe I'm supposed to just call ace eight. Oh my goodness. 12 blinds each. Nice. Oh dear. All right, I'm going to tap out at 2k and take a dinner break and then play again later, but we'll do 2k in buy-ins and then we'll take dinner because I'll get half hour dinner then, right? How long we got left? I can't see anything. 40 minutes. Okay. That works. That works. John White's back. Hello, John. Wasn't it you at the end of the last stream who was having a go at the way I was playing poker? Said he's not playing good. Oh, he still fucked the spelling up. Playing good, John. Playing good. He's not plying good. That's about wood, isn't it? Ply and toilet paper. Well, heads up. Do you think you're profitable on $100 spins? Probably not. I don't really study. And these guys just, it's the same people, right? Grinding the $100. They probably got pretty solid spin and go strats. Probably more so than I do. But I don't know. How much can you really be giving up in a spin? I don't know what your ROI looks like. Like a really, really good player's ROI in a $100 spin is probably a tiny amount of percentage, right? So. I had a jack of hearts there. He had an ace and a 9, turned a 9. But I don't really play spinning goes, so I don't know. I probably, if anyone's going to have an edge, it's going to be the guys whose entire career is playing $100 spinning goes and not me, but I don't think we'll give up much. An 8 here, it's obviously good. What did he bet on the turn? 6-4 offsuit. Interesting. I don't know. This river may be under bluffs. My hand's certainly going to want to call though, right? Like I don't have much king X. Oh, nice. Thinner value. Hey, we won one. We got one. Ship it. 15 losses in a row. It can't get any worse, can it? Well, it can. There you go. Epic dub. Dub secured. $300 dub as well. And now we're playing for $1 million. Okay, we can rebuild it. We can rebuild it. Same lineup. John White says, I'm just honest, not trying to be rude. John, at the end of last stream, when I logged off, you put about 10 messages in about how it was a disgrace that I call myself a professional and how bad I am at the game because I reshoved the small blind for 15 bigs with ace jack suited. That was you, no? Or was that somebody else called John White on YouTube? I'm pretty sure it was you. I reshoved 15 bigs against Flera on the button in the Hot 109 FT for ace jack suited. And you were saying what a disgrace of a play it was, etc. And I said, okay, thank you, good night. And you just kept going on. Cool. Huge. Uh-oh. What was the sweat? Oh, yes. We're holding. Big one. 9's on the button. Big one. Heads up for another $300. Here we go. There you go, John. So, look at that. Look at that. I love that from John. We've turned him around. Now John says, great call. Thank you, mate. Great call there, John White. Thank you, pal. Love a bit of positivity, John. Amazing how the attitude will change when we're on no delay and you have to confront the consequences of your chat, isn't it? Amazing. What a turnaround. Thank you, John. It feels trickier to talk shit when it's more of a human thing going on, right? Now I'm a real person, right? Because I'm responding in real time. Before it's easy. 4-minute delay, I say what I want. Now I'm right here. Now you can't be so mean. Ba 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 ba. We'll have a bet. We'll have a big bet. Aaron says we can't be mean. Nice hair, mate. You're not allowed to say anything mean. So Aaron said, "Nice hair, mate." John says about the 15 big blinds was only going to get called by jacks or bad. John, I'm gonna say this, right? Obviously, you were being quite rude last stream. That's okay. I get it. But I will also say, if you don't think that you should shove ace jack suited versus a button raise, it's okay to be wrong about a poker hand. Try not to be rude, but you are wrong. And if you care, you should look into why you might be wrong about that hand, and you'll get better at the game. Promise. Sincere tip. Met with all sincerity. X Festa says, do British guys have a favorite food? Now, I can't speak for a nation of 80 million people, but I'd imagine people in Britain do have favorite foods, yeah. I don't think food preferences are unique to the rest of the world. Can I get a hold? Nope. Nope. Other guy wins. So I don't know, do I have a favorite food? Oh, yes, it's called a $500 spin and go. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. Here we go. Lock the fuck in. We need a nice win here, huh? We need a nice win here before dinner. Here we go, eh? Big one, $500. Getting in the chat. I'm mixing it up with the lads. Mixing it up with the best of them. And dealer, I'm all in. Hold! Hold it now, please. Come on. Be reasonable. We're heads up for 500 bucks. No, we're not. He's got 40 chips. I always say it. Good start, though. Hell of a start. And one hell of a model American. Can't do it. I fold. King 7 I had. King 7. 10-5 spinning back in. So many outs. Nope. Heads up. Heads up for 500. You want to chop? Should we chop? You want to chop? Let's split. For the win. For the win! Put it up! Flip me! $500! Come on, baby! I was scared on the flop. I was on the flop. I see the flop. I'm like, sevens again, huh? Just don't flop it. Of course we don't. But then we love a $100 spin. Spin and go challenge. Spin and go championship on its way. Snowball challenge. Spin and go snowball challenge. Opt into the snowballs if you're playing. Of course, you know the deal. All right, I said we played to 2K. We got one more. That's better. That's bloody better. $1 million. Okay. Now, if we win this, we're only down 600. It's a nice little... We're climbing. We're climbing. Last one, then we're taking a 30-minute dinner break. We will not take an hour around here. We don't do that. We can't treat ourselves to an hour. We'll do 30 minutes. So I'm gonna grab some food. Okay. Is that all right? Okay, raise it. Don't look at me like that. I wanted to fold. I'm going up for the half pot, half pot. I'm going up for the header. I had it. Atsugiga says they're the two sharks waiting for a fish to join them in the waters. Yeah, hopefully one will show up for them later. Of course I know him. He's me. Ace deuce! Rubbish. Rubbish! Come on, the king eight. Go on, the king eight. That's more like it. Come on, Jack 7. Come on, Jack 7. Hold it. No, we were riding it to the finish line. 10 on the river. No. Shit. Big swing. Bad big swing. Bad big swing. Oh no, look what I had. I'd have been rich. Oh, I would have been rich. That 10 was unfortunate. If we hold that 7, it's all coming home, baby. It would all be coming home. Queen is ahead. Queen is good. Heads up. Heads up for $300 or 0. And they got nearly 800. I got 100. It's not great. We do get a walk. It's a great start. It's huge. Can I get a hold? Oh no, not the red. Not the red. Yes. Not the bees. Blinds are now 20 and 40. Throw it away, throw it away, throw it away, throw it away. Throw it in, throw it in, throw it in, throw it in. Big hand, that ace jack had a big hand. Had a big hand, had a big hand. King 7 suited. It's happening. It's happening. Hold. Hold that ace 3. Fuck me. King on the turn. I knew it was too good to be true. All right. Okay. All right. What does that leave us? Minus 900. Played 20. Wait, that can't be right. Played 20 in for 2100. What's going on here? Minus 900. Close enough. A little bit of a resurgence. A little bit of a resurgence. Folks, I'm going to take half an hour. I'm going to leave you with whatever coverage that they have. And then we will be back for bubble coverage from EVT Prague. Lots more fun to be had today. We've got one more level. It's the bubble level. We'll get into the money. I will see you in about 30 minutes, okay?
Shoves! And Panka snap calls, the former chip leader at risk.
Good luck.
Good luck.
He didn't believe Panka. Now he's praying to the poker gods for mercy.
There's a 10 and a king.
It's Murphy's Law, I guess.
Madis Mur now a 76% favorite to be eliminated. He needs a queen or a 10 on the river. It's a 9. Mur is out.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck.
Dominic Panka up to 14 million as we go three-handed. Madis Mur, chip leader at the start of this final table, out in fourth for $581,000. So still $100,000 and the trophy to play for. This has been a pretty epic final table. Blinds are now 60-120 and we are sweating with chip leader Dominic Panka.
I like this kid's style. I like the way he plays. I like his tiny little teeth. Let's do this.
Queen 10 offsuit. He raises the button, makes it 250,000, gets a fold from Baron. It's Mike's big blind.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nobody said we were going to have to play against Mike McDonald.
Mike calls.
I even like Dominic's direct-to-video sunglasses.
The flop, 6-5 deuce with two clubs.
Well, we whiffed, but sometimes that's the best time to continue.
Mike checks. Dominic is going to continue for 280,000.
And Mike would defend his big blind pretty wide, so he'd have to call with any piece of this.
There's the call. Nearly 1.2 million in the middle. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
I was hoping the board would come something scary we could make a bluff at, or, you know, just hit one of our pairs.
Check, check.
I actually preferred it with the jazz. I thought the jazz was part of it.
Queen of diamonds on the river. Top pair for Panka.
Cool.
Mike checks for a third time.
I think we have to value bet. Could easily get called by a worse pair. Or am I sabotaging us because I kind of want Mike to be the first two-time champion? JK, I still think we should bet.
Panka counting out a bet. The grey chip's worth 100,000 each. That is 785k total.
That is a pretty meaty bet. And this is going to be a Mo Better Meaty Meat raise.
Wow. Mike check raises to 2.5 million.
You're good. Very good.
I was going to say we should say that.
Why did you raise it so much?
All we can really beat is Mike turning a pair into a bluff or a missed flush draw.
Panka folds. Mike had deuces. He flopped a set.
Did you have it, Mike?
I'm sorry, Dom. I don't remember.
And blinds up again. 8160 with a 20k ante. Panka, ace-9 suited on the button, raises. Isaac Baron with king-queen in the small blind.
All in or fold?
I'm all in.
He elects for the former option. Mike folds the big blind. And Panka calls.
Baron shoved knowing he was ahead of Panka's opening range. Panka called knowing he was ahead of Baron's shoving range.
Isaac, a 6-4 underdog. And it's his tournament life that's on the line here.
Baron looking to see some paint.
And Panka flops him dead.
That's pretty decisive.
Nut flush.
Great game. Great game, man. Yeah, for sure.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Isaac Baron out in third.
Sure, the story's the next PCA champion, but hoorah for Isaac Baron, who is off the tour forever, then all of a sudden comes back and binks third for over a mill ball.
So we're down to 2. Both players looking to make history on the tour. Dominic Panka going heads up against Mike McDonald. It's Mike's button. He's first to speak. 10-7. And he raises, makes it 325,000.
Standard raising hand for heads up on the button.
8-9 suited for Dominic.
Call here would be standard as well.
There's the call.
This is what happens. Heads up. Ranges are blown wide open like somebody left the gas on too long and then lit the pilot light.
A 10-9-5 flop. Second pair for Panker. Top pair for McDonald. Action's been checked to him.
Panker's checking to the razor, but I would imagine he's not folding to one bet.
Well, Mike's C-bet is 350,000.
You can certainly understand him calling here.
Well, those aren't calling chips. Panker check raises to $1 million.
Less understandable. His check raise is mostly only going to fold out worse hands. It's probably okay if he knows Mike has a draw, but even then, it's probably better just to call.
Mike calls the raise. And we go to the turn, which is the 6 of diamonds. Both players now with straight draws. Mike's still ahead, an 89% favorite.
Once Dominic raises the flop, he probably feels as if he needs to continue here. Kind of like when you tell your partner a lie and then you get called on it, but you got to stick with it.
That's a bet of 1.4 million.
And like most suspicious partners, Mike is not falling for it.
McDonald calls. 5.5 million in the pot. The river is an 8. That gives Mike a straight. It gives Panker 2 pair.
That card hits Panker, but in his mind, it could have hit Mike even harder.
Panker checks.
Mike should be value betting this.
He checks behind.
Interesting check back. Maybe just wants to see Panker's hand, catch him, make him admit the truth.
And that will bring about a change in the chip lead. Mike McDonald now has the lead with 16.4 million. Mike has picked up pocket 8s on the button. He raises to 400k. 10-7 offsuit for Panker in the big blind.
Again, this would be a very common hand to call and defend the big blind with.
Panker, not a fan of this calling business. He raises. It's a 3-bet to 1.2 million.
Ambitious 3-bet. Don't think it's going to get a fold. If they were shorter, Mike might shove, but they're still deeper than a Lars von Trier film.
Mike calls. He doesn't have the betting lead, but he has the best hand and he's in position. And he flops quads.
Dominic Panker, about to fire dead like a zombie Alan Sugar.
Oh, that is an image I need to remove from my brain.
Did you say brains?
Panker continues for 900,000.
I'd say this is a dream spot for Mike McDonald, but most of us don't even have dreams this good. I'm banking on a smooth call from a smooth operator.
Sure enough, just a call. The better part of 4.3 million in the pot. 4 of diamonds on the turn gives Panker a no-good flush draw. He now slows down. He checks.
Maybe Panker's giving up. I don't mind it in general, and I love it here. With this board texture and Mike calling the flop, he's going to be pretty strong most of the time.
Mike bets 1.8 million. And gets a fold.
Show the quads. Come on, show it. It's good for the game. It's good for the game. All right, fine, don't.
Mike McDonald now has more than a 2-1 chip lead over Dominic Panker.
Panker starting to tanker.
It's his button. And the Polish qualifier looks down at pocket 9s. Should point out that Mike also won his seat online. In fact, he was the first player to qualify for this year's PCA main event. King Jack in the big blind, facing a raise to 400,000. Mike responds with a 3-bet.
Dicey 3-bet with stack sizes. If Mike gets shoved on, he's rarely in good shape.
He does get shoved on.
Maybe he was 3-betting to induce a light shove?
Call.
Mike calls! It's a race, and if Mike wins this flip, he'll win the PCA main event and become the first player with 2 EPT titles.
Good luck.
Good luck.
King Jack runs down nines. It is over.
Nines holding on the flop.
Cringy flop for King Jack.
Panker the big favorite now.
That would finally be true.
We know Panka runs real good in races. He flips like a Romanian gymnast.
Mike McDonald has 6 outs.
King for the sweat.
If it's a king or a jack on the river, McDonald has done the double. It's a deuce. Panker doubles up and takes the chip lead.
And it starts all over again.
So close, yet so far. Right now, Dominic Panker has a big chip lead over Mike McDonald. He's first to speak. He has ace-deuce.
Pretty good hand, heads up.
Here comes the raise.
Raise it.
$500,000. Mike has 7-4 suited.
Definitely a hand he can call with, even though he's short. He can most certainly see a flop with this hand if he likes.
All in.
McDonald shoves!
Or he can see all 5 cards, maybe.
Can't please, but...
I think this would actually be a loose call, given what Mike's shoving range should be. His range is mostly better aces and pairs. Ace-deuce not doing well against those hands.
Call. Call.
Panker calls!
Sorry, didn't mean to...
Pardon me?
Didn't mean to slow.
No, that's perfectly fine.
This could be it. It's pretty much a flip. And if Panker wins, he is the 2014 PCA champion.
Come on, you better be a lucky dealer.
Technically, it'll be lucky for someone.
Jack 5 deuce. Panker now a 3-1 favorite.
Big whiff for Mikey. Lump in throat time.
McDonald looking for a 7 or a 4. There's a 7!
Wow, 7 of hearts.
Well played.
No joking. Those aren't any better.
Play on, players.
Those aren't any better.
Mike set for a double up unless the river card is an ace or a deuce.
Deuce.
It's an ace! Dominic Panker is the first ever Polish winner on the tour.
Congrats, Dominic, but I am just gutted for Mike McDonald.
And Panker now #1 on Poland's all-time money list.
Really sick start to this kid's career. Handled himself like he's been there dozens of times before.
Blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Action folded to Mikkel Nielsen, who's got aces.
I just want to let you know, we're all counting on you.
He raises to 80k. Andrea Dato has 8-10 suited. He folds. Ace-king suited for Panker.
Things are about to get pretty ranka for Dominic Panka. Do you know it's actually harder to get dealt ace-king suited than it is to get dealt aces? It's kind of messed up.
Here comes a 3-bet. Panker re-raises to 190,000. Kirill Radzivinou folds the small blind. Andre Letau in the big blind. Also passes. Back on Nielsen.
Folks aren't folding much in position, so I would suspect we're going to see a 4-bet.
He makes it 310,000.
4-bet's a little small, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Panker shoves.
Call.
And Nielsen calls. Panker at risk and behind.
Last time I saw a cooler this big, Rocky was punching meat in it.
Here comes the flop. 2 hearts on board.
Dominic Panka, so good.
He now has 9 outs. And that's one of them!
Me. Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
Nielsen's not drawing dead. With an ace or 6 on the river, he'll make a full house. No.
Must be nice.
That hand was the worst thing to happen to a Nielsen since Dracula Dead and Loving It.
Dominic Panker doubles up to over 2.6 million. Mikael Nielsen down to 1.6 million. Back at the feature table, blinds 25.50. Andrea Dato folds under the gun. Dominic Panker, who did the dirty on Nielsen, has ace-queen of diamonds.
Hope you're happy with yourself, Panka.
He raises to 100k.
Probably gonna crack aces again with this hand.
Radzivanow folds. Latau is out. Gerald Karlik in the small blind has ace-king of clubs.
Like a good ratatouille, it's time to throw a little Karlik in this pot.
This is a 3-bet to 260,000. Popov folds the big blind. It's back on Panker.
He's not folding.
He shoves.
Makes sense.
And gets called.
Once again, this is just kind of coolery. Can Dominic deliver another brutal suck out?
Karlik is officially the player at risk. Well, that's a fine and dandy flop for his ace-king. He's set for a double up here. Dominic Panker only has 2 outs. Karlik just has to fade a queen on the river. Oh, it's a queen!
Dominic Panka not making a lot of friends today. Karlik and Nielsen are going to start a support group.
He does it again! Another brutal suck out.
Good luck.
And this one sends Gerald Karlik to the rail in 18th place.
I feel so bad I can't even do another garlic pun. Stinks.
Back at the main feature table, we are going to play a hand from Dominic Panker's perspective. We're going to sweat with Dominic.
No, this should be easy. Just jam with any 2 cards. Kid can't miss today.
Shatalov's raised from the cutoff. Panker's got Queen 10 suited on the button.
It's like when Jamie Lee Curtis dropped the Uzi down the stairs in True Lies. Just hits everything.
Panker calls in position. Popov folds the small blind. Rudoy in the big blind.
His name's Rudoy. I'm always hearing about these Rudoys in South London. Come on, bruv.
I think you mean Rude Boy. And for the record, they don't have them in Putney. So Rudoy calls as well, 3-way to the flop.
Okay, we're in position. Let's just boot up our button-suited Broadway program.
Jack 7 with only 1 spade.
Not a great flop for us.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Shatalov set to continue. 240,000.
I like a fold here, but that's because I am a giant wuss. Shatalov isn't likely to have hit this, and if he's got 2 big cards, he doesn't really even have a draw, so sometimes really good players are going to float here.
Panker calls.
The big blind might have hit something.
Rudo folds. Even though he did hit something, that was probably the best hand.
Probably a good fold because his hand was vulnerable and can't really improve.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Shatalov slows down, he checks.
Well, since we were floating, now would be a good time to fire back a bit. Commence firing sequence.
Panker bluffs for 375,000.
Shatalov can call with pretty much any hand. We're going to have to fire again on the river.
Sure enough, he calls. 1.8 million in the middle. The river card is a queen. A pair for Panker.
There's actually no reason for us to fire now.
Action goes check.
Good check back. It's hard to get value from worse.
Shatalov had ace high.
Nice call on the turn, buddy, but guess what? We're Dominic Panka.
He gets there again, this time against Shatalov. and he's up to over 4.5 million.
Big pot, but against a late position raiser, a call here would make sense.
I call.
He does call.
I don't know how much longer this kid's hot streak can last, though. He's come from behind more often than the 1988 Jamaican bobsled team. Cool runnings, man.
Panka is way behind, but if his nines can crack Andrea's kings, he'll be our new chip leader. Safe flop for Dato.
Intense stare, Riario. And I think Skynet may have downloaded a Trojan.
Panka down to 5%.
Never click yes on Mac Janitor.
Andrea Dato just has to fade a 9 on the river to double up and survive. Boom.
Dominic Panka is capable of losing a hand. Maybe he's human after all. Just kidding.
He's down to 2.7 million now. Back to the main stage, where we're going to play a hand against Dominic Panka as we sweat with Mikhail Rudoy.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
So it's button versus big blind. Panka is raised. Rudoy's got 8-10.
Totally standard to call here, but against really good players, I'm not likely to call much worse than this. Sorry, I'm a fish.
He defends. And Rudoy flops top pair.
Buckle up your seatbelts. We're going for a ride. Hopefully it will be a short one unless we improve.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Here comes a C-bet from Panka. 200,000.
Well, so far we know this ride is lasting one street. We're like TJ Hooker on the hood of a car. No choice but to hold on.
Rudoy makes the call. The turn card is a third diamond on the board. It also puts a 4-card straight out there.
Checks the play again, I like it.
And Panka checks it back.
Free card, yes!
Deuce of clubs.
Well, we can't value bet.
Rudoy checks for a third time.
There we go. How much?
Well, there's 910,000 in the middle. Panka makes it 325k.
This seems like a really bad spot to bluff, which makes me think we're not winning here, but we're getting like 4-1.
Rudoy calls. Panka has 8-6 for 2 pair.
A lot of folks are bluffing with 2 pair there, but with that sizing, he was probably going for thin value, and he got it. In the words of Mikkel Nielsen, bleeping Panka.
He's up to 3.6 million. 11 players remain. They'll continue to play down to the final 8 today. On the feature table, Hussein Ensan has 6-4 of diamonds. He raises. Ace-Jack of diamonds for Andrei Shatilov. He calls in position. Ace-9 of clubs for Dominic Panka.
Dominic could very easily shove this.
He starts this hand with 25 big blinds. And he's all in. Popov folds the big blind. Ensan's out.
That was a nice way to do that. I think for a lot of folks, this is the worst hand they'd call with.
2-4-8.
Shatilov calls.
Domination, termination. Shatilov over Skynet. Count it.
Once again, Panka needs to come from behind. A 7-7 deuce flop. So chopportunities emerge for Panka. In order to survive, he will need to see an ace, king, 9, 7 or deuce on the river. But has he used up all of his run good today?
Yes.
The last remaining former champ leaves us in 11th place.
He was living on borrowed time anyway.
Good game, good luck. Good luck. Nice game. Good game. Okay.
We are back live from Prague. Welcome back to the European Poker Tour. Welcome back to the main event, live from the King's Casino at Hilton Prague. Here are your after dinner break, headed towards the bubble chip leaders. Mr. Terence Jordan. Terry Jordan leads the field and leads it by some distance, 985,000 chips. In pole position, the legendary UK grinder Terry Jordan. Here's our feature table. Are we coming back with the same feature table? Does that mean more of Anton's funny stories? What does that mean for all of us? Well, if it does, we'll be chip led by Ivan Porolev, 283,000, 70 big blinds deep. And our short stack, Sakata's still looking for double up. There's the astronomical clock. A wonderful piece of Prague. History, architecture, culture, sure. Our winner will take home over €1 million. That's a lot of money. 10th place, 72k. But right now, it's eyes on the min cash prize, €8,350 for finishing in the top 183 players. We are now, I believe, about 10 away from the money. This will be your bubble coverage. How are we all doing? Are we all back from dinner? We all had a nice time? No one's left, have they? I hope not. What did I have for dinner? I'm just eating some Weetabix because I had some other things it turned out to do in dinner break. So I'm having some Weetabix. I had a cereal bar. I'll grab some other stuff in a bit. I'm going to finish this as we load in.
Guys, I heard that there is excessive time in some tables. I'm gonna take 10 seconds in every decision. Is that okay?
That is very reasonable.
Oh, I'll take long.
For you?
Yeah. Very hard to fold. Very, very hard. Needs fold.
How difficult is it to put time maps right now?
Thus concludes the eating portion of my stream. What do we have here? What's going on? We're playing 2K, 4K. 192 players left in the field. 183 will get paid. This is really interesting. Because it was Gatsas who, before the break, folded ace-5 blind v blind, folded 9s to a 3-bet, but here is choosing to open raise with the 9-3 offsuit. Called in position by Sokolovsky's king 10. Check on the flop. Turn is a king. Bad news for Gatz's hand. He's just trying to make a play at it pre-flop. Looks like he's making a bet on the turn as well. It's not going to work against this holding. It does serve to fold out some jack highs. 8 highs, 9 highs, whatever. Just clean up your equity with the 3s sometimes. Could even still have the best hand. It's a little thin for value on a king, but you're going to get called by some ace highs for sure. Happy to try and show it down. Wonder whether Sokolovsky will want to risk reopening the action here. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Is it worth reopening the betting? Or do we just take a showdown this close to the bubble? Taking the showdown this close to the bubble. Don't give some confidence to the 9-3. It's not going to be the winning hand though. Just hoping to be up against the ace high. But it's not. So welcome back in, everybody. That is the state of play. Min cash is about €8,500. We are live across Twitch and YouTube. This is the Rogue Pirate EPT Underground stream. Right here at Spraggy.tv. An absolute honor to be able to bring you live coverage of the European Poker Tour. This is day 2, but day 1 of the broadcast from Prague. We join in the main event at day 2. You're allowed 2 entries. That is the maximum into the main event. Some of these guys will be in for 1, some in for 2. €5,300 to play. A lot of people in on qualifiers as well. We've got some gold pass winners. We've got some €5 qualifiers. We've got some €25 qualifiers. So for some, the min cash is a very big deal. We'll try and highlight those players as we watch. We understand that Terry Jordan is over the million mark. The first player over the million chip mark. Second in chips, his closest rival is Ricardo Pinto, who's playing this on a gold pass. And has got a total live earnings of $58,000. So a very good chance of breaking that with a run here at the EPT. This is the final level of the night. And it will be the level. 84 minutes left in it. That sees the bubble burst. So I would be a particularly lengthy situation develop for us not to make the money after the next hour and a half. We're going to raise from Anton and a fold in the cutoff. Gatsas, who's been staying out of trouble. About 35 big blind steep. Queen jack offsuit on the button. Will he continue to stay out of trouble? Will he 3-bet? I think fold is fine. And Sokolovsky now picked up a few chips. Much needed chips. Moves towards 30 big blinds. Definitely someone who's going to favor staying out of trouble as well. Given the proximity to cash monies, baby. And found the short stack of the table, just 36,000. What we will see now is a little bit of time banking, a little bit of Hollywooding, a little bit of running the clock down. The tournament floors at EPTs are really good about keeping an eye on tables and making sure that nobody is stalling really egregiously. They will put people on shot clocks if they are. At the discretion of the floor, they can come along and say, you have been taking too long. We're going to put you on 10 seconds pre-flop. We're going to put you on 20 seconds pre-flop, whatever. Just to make sure that nobody is getting too much of an unfair advantage by abusing the spirit of the bubble. And, you know, every time they get a hand, they know they're going to fold going deep into the time bank. We don't want to see that, do we? We don't want to see that. To my knowledge, Anton, the most accomplished player on this feature table. Anton's a 20-year professional from Sweden. Plays a lot online, plays a lot live, has good accomplishments live. Always seems to be making deep runs, EPT main events. Nicastro, we know, is in on a 25 euro qualifier. But found a nice lead earlier. Found some nice lines. Definitely seems more accomplished than, you know, a 25 euro qualifier. Could be a grinder just playing satellites. For sure, that seems to be the case. Parolev with the aces. And Socceridis, again, another player who's got that little bit of draw of wanting to take his time over his folds. 5 seconds here or there, you might find. Nothing egregious, though. Kind of nice when we're on the bubble to pick up hands like the eights. As someone around the 25, 30 big blind mark, we don't need to go wild. We don't need to start shoveling chips in the middle. And it's quite a straightforward situation to play a lot of the time. I don't think the fan really wants to do anything with these threes. The call on the button is quite strong in a sense of Sokolovsky not going to be playing super wide. He's covered near the money bubble, so he's going to tighten up just a little bit. We did, in fact, just see someone covered on the button fold Queen Jack, right? So I think 3 is very easy muck. Short stack, no fold equity. If you jam, you need your opponent to fold, and they can't fold given their price, so 3 is no good. Very interesting for Rigetti in the big blind. We are 25 big blinds deep. If we're playing for chips, I really like a shove. I think you can clear up a lot by ripping 25 bigs here. I think the cost of being wrong or running into it this close to the money bubble is too punishing. So I do think that even a jam at this stack depth would be incorrect. We see a call. I like a call. Eric, 184 in the money. What's up, Eric? We're going to play 183 in the money. We're 192 left. So 184 will bubble. 184 is nothing. And this is a very dangerous flop for Rigetti. Parolev, as the out of position player, comes in for a check. An action to Sokolovsky on the button, who does have the worst hand at the moment. I really, even though we can see the hands, we can see king, queen, and aces, I really wouldn't mind a small bet from Sokolovsky. You are going to clear out some ace highs, some king highs, like king 10, king jack maybe. A little bit to be said for denial. More so in the three-way, right? Like, let's say Rigetti has a hand like jack 9 suited and Sokolovsky has ace 10. Then eights is denying a really big share of the pot in the multi-way just by playing a small sizing on flop. Checking also fine. You're also going to run into situations like this one. Very interesting that Rigetti chooses to lead in the big blind. He definitely has the widest range, I would think. Coming along probably quite wide still in the big blind. Certainly the suited department. Maybe his stack size limits him with his peels near the bubble a little bit, quite a bit. But I still think quite wide in the suited area of the deck. Parolev continues to lay the trap. And it's a really bad card for Rigetti because he makes kings and queens. He is, of course, dead against the aces and sixes. And this could be really lethal. This could be a potentially tournament-ending river card. Depending on how he chooses to size. And honestly, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't just try to go for max value here. I mean, I guess the bulk of his opponent's hands are things like 8s, 9s, 10s, and jacks. So maybe we do prefer a small size to try and get a call from those hands. He goes for 23k. And he'll be absolutely begging for a call. It's going to be very bizarre. I'd imagine that versus this size, Parolev is going to go for the max value with aces and sixes. I think if Rigetti does have a 6, he probably goes for it all. I think people naturally just greedier when they hold a 6. I mean, Rigetti's going to be the beneficiary here of a tight call. Because that could easily have gone another way. You know, if Parolev tries to push the matter here, tries to maximize the value of his hand, it's just a little bit more appreciative perhaps of how that range is built and what a 6 might do. I think we definitely could have seen a situation where it was showers for the King Queen. We have an elimination. Cesar Garcia leaving the room, headed into the lobby in Prague, which means we are down to 189. So how many do we need to bust? 189, 188, 187, 186, 185, 184. We need 6 people out. Socceridis a little bit too short to do anything with the 8-9 suited. We're going to just favor folding, as pretty a hand as it is. I think we want to play blocker heavy range. If we raise, that's the same. We want an ace or a king in our hand, more so than the connectivity at this depth. Gatsas in the hijack, king 10, 8,000. A reminder, we're playing 2K, 4K with a 4K ante, so you've got 10,000 chips dead in the middle to start every hand. Some forced bets to drive some action. It's Sokolovsky with ace-9. And maybe some ideas. I don't think it's really an opening range that we want to attack. We've seen Gatsas, if you watch the stream, which I'd imagine if you're coming back to the feature, or even if you're not, you're going to play against the same players. You want to catch up with what happened on the feature table in the breaks, so that you can get a better idea of the sort of hands that are being shown down, not being shown down, how people are playing. So we will have seen that, everyone should have seen that Gatsas has played quite snug so far. Unfortunately, we are going to see Fan with a little bit of Hollywooding every hand. That's okay. Well within his rights to do that. So if it were me and Gatsas was opening, I wouldn't really try and go after it. I wouldn't try and make too many light 3 bets against it. Queen 3 for Nicastro, covered. No interest, no incentive. Mudded. Anton's big blind. 4 and 4. It really falls to the chip leader in these situations to drive a lot of the action, right? To start applying pressure to the table, to apply a lot of pressure on the bubble. Inan Yildiz. Walking off. Maybe he's bored. Maybe it's a bathroom break. Maybe he's got things to do, people to see. Wrong! He's been eliminated from the tournament. We're down to 188 players. And Parolev's got ace-king. 344k. Parolev is your table chip leader. So the onus really on him to abuse the situation for the gathering of chips. For the accumulation of chips over the next hour or so. We'll see. We've got Carolina69er in the chat. Hello, Carolina69er. It says, good luck commentating, enjoyer. Good luck commentating, enjoyer. I am a commentating enjoyer. Commentary enjoyer? Commentadore? Hello, Caroline. For instance, says, don't you play live, Spraggy? I do play live. I play a lot of live poker, actually. But I've just had a baby boy. I'm a father. I've got a 6.5-week-old child who is very... You know how babies are. They're very needy. You'll never hear the end of it from a baby. Feed me this. Blah, 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 you know. Oh, pick me up. Oh, I got to sleep. Oh, you know. So at the moment, I'm not traveling. This is the first Prague I've missed in 5 years. And that makes me sad, but also joyful. Alexander says, are they in the money? Not yet. 184 is the bubble. 183 paid, 188 left. Fan! Will he do something with 5-4? He's going to shove, I think. Oh, no, he's folding. Very low energy desire to go up against Parlev. Even if we know he's opening a lot of hands. Again, it's the cost of being wrong, isn't it? You know, when you're on x.com, you're on Twitter, you could say things that are wrong all the time. You can say what you want. No one checks it. It's like the Sudoku. I forget which comedian it was, but he had a very good bit about the Sudoku. You just fill it in however you like. Nobody checks it. There's really no cost to being wrong. There's no accountability. Same as a crossword. Just fill it in however you want. No one's going to pick your newspaper up tomorrow and check it. But in a poker tournament, even if we know our opponent is opening a lot of hands, if we play back and we're wrong, the punishment is so severe that playing back is a bad idea. Even if it works occasionally and you pick up their 2 big blinds and the big blind and the small blind, when you're wrong and you lose 20 and you don't make them in cash, bad. Anton took the lead on the flop. We're all in the passive line. Both players happy to show down. And now both players make a wheel. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody at the feature table, come on and block bet small. 13,000 from Anton. Not sure what he's trying to monetize against here, really. Like, what do we achieve betting an ace? We get called by, I'm not sure. Maybe some merit in playing a check and getting him to bluff some king high delayed, queen high delayed. Unsure. But it's a chop. And you know what they say? Go and watch the other channel if you want to hear that. I can't do the jingle. It would be a disgusting, absolutely reprehensible, diabolical, shameful and embarrassing theft of what should be a heavily copyrighted jingle. It would be gimmick infringement. And I simply won't involve myself with it. Caitlin, Texas Poker in the chat. Hello, Caitlin. Caitlin's on fire recently. Not literally, of course. No, she's winning lots of tournaments on PokerStars USA. PokerStars, watch this, Caitlin, ready? PokerStars New Jersey. I'm walking here. Is that New Jersey? Where's that? That's all I got. But what Caitlin's got is a lot more. She's very talented, very creative, very high flying at the moment in poker. Winning, winning, winning. And summon for 11 months. Thank you. Caitlin says I'm so bad at the jingle. Well, we can't all be, you know, talented voice actors, if you will. Caitlin says that's Robert De Niro from Taxi. I'm not sure it is. Isn't it Dustin Hoffman? Robert De Niro in Taxi is it Taxi Driver that Robert De Niro's in? Travis Bickle? Isn't Taxi the one with Andy Kaufman? Isn't it Midnight Cowboy? Is it Midnight Cowboy, Dustin Hoffman? Taxi Driver is You Talking to Me? I don't see anybody else here. You must be talking to me. It's like an Ali Shaban stream. I don't see anybody else here. Torborgo says Jodie Foster. Now you're thinking of Contact with the aliens and the wormholes. Anton Wig. King 9 of Hearts in the small blind. Check. Did he check? Not inflating the pot against chip leader. Not offering the chip leader a chance to raise in position. Happy to take a king high to showdown. Would probably bluff some smaller flush draws. Parlev in a position as chip leader where some players would raise 9-4 suited. You want to be focused around offsuit maybe, but there's a little bit of the suited bit in the middle where like 9-4 and some of these hands do raise the suited stuff. Anton's betting a big blind to try and get called by Jack High. He has been unsuccessful, but he will win the pot. HM8K says, why do they look at cards like 6 deuce and then waffle over for over a minute over the obvious fold? Because we're near the money bubble and wasting a little bit of time plays into your favor because some of the other tables might bust a player out if we're wasting time a little bit, right? Someone might bust if we buy ourselves a little time with slow actions. So unfortunately, a nature of poker tournaments is that you see that stalling start to happen around this time, which is why we're talking about Travis Bickle and Who's Walking Where and Midnight Cowboys, Jodie Foster. She is in Taxi Driver, right? Very young, disturbingly young Jodie Foster in that film. Carolina69 says, this is a brilliant commentary concept to make watching players like this more entertaining. Are you listening, PokerStars? I would never watch this tournament without Spraggy in the top right corner. Well, thank you. That's the idea, I guess. It's nice to have options, isn't it? It's nice to be able to enjoy a little watch-along. It's more of a watch-along than a commentary. Except for it's exactly like a commentary, but I'm just in vision also. And we play silly games like hit or shit, and that's the only game really. That's actually the only game we have at the moment. But we could make more games. Like... Oh yeah, Ruth came up with a good game about EPT champions and making a tournament bracket and voting on them and have one remaining all-time favorite chat's favorite champion. We'll call it chat's favorite champion. Alexander says, "Can I get my brother on for hit or shit?" I cannot. We could have some Dan Spragg official frame 2. We have frame 2 waiting to be filled. Applications now being received for a co-commentator. First time out at EPT Malta, we invited Bowie Effect. Jamie Walden was on. Who else did we have on? Adam McCullough. Stumbling his way through poker strategy, but providing great fun, banter, enjoyment. But frame 2 is empty today. Tomorrow, I believe it will be filled by my wonderful wife. EPT Prague final tableist. Mrs.
in
Marley
that
Spragg.
thing to have like a little like mini speaker with like a few soundtracks to bring to the poker tournament.
Do we have Anton's funny stories going on right now?
That's like a nice thing to custom make, you know. Like,
Oh, please look.
Molto bella.
We want waiter. How we want to get a waiter?
yeah, I would love on this one.
What water, waiter, something.
A waiter with water.
Yeah.
Waiter.
Until someone
How to play without phones?
Yes.
Okay. You cannot see.
Wave your wand and you'll get one.
They are far. They cannot see.
You know what? I was just looking on Twitter. Caitlin won 3 tournaments in 3 days in PokerStars in New Jersey. How about this for a Power Rankings? And maybe streaming today as well for us all to enjoy. How about a place on the Power Rankings for Caitlin Texas Poker? So far on our Power Rankings, we've got Terry Jordan, who's chip leading. We've got Anton Wigg's funny stories, which have been delightfully enjoyable here on the feature table. So much so that we kept him on for another level. Praise be to the production gods. We kept them on for another level. We got 2 levels of Anton Wigg's funny stories. Number 3, Ola Shemian, who had a great start to the day. Still going strong out there, we believe. No news is good news, Ola Shemian fans. And coming in at number 4 today, Caitlin Texas Poker, who's on fire. You could make submissions for the Power Rankings whenever you please, and they will be under judgment by the Power Rankings committee.
No water.
Castro coming in for a raise with King 5 suited in the hijack.
There we go.
Playing about 22, 23 bigs.
He's like, no, I don't want to be on TV.
He said no.
Socaritas drinking it in, reveling in the fact that there's a distraction off the table to disguise the fact that he's time banking the short stack in the small blind. We're all having fun, aren't we? Oh, my hand, yes. Sure. And to the big blind. Gatsus, who covers Nicastro. And it's got a very playable combination. 5 forward diamonds.
Right.
Beautiful, isn't it? You could make trips. You could make quads. You can make 2-pair. You can make a straight. You could make a flush. You could make your opponent fold. It seems almost impossible to lose. We'll see it defend.
What do you want?
What do you want? Water.
Earl Grey tea with lemon and honey.
King, Queen, Jack.
Actually,
Far
honey
less
and-
appealing.
milk and honey. Yeah, milk and honey.
Earl Grey.
For Gatsus' defend in the big blind. Not a board he'll try and construct any leads on.
Anybody else want something?
Checks it over to the pre-flop aggressor.
Thank you. Water? Still water?
Yo.
Oh, yeah. Still water.
Yeah, just asking for 2 more.
And Nicastro with a
water,
pretty
2 more
straightforward
water.
c-bet, one would imagine. 6,000.
Please, not my board.
No resistance. Says it's not my board. And it's not.
We're not playing. It's on the house.
Wake back is coming.
Uh-oh. The little bubble sound effect means we're getting closer. Great jumper. Bad time to bust. Christos weaving his way out of the building. Frustrating enough to bubble, even more frustrating to run into the labyrinthial nature of the tables.
Guess it's enough.
Like the end of The Shining, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go around the corner and Kenny Hallett's frozen in ice. Try and weave your way out of the maze.
I'm not staying here.
Fan with the tens.
If you were staying here, you
Fan
would
with
say
34,000 chips.
just to make sure.
3 from the money. This is what I do. Close my eyes.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Nice touch.
I don't want to look. I got a really good hand. I feel obliged to shove. But I'm 3 away from the money and I'm under the gun. And now I got to pray for folds. Because everybody knows I got a good hand. And if I get called, I'm in big shit.
Wait, who was that?
Okay. And you have the agony of everybody fake time banking because of the money bubble too. You got to rate their performances. Anton folds quickly. Thank you, Anton. Thanton. Okay.
Cruel moment.
Yeah.
This would be a big performance. This
Cruel
guy's short.
moment.
Oh, and he's not afraid to time bank with the sixes because it could appear more legitimate on stream, so he's less embarrassed about doing it. Never going to call, though. I can't keep up the bit. My hand's hurting. Perfect hand to be a time bank with. You know you're never really going to call, but it's kind of legit. He takes a surprisingly short period of time. Thank you, sir. Good on you. We're going to get it through Gatzes as well, which means that unless...
Better than me.
Job done.
That's how you learn the check raise too. Very quick to pick it up.
Which one?
The 7-3 check raise.
Ah, the 7-3.
Job done. Hayden says I'm a bubble tanker. LOL, we're all bubble tankers. You've got to be. It's the game. You've got to be.
Bought yourself another round.
Anybody in the chat who says that they wouldn't tank on this bubble would absolutely tank on this bubble if you were playing.
How much I have?
For sure. I know I would because I do, and I have, and I will, and I'll do it again. Han1 says, I never tank. Yeah, but you've never been near the money in a tournament.
95.
If you're not tanking on any bubble live, Han says you're not wrong, unfortunately. That's funny. You're just costing yourself money. Because the problem is, right, if everybody else does it, you're incentivized to do it. So you're just costing yourself money by not doing it. It's one of those things that just creates bad incentives, but it's very difficult to find a way around it. How about this then? Parlev with the chip lead on the table and pocket aces. Almost unfair, isn't it? What do we reckon? Let's see where this hand goes first. Unfortunately for Parlev, nobody really wants to fight back against him at this stage. Oh, hello.
Relax, everybody. You don't need to get creative with your folds anymore.
Guess that's coming in with the nines. Perfect hand to play again, right? Pretty straightforward. Try and make a 9.
We entertain ourselves.
Oh, I like it. I like it. I'm all for a little.
Sei proprio un bel ragazzo.
Like, we gotta make it exciting somehow.
100k. 25x.
I mean, they had this survey at the beginning of this year, like at the beginning of the main, if we should have a shot clock. And I'm like, yes, of course.
You mean during all tournaments?
Well, I mean, they should like just having a shot clock is obviously like amazing.
But from start, you mean?
But from start, and then like I would leave it up to the dealers to say, as soon as you feel like someone is like too much, you give them one warning, and then the second one is like your shot clock is half. And then, like, the next time, it's going to be 5. Because then, like, it's fair. Like, I just want it to be fair for everybody.
Yeah.
And it sucks when it's like this prisoner's dilemma. Everybody has to do it.
Yeah.
Some guys, they're like... But if everybody has to do the same thing, then there's no discussion. And it's just, okay, let's play the game. And I do think the dealers should have more power.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they know. They've seen it a million times.
Well, here, yes. In some places, no.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like,
Interesting little raise here from Gatsas on the flop, right? Just trying to deny some equity, just trying to shift his opponent out of the pot if he's got something, you know, even getting a Jack-8 suited to fold, not the end of the world, right? Just ending the hand here on the bubble. It is going to slow your opponent down as well. It's going to allow you to check back on the turn. I really don't hate this raise on the flop from the pocket nines. You're occasionally going to extract some value from ace high, from pocket 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, right?
He didn't have a job anymore.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't mind a small turn bet here as well, just to get yourself a showdown at the river, right? You bet like 23k here. There's very little your opponent could do about it. You're going to have a 10 sometimes. You're not really going to face a check raise. Your opponent's going to check you at the river and you could just check back. So I really like this. 18,000. Obviously, we could see we have the benefit of perfect knowledge, or potentially the hindrance of perfect knowledge, in that it masks the way that we might think about this bet, and we might look at it and think it's bad. He's got 9s. He's putting money in against aces. But actually, if our opponent has pocket 6s here, or 5s, or calls with ace-jack, you know, we're saying, what a lovely little nudge on the turn from the 9s. And it's just going to allow us to show down at the river 100% of the time. Because I don't think we're getting check raised on the turn. I don't think our opponent starts leading on the river. I think Parlev is going to play check always. And then we just tap back and set our own price. It is a really interesting bet. It's curse of the commentator. I think Parlev is going to play check always. And then Parlev bets some 18k at the river, having made another ace. Which is interesting. I think it might be, on this specific river, it might be very, very cool and very, very good. Because if your opponent, the problem is, near the bubble, is your opponent going to jam all of their 10x? Because if your opponent ever just calls with a 10 and doesn't raise, or doesn't put it all in, it's probably bad. Because if you want to maximize against a 10 that raised on the flop, then check, opponent bets a 10, we shove. Like, do we make more chips in that line or this line? So there's a potential drawback if it ever allows a 10 to not put all the money in. The benefit is that this hand was 100% checking back. Pocket 9s was 100% checking back. And it can't do that now. So there's a benefit of the bet. I mean, it also does prevent your opponent from bluffing something like Queen Jack of Spades, right? That raised the flop as a bluff, bet the turn, and might have followed through at the river. But if Parlev feels that Gatsas is never pulling that bluff, then we don't lose any value there, because if it's not happening anyway, then we're not stopping it from happening by leading, right? What we might end up doing is just getting some sort of induce, because we've taken a kind of a weird line. Maybe our opponent never gives us credit for a 10 in this line, and we, you know, he continues to try and represent one. I don't think Gatsas will be turning 9s into a bluff on the money bubble. I really just don't. I just see this hand either getting frustratingly flicked in for what is 20% of the pot, or getting thrown in the bin.
EPT main event players, please retake your seats. At this time we have one.
I'm not sure how much sense it makes if Parlev has a hand like ace-x of hearts or ace-x of spades. Does it make sense for him to lead the river when his opponent still has a 10 a lot? I'm not sure. Flicks it in, frustratedly flicks it in. Ace is a very good hand, and a very good hand on this board. And credit where it's due to Parlev. I wouldn't have taken this line myself, this river lead, and he wins an extra 18,000 chips that I would have left on the table. We are hearing in the background that someone else has been eliminated. It's Umberto Ruggeri, who is a familiar face. I've seen this guy a lot on the European tour over the last 4 or 5 years. And it looks like he's been eliminated in 186th place.
EBT main event dealers, please finish the hand.
And Umberto ran ace-king into Bias Peter's aces before the flop, didn't improve. which means that we're 185 left. And the announcement in the field, by the way, was that we are now hand for hand. So the performances are over. Oscars season cancelled. No more nominations, please, for BAFTAs, Golden Globes. No one will be acting anymore. Every hand will play. Every table will play one hand. Pause. Another hand. Pause. So everybody is playing at the same pace. So you don't need to stall anymore. There's no incentive to stall anymore. So we don't need to see the fake pained fold of the 5-4 offsuit. A thing of the past. What do we reckon? What is a reasonable amount of time to wait before calling the clock?
How much you start with?
93.
Parker, what's Parker's rule? Tonka's rule is like 30 seconds pre-flop, a minute on the flop, 2 minutes at the river. Anything past that equals clock. Parker, when he's playing EPT events, calls the clock like 20 times a tournament. But I think that's good. I think that's the best way to do it. It's just be willing to call the clock. It's not a personal thing, right? It's just for the fairness of the game, that people don't abuse the rules or the spirit. So gets us with the raids in the cutoff to 8,000. Rigetti in the big blind with king 10 suited. It's very awkward, isn't it? Playing 12 big blinds near the money bubble. What do we do on king high boards? What do we do on 10 high boards? We might be about to find out. 2 players to a flop. Well, Gatsus has a lot of easy decisions now because he's got equity for days. And Rigetti perhaps somewhat relieved that he too has an easy decision. You know, maybe quite relieved that he doesn't flop awkward amounts of the board. Able to stay out of trouble guilt-free here. Should he so desire? Perhaps his desires differ. Time shall tell. Perhaps his desires are to make a play at the pot. I wouldn't imagine so, though. I think we want to put money into the pot in a very considered manner. With that amount of chips and this close to 8,500 euro. I'm putting more money in the pot here. Seems like a bad choice. 11,000. Clickety click. I'm not sure I like it, really. I think this is a little bit fancy, just trying to lean on your opponent a little bit too much in a spot where it doesn't really make too much sense. Typically in the big blind, we might say, I have a 3 more often in the big blind than you have. But this close to the money bubble, these chippy V ideas of how we defend the big blind don't apply, right? Because near the money bubble, we're not defending 10-3, Jack-3, Queen-3. We might not even defend King-3. We're not defending 3-5 and 4-3 because we're near the money bubble. So trying to lean on this idea that you have more 3s and you can raise, it doesn't really apply here. Also, a lot of his pairs, 7s, 8s, 9s, probably prefer to just deny pre-flop by shoving versus the late position raise, more so than they would see the flop. So he doesn't really have 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces. Doesn't really have a 3. So like, what do we really have when we check raise this board?
Didn't he say 184 is left?
Not much.
I don't think so.
And if we do choose to check raise, you want to think about how does your opponent continue? He's going to continue when he's got the nut flush draw. So instead of king 10 of clubs, why not have ace of spades something or king of spades something? or obviously a flush draw yourself, right? So I think king 10 of clubs just a little bit out of line. It's going to work sometimes, sure, and unfortunately for him, just runs into a very big combo draw against this opponent. But I think just a little bit overdoing it, maybe. It's a classic, isn't it? Rarely birdies Eric, classic. What's he rapping? Taylor's all the time in poker. What's he rapping? What's the story? It's all storytelling, isn't it? Poker. The lies we tell, the tales we spin. Sure.
5, 4, 3, go.
The world's media have gathered for this bubble coverage. Who do we see in the field? That's Davide Katai. My draw plugin is broken actually. I can't draw on the screen at the moment. I'm going to fix it up for tomorrow. I recognize a lot of faces, but assigning people names is a lot tougher.
I see queen high before. And it was good? Yeah, and you won.
Maria Lampropoulou at the back, table 4.
But you just spent in time.
Terry Jordan
It's no payer call, my friend. No payer call.
towards the back as well. Another hand. Hand number 100 and something. 44. 12-12. John G says we don't get to see the close-up. What's that cameraman there for? Some of the cameras will be taking shots that will be edited into later footage. But if someone's pointing a camera, it will be rolling. Whether the director chooses to use that footage or not is it's not my job. But if someone's got a camera on a table, it's because they want to film the table and use it at some point. Might not even be for this broadcast. Well, Rigetti is very short. Gatsas comes in with a raise to 9,000. What do we make of this? Little steal attempt, but 32,000 all in from the small blind. What is the price here? Do we have any mathematicians in the building? The price is not right, apparently, for the 10-8 of diamonds. The kings with a variance-free pickup. Doesn't have to fade anything.
Something is cooking.
Payback.
Yeah. Italian revenge.
Mr. Boglin says, would you rather have pocket nines or ace jack or a flop of king, king, queen? I'm going to give a very boring answer. It depends. Depends if I'm in position, out of position, how deep we are, who I'm up against. The most important thing in pots is equity realization. Not necessarily the equity of your hand. Right? Whichever hand has the raw share of the pot doesn't always matter.
You're rooting for me, right?
So I'd probably just take whichever of those hands is playing in position. Because that hand will realize its equity better than the other. It's my nerdy answer.
It's hard, right? It's hard. It's gonna be hard to split.
We will, of course, pause the action when we have an all-in, and it looks like we have an all-in and a call on this outer table. That is why the camera is here, John G. Here we go.
Me too.
We got reasons for everything around here. So. I believe we have Severi Palmu all in and at risk against Ryan Mandara. as we play another exciting game of spotting runners in the field. This Dimitar Danchev, that's our feature table from earlier, is it, on the left-hand side? There's Sarainen as well. There's Leo Worthington Lees at table 22 with the headphones on. Still in the field, near the money bubble. Good to see. Follow Leon on Instagram if you like. If you like poker hands, you should follow Leo. He posts about 50 a day on there. You see our wonderful tournament directors and floor at the center of your screen. Toby, Nick, and Glenn. Overseeing matters. Eventually overseeing matters. When there are matters to be overseen. Stockerfish, are they in the money? Not yet. We're 1 away, 2 away. 183 paid with 185 left, which is why we just got a slowdown, pause and play. Cameras are out. Capturing the all-important historic moment that someone busts before the money. We really like as many cameras as possible in someone's face when they experience the emotional distress of busting on a big money bubble in the main event. Are you sad yet?
Hi, guys.
Are you in despair? It's actually, it's pretty bad for me whenever I play an EPT main, because obviously as a PokerStars player, PokerStars Team Pro, they always want to catch my bust out for the broadcast, because you guys are obviously always in the chat going, is Spraggy still in? Is Spraggy still in as well? So they never want to miss my bust out. So whenever I'm at like 20 big blinds, there's a camera team constantly stood near my table, and as soon as I put chips in the middle, they come on with the big ass TV camera, and they're like, bang, and they sit there like, stand there like that, and just bang on me for the whole hand, because they don't want to miss my bust out. I call them the 4 horsemen of the bubble apocalypse, or the 4 horsemen of the bust out apocalypse. You got the sound guy and that, and they're ready to get me. Whenever I see them coming over, I'm in trouble. They know I'm short. They're here to watch me bust. What's the word I'm looking for? Harbingers? Of death. Yunji says that they're not going to go back to that camera. There you go. They're on top of it. There's a professional production team here.
It's really likely that somebody...
The 4 horsemen of the bust out apocalypse. They're ready to catch someone's worst moment. And here it might be. What do we have? Palmu, aces, Mandara, king, jack. And it's Palmu who's at risk. 8, 7, 3, 4, 8. Aces with the double up. Aces will survive. The bubble continues. And it continues 2 away. As the world's media dissipate. And we head back to the feature table to play one more hand. What's the entry to the event? 1K, 5K? It is 5K main event, yeah. €5,300. But lots of people will have qualified in for a lot less. Some people qualified in for €5.50 on PokerStars, €25 on PokerStars. Silver passes, gold passes. Gold passes in this one, isn't it? Your power path winners, your qualifier winners. Your ace-10 suited raises from under the gun. Your king-queen suited's under the gun too. I might well just play 3-bet fold here. I'm not sure how fun it is to call in early position. I might be tempted just to give this one a little click. I don't know, though. Maybe I just fold. I don't want to shove, I don't think. Man, I really have no idea what I would do with king queen suited. Maybe we can just call. Suited, sure. Offsuit, I would probably just fold it. What would you do? King queen suited, chat. What do you got? Call here? That's what Gatsus is rolling with. On the money bubble, covered. Players to act behind. Spooky. Good for us, though. It means we get to see a hand. Caitlin says call seems fine. Firefly Grave says I would fold like a coward. I might fold because now I see this flop near the money bubble. I'm scared. Gatsus comes in with a check. I think that's okay. Could just give it a little nudge on the flop.
What's that?
Porolev hasn't been a particularly outrageous chip leader. So I wouldn't mind just betting on the flop with not too much fear about getting overly check raised. But I get it. Take a step closer to showdown. Take some of the sting out of the pot. $24,000 is the bet on the turn. Look at this sizing now from Porolev. Gatsus calls to 24k. We're off to a river. There are dangerous ones. And that is a very bad one indeed for Gatsus. Porolev makes a straight. 5 in a line. We've got about a pot-sized bet remaining. I wonder if it's his intention to use a pot-sized bet. Or whether we try and go into a smaller size. I do think if Porolev has a hand like even pocket jacks, pocket queens, maybe even pocket aces or kings, he might prefer to make a really small bet. To try and monetize against weaker parts of Gatsus's range. So I just wonder whether he's splitting his range here at the river. Like, his two pairs and his sets, do they go smaller than 50k? I would think so. I don't think you can bet those hands for 50k. Because Gatsus has a straight sometimes. So, you know, we can't bet 50k and get called by a lot of worse hands. Whereas when we have a 10, we're going to take this big size. Because we have the effective nuts. And Gatsus is going to have to defend something. I just wonder whether that's a bit of a tell, sizing-wise, where enough people are balancing that out. Whether the big size is always a 10, and then the small size is the weaker hands and some bluffs. Or maybe it's the other way round. Either way, Gatsus has no interest in heroing off the king-queen. And certainly no interest this close to the money. But when you're hot, you're hot. A nice run out for the ace-10. Bluffs on the turn. Makes a straight at the river. Interesting choice. And of course, size matters. We know this. We are live on No Delay. What up, Sergeant Psychotic? Cathartic says, how does table selection / seating work generally? It's all randomly drawn. It's all randomly drawn out. Players are assigned random seats. What you will see is the feature table. Production can choose which table to put on feature. So it's completely random. People are moved around randomly by the software, by the computer. And then the production team at PokerStars TV can look at it and say, okay, we like this table is interesting. You guys are playing over here with the cameras on you. But they can't say, okay, we've got whoever in the field, we want them on the feature table, move them to the feature table, change their table, please. Like, it doesn't work like that. Obviously, that compromises the integrity of the tournament, and that's not what we do. Headed out to the outer tables. The board is Queen 6, 7, 8. We join here as the turn is dealt. And there's already 175k in the middle. Action is on Martin Krakow here in seat 3. Playing against Diogo Moreira, who we saw earlier on the feature table, actually. And that's him in seat 4. Right next to him, side by side. Looks to me like Moreira's in the small blind. Krakow on the button. And Martin Krakow deep into the time bank, deciding what to do. Cookie Monster says, how on earth can you read that? Queen 6, 7, 8. I've just got very good eyes. You're not cheating with a production chat, are you? That tells you the boards? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Anyway, it's Queen of Spades, 6 of Hearts, 7 of Clubs, 8 of Clubs. There's 175k in the middle. And Krakow's deep in the time bank. He hasn't... There's been no action on the turn yet, by the way. EC wants to know how much they charge for beer to be brought to the seat. From memory, this hotel, EPT Prague, it's like €6 or €7, maybe. All vote now. This time bank with no action in position on the turn. Is it a hit or is it shit? The poll has started. Type hit or shit in the chat. You can use the emojis, the emotes if you're on Twitch. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, just type it in. What do we think? What do we think about this time bank in position? There's been no action. We're hand for hand. I know, I know it's a big pot. It's a big pot. Your opponent's checked you though. I would have called clock by now. What do you guys think? Shit wins. It is shit. Come on. I get it. You got to make good decisions. You want to make good decisions, but you know. I'm going to run it for a minute because the delay doesn't allow enough time for people to vote hit or shit. That much is clear. I vote shit. I'm calling clock right now if I'm at the table, by the way. There's been no action yet. It's just been checked. Someone not in the game is calling the clock now, which I think you could do. Parker argued this point. Tonka argued this point. Tonka once tried to clock someone who wasn't on his table at an EPT. Fact. And I think the ruling was you're allowed to do it. I mean, the other guys are in the... It's hand for hand, right? So it doesn't... They're not really getting outstalled, but it's just... Come on. What are we doing here? Does he know the action is on him? Presumably. Large Sharp says the real currency of life is time. Exactly. That's the real currency of life, isn't it? Time. Now it's getting wasted. Frivolous. Frivolous spending of time. Any opinions on it, Spraggy? Calling the clock on yourself? Nah, just grow up and act. Calling the clock on yourself is very performative, isn't it? Very Hollywood. Well, eventually we've got a very meaty bet. After all the deliberation, Martin Krakow has wagered every chip in his stack.
349.
349,000. And I believe... So the blue stacks, if they're in 20s, that's 5k. So he's got 300k. It's probably about 350k effective. So he's gone all in here for 2 times the size of the pot on a direct money bubble. I will say that this guy also had all that time to think about what he would do versus a bet, right? And now I appreciate that 2x pot is maybe unexpected. So I will forgive him for taking some time because he might be thinking, what am I going to do if my opponent bets 100k or half pot? Or... But 2x pot, money bubble, this guy is allowed to tank now. Even though he had all the time to think about it before, I don't think he would have expected 2x pot very often. There should have been a clock. There should have been a clock called in this pot at some point. Probably. Big stare down now. It is a big pot. It's a big pot. He folded. Nice bet. The real joy of this hand, of course, is that we'll never know what either player had. We'll never know. And we don't have the evidence, so even if we ask them, they might just make something up. Back to the feature table, shall we?
Main event dealers, the next time, please.
Και δεν είναι και όλοι.
Two away from the money. Heyman23 sub during that. Sorry, Heyman. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the 5 months on Twitch. Nicastro with the fours on the button. Lets it go. Opening into would be opening into two sacks that cover him. Parlev with the chip lead in the big blind. I can see it. After the pocket fours folds the button. Upset, by the way. Button furious right now. Absolutely furious right now. Queen 9-4 flop. Top pair for Anton Wig. Checks the top pair. Checks back. Ten on the turn. Look at matey on the button just staring at the board. Just looking at that four with resentment and anger. How dare you rear your head now? Oh, here he goes. He wants to say it. He wants to say it. Look, shaking his head. He wants to say it. I folded pocket fours. Anton wins the pot. Credit where it's due. Didn't say a word. No one likes to hear that I would have flopped a set. He kept it in. He pushed it down, buried it. I respect it. Dan Walsh, hello mate. Is Spraggy still in? Spraggy is still in Gloucestershire, commentating on the main event. But let me tell you, if I was playing, I would still be in, and I'd probably be chip leader. The only reason I'm not playing the back end of this year is there was an EPT survey went out. There's a big vote amongst the rest of the players whether it was okay for me to continue playing or not because I'm so good. And it was described as a landslide, banning me from future EPTs just to give other people a chance. Which, you know, I obviously disagree with. I think it should be an open event. I think anybody should be able to play. I think anybody should be able to play qualifiers and satellites on pokerstars.com and win their way to an EPT. But if they want to stop me from doing that because they're afraid of me, fine. If they're, you know, trying to unbalance the playing field because I am who I am, I think that speaks volume to the rest of the players on the tour. I got to live with that. No Spraggies allowed. They only let Miles in, so it's just one Sprag. Spraggies. No homers. Jerry Fall says, would you categorize Triton players to be levels above these players? Depends which Triton players you're thinking about. If you think about the makeup of a Triton field, it's some very good elite high-stakes poker players, but those good and elite high-stakes poker players are not playing for their health against each other. Do you know what I mean? They're playing the Triton events for a reason, because there's also a collection of wealthy recreational players. So it's a very different type of event, Triton. There's a lot more disparity between field, potentially. Yes, but also there's some really, really, really good players who won't be playing Triton because the buy-ins are bigger, they haven't been able to find backers, or they don't politic to find backers, or not politic, but you know what I mean. I think also sometimes when you play against certain player types, it can remove your sharpness in certain areas. That's probably not true of Triton necessarily though, because a lot of the time, you know, the field is quite elite when it gets down to it. Those guys are obviously very, very good, but I wouldn't say like top EPT regulars. There's a lot of crossover between top Triton players, a lot of them playing the same sort of high stakes stuff as well. Obviously not when they're running alongside. But no, I wouldn't say there's like an outrageous gap.
That is a good hand. Come on.
We are all in. David Vasily, all in with kings against Gabriel Guarini's ace-jack. There's always a sweat. 10, 9, 7. The turn is an 8. Which means that Guarini makes a straight. Cracks the kings. Check out the t-shirt. Now, you can't blame him for going all in with kings, but his t-shirt, David Vasili's t-shirt reads, ICM is for poor people. ICM is a real thing, and no more aggressive ICM than on the money bubble, where 184th place or 185th place is worth €0, and 183rd place is worth 8,500. ICM is for poor people. But ICM is a real thing, and busting in 185th place is very unfortunate. In fairness, he did get it in with kings. He did get it in good. He won't be folding king, king, bubble or otherwise. Runs into the ace-jack. Great news until it's not. Straight on the turn. And eliminated when it matters the most. And now we're waiting for but one. One more bust out and everybody will have earned themselves 8,350 euro. There will be a cheer so raucous in this card room, it will make Wembley Stadium sound like a library. They'll laugh, they'll cheer, they'll cry, they'll fist pump the air. It'll be everything they dreamed of and more. If just one more player busts. Paddy says we need this. We do. One more bust out. Come on, we need this. Come on, guys. Let us lock up a min cash. Let's play for a milli up top. I know you have a plan for me. €1 million, 19,300. You know it's a good tournament when 19,300 euro looks like change on the end of the payouts. We're in for a very exciting 4 days here in Prague, aren't we? I'll be live Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We will follow this very tournament, this main event, down to a winner. And of course, we'll crown a champion. It's not just about the money, it's about the glory. It's about a place in the record books. It's about having people come up to you and say, hey, I hear that you're good at No Limit Hold'em. And being able to confidently reply, yes. I've won an EPT, thank you very much. I'm a main event champion. One more till in the money. We're going to play out the level today regardless. There are 40 minutes left on the level. As we rejoin feature to play but one more. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more. Stiffen up the sinews, summon up the blood. Ace-7 suited for Rigetti in the hijack. Do we do it? Do we do it? Got to get it through cutoff button, small blind and big blind. You can get 4 players to fold, you can steal 10k. Doing it. Not for all of it, but doing it. Bumping it to 9. 1 fold. Anton on the button, dangerous. Ace-8. Anton's decision here really comes down to how tight does he feel like Rigetti is opening. On the money bubble, Anton on the button, chip leader in the small blind. I would imagine that Rigetti's range is going to be very, very tight. So if I'm Anton, I don't like my ace-8, and I don't really want to play back against a very tight range of hands. Oh, Anton. Anton's going to ask the question. Really nice find here from Anton Wig. That's 20 years as a pro right there. 9,000, and Anton's bumping it up and threatening the tournament life.
I got a hand to raise fold.
Says he's got a good hand to raise fold, indeed. Really nice find from Anton there. Could definitely have taken the more passive line and just let his opponent away with it. But just leans on him, applies that pressure on the bubble, puts in the small 3-bet. Good stuff. We'd expect nothing less.
Yeah, but yeah. I only like don't know how to play poker. Do you remember? No.
No.
Okay. Yeah. You had 80k. He had 20k, and you double him up.
Ah,
do you remember?
I had kings.
Yeah. He had ace queen. Yeah. Till he won the salad.
Cookie Monster said, I'm all in, not 9k bet. I can see that. We stop this from happening if we shove, but obviously, if we run into it, we're dust, right? If we run into it, we lose 8.5k. At least here, sometimes we lose 2 blinds, but we never lose it all. And I do think a lot of the time you will just get the respect for raising off such a short stack near the money bubble. Certainly would have got the respect from me.
Any players out of their seats, please go back to your seats, please. We'll be announcing the action, so you won't miss anything.
Everybody getting told off by Toby Stone. Get back to your seats, please.
Please leave the areas.
Get back to your seats, please. Walking around on the bubble, shower rankings. Especially when Toby's going to announce it. He's announcing every hand. Showers for walking around on the bubble. Are we down with that? We got some showers in the chat. We're down with that? I think so. I think that's fair. Stockerfish says it's always this slow on bubbles in big live events. I was, what are we, like 4 hands into hand for hand? It's definitely the slowest part of the tournament, isn't it? It's definitely the lowest energy part of the tournament for us as an audience at home. It's going to take a while. Come on, Terry. There's a man who can burst a bubble. We're at the river. It's Roland Rakita versus Terry Jordan. Battle of the Ages. Board is 8-10-4, King 9. Terry tables his hand. He's got Jack 7 of diamonds, which is 7, 8, 9, 10 Jack. That's a straight. And the rich get richer. Terry Jordan is dragging in another pot.
It's the River Jordan.
It's the River Jordan. Well, Terry is having all the fun he can manage today. An outrageously large stack. He was over $1 million at one point. He continues to drag in pots. And that is why he is currently atop our power rankings, a power rankings list that includes Anton Wiggs, Funny Stories, Ola Shemin, Caitlin, Texas Poker, and an as of yet unfilled 5th, something that's really good about the EPT at the EPT or in the chat today. My wife is not playing. No, Marley is here with me. She will be joining us for commentary tomorrow and Thursday, I believe. Tomorrow is Thursday. Gotcha. Thursday and tomorrow and Friday. As we head out to another table. In seat 8, closest to us, Tobias Peters playing against Fabian Wolf in seat 4. We've got a board of 8, 9, 3, 4. That is a repeat 3 on the river. 8, 9, 3, 4, 3. And this is Tobias Peters shoving all in. Fabian Wolf immediately counting out his chips. What does he have here? Blues are 5k. If they're in 20s, that's 210. He's got about 230k at the river. So Peters bet 121,000 on the turn and had a call. Fabian here on your screen called the turn. It was 8, 9, 3, 4. The river is another 3. Obviously Tobias is out of position. I would imagine at some point in this hand he's either 3-bet pre-flop or he's check raised, taking the aggressive action, then bets the turn. So it's probably a 3-bet pot where he's bet, bet, bet. Or he's called pre-flop, check raise the flop, and bet turn and river. I would imagine it's more likely a 3-bet pot where we've gone 3-bet, bet flop, bet turn, jam river. Tornik reckons jacks in the muck. What do you do with jacks on the bubble if you're facing a 3-bet, a bet flop, a bet turn, and a jam river? It's an intense stare. It's an intense moment. If he's wrong, he leaves with nothing. If he's right, if he has a winning hand, he's probably close to chip lead in the main event. Given the size of the pot, he's going to be up there. He's trying to get a read on his opponent. Again, the board is 9-8-3, 4-3. No flush draw. If he calls and he's wrong, we'll have a bubble. And we'll be in the money. Reaching for chips. He has not taken his eyes off his opponent.
Time, table 12.
We've got time being called. We're hand for hand, so I mean, doesn't really matter, I suppose. The thing is, the blinds are moving. The clock is moving during the bubble. Even hand for hand, the clock is running right now, so there is some merit to calling.
Seconds.
10 seconds, and we will have an answer. 5,
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh, he had one chip in hand. You see that? He had one chip in hand. Out of time. The clock hits 0. The hand hits the muck. The hand is dead.
You've bluffed for TV. You've bluffed for TV. There.
This TV. Hey, we're over here. We'll never know. Might have gotten away with one there. Might have just had the aces. Might have just had the full house. I guess we'll never know. Back to the feature table. Another hand awaits. Par 11 outs is all in. Just covering the small blind and the big blind. Just picking up the chips. There's our hand. Vlado says, how's the grub in Prague? Very nice, actually. Had lots of nice food in Prague. Not just your traditional, you know, your goulashes and your dumplings and things like that either. There's also a lot of really nice bars in Prague. I went to a nice cocktail bar. It was one of those cocktail bars where you order a drink and it comes out and it's got, you know, it's in like a skull, or it's in like a, you order a drink and it's in like a sheep and you lift it up and you know, it's all very fancy. It's a little bit out of my comfort zone, really. I'm more of a, just like a pint man. But if you're into that sort of thing, lots of great food and drink in Prague and lots of great opportunities in the PokerStars Live League. People, players, PokerStars players, live event players have been playing tournaments all year round. They've been earning points for their finishes. And you've got 3 different tiers of leaderboard, high, medium and low. Players winning prizes. What I can do is if you pull up your PokerStars Live app, which is a great app, click on League, you can see currently leading the high section, Clem at 90, Clemens Reuter. In second is Enrico Komoski. Third is Alexei Ponakos. The medium leaderboard, Gerard Cortez, first place. Kenny Hallett in second, John Kite in third. And the low leaderboard, Stein Tandu Carlson in first, David Doherty second. Oh, they're going to run it through on here. They got it all up on here. I got it on my phone here. I got it on the PokerStars Live League app. Here's your high leaderboard. Lots of names that we recognize, folks. Masato, Leon Sturm, Remuculus on PokerStars, Jesse Lonis, of course. Enrico Komosky is What Is Love, Clemens Reuter, Clem19. Play a lot with these guys, Scoops, W Coops. Christian Wynn in there. David Coleman. Allison is I don't know. Allison is Hey Allison. There's a couple of Allison, Brazilian Allisons. That was the high leaderboard at least. But it's basically a playoff between, although Andrews Froley kind of close third place on the low leaderboard. But I know David Doherty is traveling to Cannes after this. There's one more event after Prague before Christmas, Cannes in the south of France. And the winner of the live leaderboard gets money. And that's money, honey. And of course, the top 10 from each leaderboard, high, medium, and low, get a chance to become a member of PokerStars Team Pro. Are there leaderboards for 25-cent power paths, says ECP? Not that I'm aware of, but I'll tell you what, I bet if there were, you'd be leading it. Maybe. Possibly. And here we go. Back to another out of table, folks. Final hand that is still in progress during this hand for hand. In seat 1, Vasil Prodroshny. In seat 3, Tamer Kamel. We are on the turn. And my laser focused eyes can see that the board is 3, 6, deuce 7. Vasil in seat 1 has bet 80k. Action on Kamel. Who looks to be playing about 250,000 chips, facing a bet of 80,000. Decisions, decisions. This guy's had enough. Taking a breather. It's actually, I believe that is Fabian Wolf, who just made the big fold at the river, deep in the time bank. Hand got killed by the clock. So we're back at table 12. The slowest of our tables. Some people are saying it's the slowest of our tables. Not me. Those are some chips. What do we got in the middle? 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. 120k summit. Bets 80 into it. There's a fold. Releases. And Vasil drags in the pot on the bubble. 184 left, 183 get paid. Everybody's playing duck and dive and dodge. Dip, duck, dive and dodge. 31 minutes, 26 seconds left in the level. We will play, this is the final level of the night. We've been live here now for coming up 10 hours on stream. We're going to get into the money. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow, folks, for day 3 of the EPT main event in Prague. We've got special guest commentators. We've got all the action in the money. We'll play down to fewer than 183 players. Unfortunately, today, you set a very, very low likes per minute record. A disgustingly low amount of likes, actually, on the YouTube. An embarrassingly low amount of likes per minute. So let's see today if we can break it, since we're on the bubble, and let's be frank, nothing's really happening. You now have 2 minutes. Actually, I'll give you 90 seconds. You've got 90 seconds to break a new likes record here on the stream. I've messed it up. You got a minute. Your record to beat is 32 likes per minute. If you've enjoyed the stream today, do be sure to hit the thumbs up button on YouTube. YouTubers only, you've got 32 likes per minute to beat. You've got a minute to do it. If you get more than 32 likes in that minute, you will set a new record. That record will stay tomorrow. Your job this week until through to Sunday is to beat that record. We're at 8. Come on, this cost 10 grand to build this thing. Look at all the graphics. 10 grand that cost. And you're going to give 20 likes. Adam Potter says, my apologies, I'm on it. So Spraggy, thank you very much, Adam. Thank you very much. That's what we want. Look, from Adam. My apologies, I'm on it. Thank you. If you could. 39, you've broken the record. It's a new world record. Can we go higher? 46. We're looking to break half a century. 46 likes per minute. It's drab, it's poor, it's weak, it's unsatisfying. It's a new record. It's a bad record. Juice Man says, I logged into YouTube to give you a like. Thank you. Your efforts were in vain. I'm very annoyed. But thank you. 46 to beat. You do better tomorrow, please. Do better tomorrow, please. 508 likes today. We can do better. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. T-Fit says, if you try a dislike record, maybe we could put in numbers, mate. If I put a dislike, I bet you guys would race through it, wouldn't you? I bet you guys would absolutely motor through a dislike per minute. Black Dragon says, 10 grand to code that. Someone's laughing their way to the bank. I bet they are. If it was a real story. If it wasn't something I just made up for comedy, they would be giggling. Squeaky chairs. Chat's ability to hit like. Walking around on the bubble. I'm going to do it. No one else will say it. I'll say it. The bubble. The bubble sucks. Doesn't it? What, you know, could someone volunteer to be eliminated, please? Could someone volunteer to be eliminated? But it's not up to me. You guys decide. The bubble. Do we like the bubble? Do we not like the bubble? Is the bubble a hit? Or is it shit? Type it in the chat, Twitch and YouTube. You can put the emotes in the Twitch chat as well. See if they work. I don't know if they work. 10 grand that cost. So do use it appropriately. Do we like bubble coverage? Do we like bubbles? If we don't like bubbles, it's all very well saying that bubbles are shit, but you will have to come up with an alternative. Because hand for hand is very slow. It can be laborious. It can be tedious as a viewer. Sure, we get to play great games like this. We've got great interaction with the chat. Some people like it. Some people like the drama. Look at that. A surprising amount coming in for hit. Quite a few people like it. But I think shit's going to edge it. I think shit's going to take it. Bubbles are... Oh. Late surge. They found some votes. They found some ballots. Shit wins. We don't like bubbles. A necessary evil, perhaps. Someone said in the chat, a necessary evil. Okay. It's on my shower list today, but kind of got to be done, isn't it? Kind of got to be done, mate. Got a lot of money on the line. As much as we joke, it's a very serious moment for a lot of the short stacks, right? 0 and 8.5k. So it's a very, very serious jump. Sadly, until we get that moment of drama, it is indeed devastatingly boring. But when there's drama, there's drama. And when it's good, it's the best. We can only hope for a dramatic bubble. We won't get it here. Anton Wiggs getting a walk. But Petrov says, especially if you like 50 euros. Exactly. And that's the joy of the EPT, right? We qualify so many people for €5, €25. The satellites run at the EPT for 600 euro in the day. And some people are obviously parlaying that from whatever, cash games, online scores, whatever it might be. So for some folks, we definitely saw a €5.50 qualifier in the field earlier. We saw a €25 qualifier in the field. In fact, at this feature table is a €25 qualifier. So 8.5k is significant. All jokes aside. Stockfish says, would you fold ace king suited pre if you covered, shoved on? I'm going to be boring again. It depends. If I had... Here's something that is quite counterintuitive to a lot of people, but an interesting strategy point. If you have 3 big blinds or 4 big blinds, you should probably fold if someone shoves and they cover you and you have ace king on the bubble. However, if you have 30 big blinds or 25 big blinds, you should probably call. Even though you're putting in way more chips, you fold if you've only got 3 or 4 big blinds, and you put in a load of money if you have 30 big blinds or 40 big blinds. And that's because the value of the future game stack is huge if you go from 30 to 60. But if you go from 3 blinds to 6 blinds, it doesn't really change much. It doesn't put you in a much more advantageous position going forward, and you risk the bubble. So if you have 3 or 4 blinds, you should probably fold ace king. But if you have 30 or 40 blinds, you should probably put it in, because having 80 big blinds is worth loads more money future game in the tournament. Once you get into the money, if you win that pot, if you hold against the ace 6 that's trying to bluff you, or the king 10 that's jamming on you, and if you hold, yes, you risk the bubble, but the reward is a lot more, because you go from 30 or 40 blinds to 60 or 80 blinds, right? Which is a big deal. Whereas going from 3 to 6, not a big deal. Not worth risking missing out on the 8.5k. So that's a very interesting thing. A lot of people would get it the wrong way round. They would go, well, I'm not risking, I got a 30 big blind stack, I'm safe, I'm not risking that. And they'd go, oh, I've got a 3 big blind stack. What am I doing? Ace king and 3 blinds. Right, but those 3 blinds are worth 8.5k, and 6 blinds might only be worth 9.5k. Whereas your 30 big blinds might be worth your 8.5k, but if you double it, it could be worth 20k, right? And obviously it depends on other stacks and bubble, but typically you'll try and preserve the short stack rather than double it up, but try and double up bigger ones. Leo Worthington leads, still in, seat 22, headphones on. I want curly hair too. Great head of hair, Leo. Great head of hair. Say what you want about Leo Worthington Lees, and we will, but great head of hair. Ola Shemian at the back of table 2, rear left by the King's Casino logo. And it does look like chips are being counted out on that table, doesn't it? Looks like we've got some action on that table now. I spy with my little eye something beginning with bubble candidate. Croak says, if you were an alien dinosaur and you had the ability to pick what material your skin was made of, what would it be? Kevlar. Without a doubt, Kevlar. Enrico's sweating the bubble. Hey, Enrico, don't make me tap the shower rankings. Walking around on the bubble in at number 3. There he, look, yes, go back to your seat, Enrico, please. Yes, sit down. Walking around on the bubble. We don't, oh. Yeah, and you're number 5 for it and all. You could be number 5 for it. Walking around on the bubble. No, because Spraggy, why aren't you playing? Got banned for being too good. ECP says, any PokerStars ambassadors left in? We lost Felix earlier today. We lost Seb earlier today. We lost Rory and Adam yesterday. So no PokerStars ambassadors remain in the field. However, you might have a future PokerStars ambassador in the field, because I'm sure we've got a lot of players who are still on our PokerStars Live League leaderboard, and one of those will become a PokerStars ambassador next year. So, in a way, yes. In more accurate ways, no. Tonic says, is Connor there? Up to no good. No one Connie B1 at this EPT Prague, but I believe Connor O'Driscoll is there. Someone said earlier that Connor O'Driscoll was... We saw him earlier, right? And he had a reasonable amount of chips. Enrico, look, he's back. He's back. Yeah, sit down. He's been told again there. Look, he's back. You were told to sit down once. Yes. Oh, in fairness, his seat is right there. In fairness, his seat is right there. Disqualify the Wanderers, says Ari Paolo. Disqualify the Wanderers. We disqualify everybody walking around. We'll be down to 72 players. Oh no. I don't want to share this, but Zugler made it so. How has that happened? How have I let that happen? Good grief. Good grief. I know. It's a really dark day. It's a really sad day for a 35-year-old man to get caught up in a meme like that. On my big day out as well, they give me the EPT to stream. On my big day out, I get caught up in a meme like that. It's humiliating. And here we go.
Right, EPT players.
Toby, take it away.
2 all-in calls, so we're going to go table by table. We're currently on table 17. We have an all-in in the call. There's no board, there's no flop. Park has ace and jack, ace of spades, jack of hearts, and Yuho, our all-in player, has ace of diamonds and the queen of clubs. Once again, Yuho is our all-in player with ace queen, and Pat has ace jack. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is 10, 5, 3.
A jack for the bubble. Ace queen at risk.
Second card, please. Turn is a 6.
Yeah, we have hold this match. Yeah,
the final card, please. Is queen. All right, we are still 184, and we go into our second all-in call.
Big pile of chips for the ace queen, doubling up. Big pile. One more chance at a bubble. Let them gather, let them gather. The EPT history books will not be complete without this moment being captured, and it will be captured from every angle. By every conceivable poker media outlet in the world. They even let AliShabanNews.biz at the table.
Any media who don't have a ping pass, please leave this area, please. Very difficult for us to do our work. Thank you.
And it looks like
Okay,
this
on table number 9, we already have a
board is
full
out.
board and a full. We already have a full board. Jaromir is our at-risk player, and we have Gabrielle. Once again, Jaromir and Gabrielle. We have a board of Jack, 2, Queen, 3, 4. We're going to turn over the cards and identify the winner. See your cards, please. Jaromir shows Ace Queen for a pair of queens, and Gabrielle shows King 9. So we do still have 1, 8, 4 players remaining. Back to seats, please. We're going to do the next hand.
The show goes on.
The next hand, please.
The show goes on. It looks like
1, 8, 4 remaining.
Jaromir Hanel made the call down here with ace queen. Made the call down with ace queen on queen jack deuce 3-4. His opponent Guarini bluffing with king 9 finds the double up. Guarini went for the bluff shove at the river, and Hanel made the call on the bubble with just top pair, and it is good. We're back to our feature table. Nicastro with the ace-10 offsuit just folds under the gun. By all means. Parolev, the chip leader, a lot more freedom with his stack. Able to apply the pressure rather than be a victim of it. Raises with a7 offsuit. Great hand, if I may say so myself. Under the gun, +2. Cryo says, Mr. Toby Stone doing God's work. Doing all the best things, Mr. Toby Stone. Our PokerStars floor, PokerStars tournament manager, director, managing director, all-seeing overseer of all tournaments, Mr. Toby Stone. Unsure on official title.
μεταξύ θέλω να πω toilet, αλλά έχω το μικρόφωνο. Κλείνει.
If you go down.
The Sassy Angel says, he is my fave, no offense, Spraggy. Who?
Oh, really?
Who?
Thank you. You can go to toilet, no worries.
Exactly.
Ali! Ali's my favorite too, but don't tell him. No more action at our feature, folks. We are now in the arms of the outer tables. Someone will take us into the money, or not. Crisis has the EPT phone-in returned. It has, actually. We will have EPT call-ins. Once we can find a guest desperate enough for attention to appear on this channel. Hopefully some candidates emerge throughout the week. I think we'll definitely get David Doherty on. not because he's desperate. Because we're desperate for David's thoughts. Second place on the PokerStars Live League at the moment, chasing down the win, so I'm interested to see what he's doing. Hopefully we'll get Leo on as well. He's still in the main event field. We'll take a look. I'll take a look tomorrow who's there. Obviously people are all over the world at the moment, but we'll take a look who's there and who might be playing some side events as well. Get some updates from some side events. Maybe we'll get some PokerStars staff on to see a little bit behind the scenes. Got some eyes on the ground. Sure. Please get Fruses on. To talk about what? Photocopiers? To Talk about the Great Barrier Reef. What do you mean get Fruses on? What insight will he give? We've got access to some of the world's elite poker players playing on the European tour, experiencing the event right now. We can get them live and direct. You want to get Fruses on to talk about Moosley, to talk about if functions. The mind boggles. This could be the greatest stream of our lives. Patches, why are you not playing Spraggy? Failed a drugs test. Performance enhancers. They said I was too focused. I had too much coffee, too much caffeine in the system, so I'm out. Oh no, wait, yeah, they banned me. That was they banned me for being too good. I just had a baby. 6.5-week-old baby boy at home, so I'm not traveling for a little bit. Miles and I staying home, chilling, playing some online stuff, taking advantage of the PokerStars Snowball offer at the moment, the PokerStars Snowball promo, which we love, and bringing you coverage live from EPT Prague, where we're live on an outer table. Well, it looks like we've got another all-in and a call. Someone looking to sneak in through a back window. Pop someone over the head and score an elimination.
I want to know my house.
But the wait must continue. The wait goes on.
You should took his cards when he came. The second card he wasn't in the chair. Okay, check camera. Last card, check camera. 100%. He was there.
Dimitar Danchev in the foreground, still in the field. PokerStars live reporters keeping an eye on proceedings. So who's at risk here? The player furthest from us. All in triangle in front of them, yes.
What's your fault, Ukraine?
And I believe the player at risk is Gal Name in seat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not one of my outs.
Yeah. If there would be a chance it's one of your outs, I would say I can say.
Sounds like they're discussing potential holdings. Sounds like he might need some outs. But we are yet to see any cards on their backs. We've just got to make sure all the action is complete on the other tables, guys. Because obviously, we're hand for hand. If there are 2 all-ins and players bust at the same time. I believe they split the prize. And if they get eliminated on the same table, the player with the biggest chip stack wins and the other player bubbles. That is indeed right here, just underneath the number 6, is Connor O'Driscoll, who has been a part of the PokerStars streamer showdowns in the past. You may know Connor. So yeah, we just got to make sure all the other tables are finished so that no one gets any unfair eliminations. Obviously a big moment, pivotal moment.
Players, we have 3 all-in calls.
3!
So yeah, please stay in your seats if you're eliminated. The feeling calls, we're going to start with table number 6. We have no flop at the moment. We have Eyal and Gal. And Gal is our at-risk player. So turn over your cards, please. Eyal shows 2 kings, And the gal, our at-risk player, shows 2 jacks.
Oh boy.
So once again,
needs a jack.
Gal, our at-risk player with 2 jacks, and AL has 2 kings. Flop, please.
Someone put the jack?
Flop is 4, 8, 2.
Needs a jack and need one now.
Turn, please. Turn is an ace.
One card to come, or we're going to have a bubble.
Final card. Final card is a 3. Gal, please stay here for the moment. Thank you.
Just don't run away. It depends on what?
Okay. There was 2 more, 3 people to split. There's 1 more.
So Gal has been eliminated, of course. He's run out of chips, which is never a good thing. But Toby was just explaining, if someone else busts his hand, he could, I believe, still split the prize, is how this works.
Once again, if you're playing not in your seats, please go to your seats. Thank you.
So he may yet be able to salvage something from this. We've got 2 more all-ins, and I guess we'll need at least 1 more player to bust. Toby, take it away.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so here we've got Ace King against 9-5, and it's the Ace King that is at
Table
risk.
number 21, once again, there's no flop. We have Javier and Nusrat. And Nusrat is our at-risk player. Javier has turned over 5-9, and Nusrat, our Irish player, turned over Ace King. So once again, Nusrat with Ace King is our at-risk player. Flop is 5, Jack, 9. There are 3 diamonds on the board, and Nusrat does have the ace of diamonds.
Has the nut flush draw to recover it, but at the moment,
turn card, please.
He's facing elimination as well.
Turn card is a 6. And final card, please. Final card is a 7, and it's not a diamond. All right, so we have lost another play, but we do have another all-in call.
Because we are splitting the...
So actually, these guys are going to split them in cash or what? So what, they get 4K each? They get 4K each at the moment, but how about this? If there's another bust out, the 3 of them will split not only 183, but also 182nd, right? Which means if we lose another player here, they're splitting 16K something 3 ways, which would be 5 and a bit, 5.5, 5 and a bit something, as opposed to splitting 8K. So actually, the eliminated players could ladder, kind of, right? And end up making like 5 and a bit.
Okay, so our final all-in call during this round on table number 23. We have Slobodan and Pawan, and Slobodan is our at-risk player. Let's see your cards, please. There's currently no board. Slobodan, our at-risk player, shows 2 queens. Pawan shows 2 kings. So Slobodan with 2 queens is our at-risk player. We're going to do the flop, please. Flop is 4, 5, 2. Turn card. Turn is another 2. Final card, please. Final card is a 6. We have lost another player over here. So just give us a moment, please.
All right, so that means that poker players, you are now in the money. And with 3 eliminations, from my understanding... Claps in the chat, please. Claps in the chat, please. I know it's been a long day. We're 10 hours in. I know it's been a long stream for you. But claps in the chat, please. Everybody's in the money. We're finally poised here in Prague. And my understanding of it is, with 3 eliminations, you will now chop the min cash and then the second one, 183 and 182, will split 3 ways between all the players eliminated, which means they each get, says here, €5,565 each. So they all squeak out a small profit of €365, which if one of the other guys would have stayed in, they would have just split one prize and would have walked away with like 4K something. So a very cool kind of, you bubbled, but you got away with it a little bit. And we are down to 181, 3 busts at the same time. We are now in the money. Everybody remaining with a seat, with chips in this tournament, has locked up €8,350. 181 players remain. The winner of EPT Prague Main Event 2025 is going to take away over €1 million, which is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. 636k per second, so at the moment we're poised to play a €400,000 heads-up match. Of course, there could be chops. PokerStars will facilitate a chop at final tables. Third place, 454. Fourth place, nearly 350k. Over $250,000 for fifth. And so on and so forth. Today, we will play down. Don't go anywhere. We're still playing cards. We're going to play another 18 minutes. 18 minutes left on our clock to see out the end of the 5th level of the day, to see out day 2 of the main event. Of course, we're going to bring you all the coverage live right here on this channel. The Rogue broadcast, Spraggy watch along of EPT will be live Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with special guest commentators, including but not limited to Marley, my wife, and former Prague EPT final tableist. We'll try and get a lot of other people on. We're still in very, very high level negotiations with some extremely influential poker and outside of poker individuals. Folks who have come to define the A-list, both in our industry and outside of it. Checking in on the feature, and due to the length of the bubble and the cautiousness with which it had to be approached, several of our players are not having a very good time at all. Socaridis, 4 big blinds. Ding Fan, 6 big blinds. Alessandro Rigetti, 8 big blinds. Even Dimitros Gatsas with just 16. Ivan Porolev and Anton Wig both being able to take advantage of the bubble to an extent. More so Porolev, who had a lot of chips but also picked up a lot of strong hands. 114 big blinds. He is your biggest stack on this feature table. A feature table that we now expect to see move very quickly in terms of eliminations, because players at the bottom of your chip count need to be all in, and they need to be all in quickly. They need double ups, and they need them now. We'll find out in the next 18 minutes if they can secure them. Hopefully, we have secured your attention for the final throws of day 2 here in Prague. Interesting record has just been set. Can anybody tell me what it is? No, it's not likes per minute, though I do know you love that game. It's actually the record for the number of cashes in EPT main events. I now throw it to you, our audience at home. What is that record? And who do you think just set it? I can tell you that the person whose record has just been broken, that they were previously even, is Johnny Lodden. What do we think the most amount of EPT main event cashes ever is? It has just been set here in Prague by one of the players remaining in the field. Someone said, it is for sure Kathy Liebert. It's for sure not Kathy Liebert. Sourtap says 21. Ruthan says 23. It is indeed 23. 23 is the record. It is not Anton Wick. Ruth, bang on though. Alessandro, your winner. It is, of course, Kitai. Davide Kitai has just broken the record for the most number of EPT main events cashed ever at 23. Good shout from Alessandro. Juiceman says he's French, can't remember his name. Is that how the game works?
We can play poker.
Do you know Maxim Lukov is?
No.
He's old poker stars.
You go to a
pro.
pub quiz.
You could.
Yeah.
You have a very similar.
You know, who led the French resistance in World War II?
It's pretty
I can't remember his name. He's French, but I can't remember his name. He's French.
Yes.
No
I
points.
have to search it because
Yes.
I don't
Yes, you guys could be brothers. Yeah. He used to be a PokerStars pro.
Maybe me too. One day.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you actually have the pats, so now you look even more like Maxim Laikov with the pats.
You guys can play the tag team together.
30? No. 24. Quite a lot.
All right. Well, the bubblers burst. We are now in the money, and Fan decides to move all in with the Jack 9 suited from the button. He does have 4 big blinds. Larry Susan, that is just for main events. Yeah.
Yes.
23 cashes in main events. Gets the Jack 9 suited through. It's a big pickup. Folds out the Jack 10. Result. Result.
Christmas gift.
Seven five suited under the gun one. I think Sakaridis can afford to be a little more patient than this. 5 blinds. He might actually just have some ideas of finding a ladder here. With a little bit of time banking, there will be a lot of short stacks in the room. I don't think we're that far off the first pay jump. Sokolovsky in the hijack with 6-7 suited. Ops for a fold. Rigetti on the button, very short, 4 high in the bin. That leaves us in a blind v blind confrontation between our 25 euro qualifier, the Castro, and Anton Wig.
Is this?
Who had the nut low? Skinny.
Nuts.
I have the same.
Corbin left on level.
Oh, no. 3, 4.
What time are we back tomorrow? All my times were wrong. What time are we back tomorrow?
143. No, ma no. Sì. 144. Cioè, il 143esimo.
11 a.m. UK time. That's midday Central European time. That's what we'll do. 11 a.m. UK time. Maybe we'll get on a bit before. He'll never be up. He'll never be up. Actually, do you know what? I might be. Do you know why? I'm having a Christmas tree delivered tomorrow. How about that? Queens with the Risha versus... Now, this is a very unfortunate situation for Socceridis. He's had to commit the chips with ace-6 suited. He's very, very shallow. Under the gun. The big blind is coming. It's going to be big blind and it's going to be big blind ante. So he's going to get the double whack. So he chooses to move with the 8-6 suited, which I think is a good choice. Sokolovsky with the queen's reshoves and Rigetti with the short set moves out of the way. Going to be... Oh, hello. We've still got plenty of action. We've got a player on the button with an ace and a jack. Don't forget that Sokolovsky has re-ISO'd this for 24 big blinds. Still a fair amount of chips. We will eventually be heads up. Sokoridis at risk and will feel a little bit hard done by that he doesn't even get some live equity. Well, he gets live equity, but he's up against a pair. He'd have preferred to see an ace and a queen, an ace and a king. 2 queens to beat is a tougher proposition. Can he survive post-bubble? Will there be a sweat? There's always a sweat.
Reasonable.
It's a good start. It's a great start.
Flop seems fair.
He's not home yet, but he's 68% for it.
Queen of spades on the turn.
No, keep the queen of spades for the river.
Outs up in the top left-hand side of your screen, as always, that is one of them. Kings and queens. A better 2-pair, a counterfeit on the turn.
Unless it's a queen of hearts. Then we have to chop it. Because there's something wrong with the deck.
You know you're desperate when you're rooting for a misdeal. Sokoridis looks for an 8 or a 6. Doesn't find one. Good game.
Good game.
Managed to squeak into the money. Had to take his chances after the fact. Those chances sprung into view, but were ultimately denied.
Why? Pwede mo na. I can.
He's de-microphoning. 12 minutes left in the day.
Goodbye. Bye.
Sokoridis not coming back for day 3, but we hope that you will be. I know I will be. We might yet lose some of the players at this table, though. Rigetti 7 big blinds. Sting Fan 8 big blinds. There is Sting Fan. Makes the fold. Here is Rigetti. Jack 9 suited. Kind of like it. What do we got? 7 bigs. Got to get through 4 players. I think I would shove my hand into the muck, the same as he did. Good decision. King Queen for Nicastro. Parlev, your chip leader, with a Jack 9 suited. I think we'll want to put some money in with this hand in some manner. I don't know whether it is a jam or it's going to be a call. Yeah. Parlev opting for the more aggressive action. And I think every chance that Nicastro is certainly going to fold a hand like Jack 10, Queen Jack, King Jack. Unfortunately for Parlev, Katsas behind has woken up with the Ace King, which is an easier decision as Katsas will have all day.
Lucky dealer.
He's played a 136,000 chip pot at the end of day 2. It's a fair amount of chips. But of course, he is up against a very live hand. 35% for the Jack 9. 64% of the time he'll walk away with 136k potentially in the bag for tomorrow. But a very pivotal moment on this flop. There's always a sweat. 10-7-7. A gut shot for Parlev. The equities barely nudge. Still 65-34. Now they'll shift. Brick on the turn. Katz has a big favorite. And Holtz. Negotiated the shorter stack very well at this feature table. Avoided trouble with the 9s near the money bubble. And now, when the time is right, once the min cash is secured, secures his double up. He's just put himself in a wonderfully prime position for tomorrow. 33 big blinds in his stack.
How many hands?
Blinds, of course, will go up tomorrow to, I believe, what do we play? 2.5k, 5k. As we see Louis Farrier eliminated post-bubble. It was Louis Farrier, actually. Remember EBT Malta when he accidentally exposed his hand? That was funny. Bastian Herholtz. Another faller in the field. They're all going home with money, though. They're leaving here with something.
So even as the last 4 has been drawn, please beat the hand and deal 4 more hands.
For huge super. For huge super, for fans.
Yeah.
They're leaving here with something.
Yeah, yeah. It's okay.
We have now drawn for a final amount of hands for the day. It's going to be 4 more hands. User Hug Me says, with the Jack 9 suited shove, you aren't folding out better nor being called by worse. I think that's not true. As I said, moments after he made the jam, you're going to fold out Jack 10 off, Queen Jack off, King 9 off, Queen 9 off. Probably Ace 9 off. Definitely like Ace 4 off, Ace 5 off. Queen 10, Queen 8, Queen 7, Queen 6 suited that raises. You're actually folding out a lot of better hands. Unless you think that people just raise call Queen 8 suited and Queen 9 suited to a 25 big blind shove, which we would think about the game very differently if that's the case.
Start with like 90.
80.
Ace 7 suited for Nicastro in the hijack raises. Parloff tries to take a flop with the Ace Jack, which I think is nice. With Ace Jack in hand, we don't really want a 3-bet fold too strong. We don't want a 3-bet call too weak. Maybe at 20 versus hijack we could against aggressive opponents. But calling okay. Calling more favored. I think the Castro will struggle for much top pair coverage. In the hijack, the worst offsuit hands he opens will be a 10. Which does mean that he does pick up some top pairs on the turn. I think he raises Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, and Ace 10. So he could credibly rep a 10 if he chooses to do so on this turn card. Does pick up the spades as well. I just wonder whether there might be a preference to bluff Queen Jack, King Jack. Can fold out some Ace High. Bluffs the Ace 7 suit or bets the Ace 7 suit, I suppose. Does manage to fold out the better Ace High. Could definitely see Ace Jack continuing on the turn. You dominate King Jacks and Queen Jacks, it might start betting now. I think Ace Jack folding is a little bit tight, especially with chip lead in position. You're going to be able to realize equity well at the river, I think. You know, there's going to be some give ups. You can check back if you want. But we are 3 hands to the end of the day. Nothing wrong with just staying out of trouble, not getting involved in any silliness, ensuring that you bag chips. A reminder, if I may, that in a couple of hours' time, we will upload to YouTube a recap of today's action, all the key hands, all the big moments, all the big pots. So we're going to do that every day after the stream. If you miss the end of any stream for whatever reason, or you just want to watch a 10-15 minute recap of what happened, you can check that out. That will be on this YouTube channel, or if you're on Twitch, that will be on the YouTube channel. And if you watch a bit tomorrow and you miss it and you want to catch up before the final tables or whatever, we'll do a recap at the end of every day. Parlev raising Jack 9 suited. Has everybody covered. Sokolovsky. Ace-4 suited in the small blind. I think we can go either way. You might elect for a 3-bet. I think calling is going to be fine as well. We're 28 big blinds deep. Got to imagine that Parolev opening fairly wide in the cutoff with all those chips.
24.
Does go for the re-raise. Ace Queen suited behind. What a time for Fan to wake up for it. To wake up with it. Makes Parolev's life quite easy. Sokolovsky obviously priced in for the extra 6k. But it's going to be Ace 4 against Ace Queen. And Ding Fan, who again bided his time on the bubble, is fortunate enough to wake up with a big hand here. 3 hands before the end of the day. And it's going to be bag or bust for Ding Fan. He's looking to fade a 4 or some clubs. Paired board brings the chop into view, but crucially, Fan with the spades does have coverage of the nut flush draw. Jack on the turn. Ding Fan in line for double up most of the time, a lot of the time. Sokol obviously just 6% to win. No help. Ding Fan, doubling up. 3 hands remaining. Find some chips.
Okay.
Find some chips.
Yeah. Where's the third one?
Love that. Down to 166 already. All these short stacks going for a spin. Some successfully, in the case of Ding Fan, and some unsuccessfully, in the case of Louis Farrier et al. Hand 158, the penultimate hand. Of 2k, 4k. 6s, Vinny Castro. Bump it up. Anton bins it. Fold, fold. Button. Fold. Ding Fan. Folds. And is Rigetti locked up for the night? What do we got? 22,000 chips. In for 4k in the big blind. 6-7 offsuit. Bins it. Looking to make it day 3. We'll have to ride out one more hand. The small blind is coming for Alessandro Rigetti. Got 5 bigs. He's going to have to put half of one in the middle. This is it. Chat, it's been emotional. It's been an absolute pleasure to be back streaming European Poker Tour, by the way. I don't take it for granted that PokerStars trusts us with this broadcast. Very prestigious event. And very honoured to be able to bring you it in our own unique style and enjoy it together live on these channels. If you've enjoyed it, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you're followed already for tomorrow's action, Friday's action, Saturday's action, Sunday's action, and everything else that this channel has to offer. This is your final hand of the night. 10 hours and 23 minutes. King 10 offsuit for a raise. A reminder that we'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. UK time, midday Central European time. Depending on what time my Christmas tree delivers, we might be on a little bit before that to get some pre-game in. The pre-show, the EPT pre-show. Parlev with the first raise. Gets us with a 3-bet to 21,000 with the ace-jack. Well, we said that Ding Fan was locked up. We said that Ding Fan just found his double and is ready to play day 3. Oh my goodness, and he's trapping. What a way to end. Ding Fan. Cold calls. Rigetti is in dreamland. 1 hand away from day 3. He's got 5 big blinds and he finds pocket kings. The action in front of him is raise, 3-bet and cold call. And the beauty of the kings here it's not only would he think he's going to double up, he'd be quadrupling up.
22?
Yeah.
But unbelievably, on the final hand of day 2 of the EPT Prague main event, he's running kings into aces.
Right.
I'm sorry.
It's queen 6-7. Fan is still involved in a sidebot here. Ding Fan is still trapping with aces. Gats us with the ace jack. Checks it over to Ding Fan. Well, he bets just 15,000. It's
Yeah, of course.
it's unbelievable what we've witnessed here. Rigetti with a sickening cooler off just 5 bigs. Must have felt himself a favorite for 82,000 chips, but Ding Fan woke up with aces.
I need luck. It's us.
Very good
like
spot.
it's like the
Very
guy,
good.
have you seen the guy?
Yeah, choose
the guy at the World Series
choose the right
has
one.
aces?
One card away from elimination. Needs that king, or Rigetti will not find day 3. He was so close. Just one more hand, and it's kings into aces.
Did you guys?
Good game.
Still in your luck. Come
Why?
on. 60-40. 60-40.
Why are you flooding
60-40. 60-40.
Can't help but feel that wearing a t-shirt that says game over on it doesn't set your stall out for a good omen. Game over indeed at the end of day 2. That concludes all your action on the felt. That is a wrap, my friends. We will have a rundown, of course, of chip counts, of payouts, of what we can expect to see tomorrow. But my goodness, they saved arguably the best to last, didn't they? Trapped with the aces, runs into the kings behind, and Ding Fan had a hell of a spin to see us out. He'll come back tomorrow with 130,000 as all of our players bag and tag, name, chip count, country. Yeah, you put your player ID, you put the ticket in the bag. They will be redrawn to new tables tomorrow, of course. But leaving the table with the most amount of chips, Ivan Porolev with 363k, Anton Wig leaving with 213,000. But some of those short stacks did not make it out. They will not be rejoining us. A little bit of admin to do. A little bit of admin for you guys to do as well. Make sure that you've liked and followed and subscribed. Here are your chip counts to round out day 2 in Prague. Ivan Porolev, 363k, 72 bigs. Alexander Sokolovsky, 86,000, 17 big blinds. We're coming back tomorrow to 2k, 5k with a 5k ante. Beautiful wintry scenes in Prague. By the way, if you ever get a chance to qualify for Prague or go and play poker in Prague at this time of year, just look at that behind you. Snow on the ground, Christmas markets, that Christmas tree in Prague center, absolutely stunning. The whole city, stunning, and you could play for €1 million. Not too bad. Not too bad. These guys will be coming back tomorrow with a chance at the million. We'll be rejoined by 160 poker players, 160 dreamers, dreaming a dream in the Czech Republic. $1 million for the win. Everybody locked up. A little something. Over €8,500. If you want more information, do check out the PokerStars blog. Updates, stories, and everything you want to learn about the European Poker Tour. Sure. We will be back tomorrow, of course, for day 3 coverage. Join us again tomorrow. Now get this time right. 12:30 Central European time. That's 11:30 UK time. We'll be live with a countdown from 11. We might even get on for a pre-game. Just make sure you're here by 11 in the morning, will you? And that's it. It's been a great day. Take care. And we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm the one like a Neo, a hero is born. Don't play with the crown right. Game on. Say it louder to the name known.